Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
No, I am not Ayden Ansley John Milton. I am the agent authorized to represent Ayden Ansley John Milton as written in all capital letters.
Thank you. And as to Mr. Milton, is there a competency concern, or is
I am not represented by anybody besides myself. In my sovereign capacity, appreciate you.
In my sovereign
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have an opportunity to speak to him. I read him the reports.
Who is him?
Don't interrupt.
I read him.
You just sit quietly.
Thank you.
I read him the report so that he will understand the charges against him. He didn't wish to hear anything more about his rights, and he does not wish to be represented.
He does not wish to be represented. I think we're due another SOV sit. I think we're due another SOV sit. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Yep, I'm on screen even. Thank you. Good to have you here. Oh, we've got some juicy stuff to go over this morning. Oh my goodness, it's going to be great. Yes, we're going to go over. We had Hannah Gutierrez. Her sentencing was yesterday. We're going to go over some of what was referenced in that sentencing. It was spicy. Why is it so spicy? It was quite spicy. Spiciness level, I think, is going to be, I don't know, a 3, a 4. No, a 3. It's going to be a 3. Yeah. So it's
somebody just sent me a video.
It's going to be great. So we're going to go over that in a little bit. Good morning. I will tell you, I'm a little bit frustrated doing some research with the great help of Amber. Actually, Amber, Clipson's Vixen, one of our great mods, was helping me. And there's a court case that I don't even know who sent this to me. I have to look and see. It's up in Indiana, and it's a little tiny court case with like a former sheriff who was charged with, I don't know, I think he was charged with like 28 counts of fraud and theft and you name it, it's in there. Abuse of authority type stuff, fake jobs, payments. He stole allegedly $5 million of taxpayer money and used it to pay what? Child support and luxury. Crazy case. Well, guess what? This is one I want to follow, right? Well, Indiana's legislature, in their wisdom, their infinite wisdom, has passed a law that allows judges to allow cameras in the courtroom, but only if they work for a licensed radio station or television station, which means court TV is out. Law and Crime, unfortunately, is in, because Law and Crime is owned now by the same company, which owns Scripps Media Network, which owns a lot of. It's one of the largest networks in the nation as far as TV channels. So they get access through their affiliation, through their affiliated members. But we can't, and basically every Indiana case is like this now. So until the law gets changed in Indiana, basically we cannot get there personally and we have access to the pool feed. So we'll have to either make an agreement with one of the channels that is covering it, which we can do. There a lot of them just aren't set up to do that. And when you call them, they're like, yeah, you want to do what? You want to buy our footage? You're not in our market? Sure. But other times they're like, no, our market is the entire world and we don't want to give away a single viewer. So anyway, that's up now. Let's see. I was late. I'm sorry. I'm late. I'm back. I'm here. Let's see. When is Treehouse Murder happening again? I'll have to look at the schedule. I don't even know where I'm at schedule-wise. But we have spicy letters to be read this morning. I think the judge read some of the jail cell calls. I don't think she listened to them. But anyway, it was going to be so good, too. The depth of the case is insane. Amber, thanks. I think you stayed up all night looking into that. for me. We talked briefly last night about that case, and I said, hey, if you could help me out on this. Did some research, and then I did some research and found out that this is why Indiana doesn't like us. And I don't know why. What did I ever do to Indiana? What did I ever do to Indiana to deserve this? I don't know. But okay, we'll bring the spice here in a little bit, which means we have to do a couple things first. First of all, we have to, I have to turn on text so they show up on the screen. Kim R., welcome. Kim, you're back in control of the internet. I guess you're our dedicated internet owner. So the internet is back in safe hands. Whatever changes Ayden made yesterday, those are going to be rolled back today. So if you have some concerns about the functionality after Ayden's brief stint of ownership, I'm sure Kim's going to reset everything back to the way it was, back so everything will work properly. Ayden won yesterday. It was great. Thank you very much, Ayden. Appreciate that. And Kim, good luck fixing everything. Okay, we have a couple things. Weegob, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much, Weegob. It's awesome to have you here in green again, and with a green courthouse, too. Looks great. Rebecca Zooks, thank you as well. Welcome to the gallery, also with a green courthouse. Valkyrie, orange. Aren't you glad I'm here? Look, I'm orange. Valkyrie, it looks great. It looks great. And I love your tree-mounted camera in your profile as well. That just looks awesome. Congratulations on 12 months of support. Thank you. Thank you so much as well. When can I call you on Discord? I brought snacks. Mathis, that was one of the things I was talking to Amber about yesterday. We're working very hard to get that together. I think Discord will be the solution once we get this set up. And trust me, it's moved from the bottom of the list up higher. Okay, it's up higher on the list. It's going to be done. It's going to be done, and we're going to have an international option to call in. Give us just a little bit more. Let's see. I can't believe I watched these lives for months and never realized how far back the TV monitor is. It's years back. It's way back there. I can hello. It's I can hear echoes. It's way back there. Which is part of the reason why I squint all day long, trying to read things. Yes, Big Brother is always watching. It's always watching you, always. Nikki Zeebs, 1 year with all you amazing peeps. Orange, you glad I didn't say banana? Love it, Nikki. Congratulations on 12 months as well. Orange looks good on you as well. All right, we are. I think we may have a couple birthdays to celebrate, which is great because it's Tuesday, by the way. Tomorrow, Hump Day. Don't miss it. Okay, I'm just saying. I'm feeling a good Hump Day yell coming on tomorrow. It looks funny that the flames are going. I need something other than flames there. I mean, it's going to be spicy, but let's switch to like a couple peppers or something. There we go. Okay, pepper. Why is my pepper not working? I've got 4 peppers. Oh, I can go up and down, but not right and left anymore. There we go. It's working now. It's working. Okay. Spiciness works. Let's see. A Fish had a birthday yesterday. Brendan's 23 today. Jinx, Clemens, Lady in Gray, all celebrating their special day. Sharon, thank you very much, as always. Sharon, the aggregator of birthday greetings. Sharon has done a great job and continues to do a great job. Thank you very much. Each of our mods shines in different areas. Sharon, you do great on this. I appreciate that. Do you see Dr. Joe's live? I did. He sent me a text and said, if you want to join, I can send you a link. And I have to get the bathroom done by the end of the month because we have rented out the Airbnb and somebody wants to stay there for like 90 days. And that's 90 days of us not being able to use our bathroom away from our house. So we need to have the one upstairs working properly because half a bathroom does not work for 5 people. So I have to get that finished. Made huge progress yesterday. The floor is glued down. Repaired the leak in our new shower. Yes, the leak in our new shower. And it was an attachment error, but we got that fixed. So we're now prepped for drywalls going in maybe starting tonight. Tonight's drywall. Then the ceiling's going to be a pain because I have to cut holes in the drywall that are like really big for vents and heating and replacing the lighting. I have to replace the lighting tonight as well. So lots of things. And I'm not very good with electrical. So I think if I just stand on a ladder that is plastic, so there's no wait for the circuit to be completed through me, and I just work on electrical with one hand. Then even if I touch a wire, the worst I can do is like zap my hand, right? It's not going to go through my heart. That's my plan for tonight anyway. I saw that on the internet. That's a good idea, so I'm going to try that out. Let's get ready to sing for the birthday people, though. Enough about the bathroom remodel, the never-ending saga. Let's see. A-Fish, Brendan, Jinx, Lady in Gray. That's a one-verser. That's a one-verser right there. Please join with me in celebrating this birthday celebration of, for A-Fish, Brendan, Jinx, and Lady in Gray. By singing at the top of your lungs, wherever you are. If you're in a cubicle, if you're in the shopping cart aisle, if you're lined up at the Walmart, you just visited the murder aisle and you're checking out of the Walmart, it's still okay to sing. People will join. I kid you not. People will join in when you sing Happy Birthday. Just sing at the top of your lungs. Sing as if nobody can hear you, but make sure you sing loud enough that everybody can. And it's going to be wonderful. So warm up with me. La, 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 la. There we go. Finish those stretches. Make sure you do those twists. Don't want anybody pulling a hammy on the kicks here. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, A-Fish, Brendan, Jinx, and Lady in Gray. Happy birthday to you. It is a wonderful morning. It's a wonderful day to have a birthday. A-Fish, sorry we missed your birthday yesterday. Glad we could sing to you today. But to everyone who's celebrating their birthday, either yesterday or today, I hope you have a good one. There are a million places you could be, a million people you could be with, probably more than a million even. But you've chosen to be here with us. Thank you very much. It's wonderful to have you here on your special day. John Harvey's 9 today. John Harvey, happy birthday, John Harvey. Happy birthday, John Harvey. We sort of added you in there, John Harvey. Congratulations on a big 9. Big 9. Alyssa pulled a hammy. There. This is why we can't have nice things, Alyssa. We need you to stretch. You think you just because you know the routine, you can come at the last minute and do the high kicks. But no, it really takes the warm-up. It takes the warm-up. Let's see. There's a TV show that celebrated its 1,000th episode yesterday. That's a lot of episodes. Do you know how I know? I don't know. I think I've got less than 1,000 episodes myself. So let me do a quick check. Well, the birthday song continues. Boom, 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 boom. Happy birthday. Make sure you get your free pancakes at Denny's, by the way, as I am on this squirrel moment. Let's see. Here we go. I think this is the last verse, the last time through. Yeah, because it's got the claps. It's the clapper. Here we go. Air drums, everybody. There we go. I hit it. I hit every one perfectly. I think somewhere it shows. Oh, I think I have to go to. Wait. I remember where I was going. Remember where I was going here. Let's do. What's it called? There's a website that counts how many videos I have. I'm sure it's on YouTube as well, but I just can't find it. It's
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Social Blade. There it is. Bingo. Found it. Social Blade.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Blade. You guys don't have to go here. It's just a website that it ranks YouTube channels.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting.
I don't know who won.
I don't know who won.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
We're not breaking for lunch yet. We have some spicy letters to read first. So, okay. Where's the video count? Oh, 815 uploads. 815. It's like episodes,
This is not Burger
Angela.
King. People do not get to have it their way.
It's like episodes, but different.
Have them send someone with more experience.
And good news, apparently.
How does he do that?
probably this week we'll hit 7.5 million views on the channel. 7.5 million.
Alex stole it.
And that puts our channel, according to Social Blade, it gives us a B minus, which is a passing grade, I'll have you know.
Because he's the guy.
It gives us a B minus, and it says that our Recovery Addict channel is ranked 2,445th in the United States.
I'm not a camel.
It's just awesome. It's just awesome. Congratulations, all of you. You've done well. You can take the rest of the day off, but you can't stop watching because we're going to continue. We've got some good stuff to do here. My hubby's an electrician. Please call him. Before or after I zap myself. Melissa, here's my plan. I'll tell you my plan. I'm going to turn off every breaker in the house. Even our cold, deep freezer, everything's getting turned off. Internet, it's all shutting down. So there is zero chance that we have any electrocution. And then in the dark, I'm going to rewire my lighting. Actually, I have to like tear out the whole stud it's attached to, rewire it, and move everything. And then I'll turn on the power again, and I'll listen for pops and smoke and things like that. And if it happens, I'll immediately call the fire department because my entire roof is insulated with shredded paper, which is basically tinder for a fire. So I'll call the fire department first, and then we'll run and escape. Anyway, good things. Sharkin, your name dropped on LOIK yesterday. Yes, I heard he was going to do that. I give him full encouragement. I actually appreciate it and watched it myself. Peter Tragos did a great breakdown of our little video we posted on the channel. That's just not live. It was just a video I uploaded that was a breakdown of the spicy bits in court the other day that ended up with the judge walking out while the lawyer was dressing him. So he broke that down. I think he would have wanted me to include some of more of the on the record proffer. I cut a lot of that out and just left the spicy bits in, just so that people who hadn't followed the court could hear the spicy bits without being confused with the facts of the case. So it was fun. So it was a blast. He did such a great job. Let's see. Where else are we? You ought to give tours. Really, Wendy. I would if it weren't such a dangerous location. Peter's awesome. He did a great job. I really appreciate him doing that because I loved hearing that. Treehouse hearing today at 1:30 is going to be interesting, possibly trying to disqualify the new judge. Amber, if you can keep your ear to the ground and see if there's any coverage of that one, that would be fantastic if we can see if we can find that. Let's see. Recovery Addict, thanks to Brandy, I've been watching the news guys who chase police chases. Is this normal in the U.S.? I mean, here in the news, orgs have great lawyers, but it seemed weird. Okay, so they chase police chases? I'll tell you this. In California, it's common for news media to sort of follow in the area of a police chase. So they have the helicopter in the air and then their news van on the ground, hopefully trying to get a shot or a glimpse or set up for the takedown. So that is common in areas that have a lot of police chases, but it's becoming less common because in California, they've just decided not to end police chases. They just chase and then let go. They don't do the catching anymore. They found that it's more fun apparently, or better. It keeps the prison population down because catching them requires you to incarcerate them generally, and I guess they just don't want to do that. Let's see. We have. Let's see. We had Nikki for 12 months. Thank you very much. And Andriel Hills says, they call me Mellow Yellow. I'm not sure if they know me all that well. Not so mellow. Is that what you're saying? Congratulations. 10 months of support. Parrot Court channel, 10 months as well. Doing great work, Scott. You'll be at 1 million subs before you know it. That's a lot. For your information, my parrots whistled with you. Allie B from Tennessee, I love your energy in the mornings. I'm not a morning person, but I'm working on it. I'm trying. Allie B, thank you so much. Appreciate the generous super chat. Christy says, whoa, a whole year. Where did time go? Christy, congratulations, and thank you. Mindy FS, member for 6 months. It says it's flown by, and I love my RA family. Apple Treasure's here, member for 3 months. Thank you, Apple Treasure. Wouldn't be the same here without you. Lego My Bidet Adam, member for 11 months. Member of the jury. Padded seating. I'm telling you, if you don't like the hard bench in the general seating, It's reserved, but it's hard. You can always upgrade to the padded seating in the jury. Morning, boss. Tons of love to my addict family. How we've grown. Wish we were the same. Wish we were in the same room. Oh, what fun we'd have. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine us all showing up for a court to watch live instead of watching on TV? Us all being in the room. It would take an arena, first of all, to hold us, but it would be so much fun. Joyful, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. Wallflower also so busy with calving. I want to say the L. It's a calf, like it's CALF, calf, but calving. It's a weird word. You have to admit, Wallflower. It's a weird word, but it has to do with big goats having little goats. Haven't had time to watch lately. Miss you guys. You're doing important work. Enjoy the baby goat. Not goats, cows. Did I say goat? I said goats. I'm looking at a goat right here. This is why I said goat. It's screaming. I meant cows. I know where calves come from. Goats have kids, like people. Goats have kids. Let's see. Courtney 614, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Shell's also a member for 15 months. Oh, hey, 15 months with my true crime friends. What's 15 months between friends? Thank you all to the amazing people who have had amazing anniversaries with the channel. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. Am I awake? I am. Are we on the air? Yes, we are. Will you be reading the court affidavit on the KS moms? Oh my goodness. That's a hard one. I don't have that one, Witchy Poo. You might, maybe somebody sent it to me. I haven't read it. If they have, sounds terrible. That's where they arrested 4 people in the disappearance of two moms, right? And they were found deceased. I have not even heard the details on that. It doesn't sound good at all. Jennifer Cochran-Fent says, as a member for 7 months, says, happy 7th anniversary. Happy 7th anniversary to you, Jennifer. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jury selection starts in Karen Reed case. It does. Starts today. It's going to be crazy. I will admit once again, I thought this case was not going to go forward. I thought there was enough here that it was just going to blow up before it even got off the ground. But it's going to happen, and Brandy's going to be following it. It's wonderful. We may, after Brandy does the live streams, we might do some recaps, like I'm not sure if we're going to do a daily or a weekly recap of some of the highlights from court. But Brandy's going to be covering that live, which is going to be great. I was just popping in to tell RA not to do electrical by himself without calling my hubby. Hopefully I'll be back later. Melissa, thank you very much. It was premeditated. Oh my goodness. Grizzly has the info on the KS moms. Great. She does a fantastic job as well. Great at research. Bite me. Good morning. Good morning, special people. Terrific Tuesday. It is terrific. It's wonderful. Thank you for being here, Rebecca. Jennifer Cockfield, welcome to the gallery. Brand new member. Now you can never leave. I mean, you were welcome before, but now you're one of us, and we won't let you go. So that is wonderful. Amber's on the phone. She probably wants me to hear her. So I have to plug this in like this and then turn this up like that. Amber, are you there? Amber?
I'm here.
Hey, how are you doing?
I was waiting for you to get set up.
I'm quick. I'm really quick. I just had to unplug my charger and plug in the other thing.
Well, to be fair, I didn't give you a heads up. I
got zero warning.
Call. You got zero warning. So, a couple things. If you check out Mod Chat, I sent a screenshot of the latest court minutes that's filed in the Treehouse case.
Okay.
If you want to look at what they're considering this motion, I am trying to see if we can get access. And I believe it's 1:30 Eastern. I think they're on Eastern. I don't think they are on the other side of time zone. So I'm still working on that. And then I also sent you the PCA for Tiffany Adams in Mod Chat.
PCA for who?
Tiffany Adams for the
Kansas
moms.
The Kansas. Oh man, I want to read that, or is this going to just depress my soul?
It's going to depress your soul, but I sent it to you for you to read later.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that.
It's the bad one.
And it also involves soft sits. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
We're looking. I'll look into that. I'm not sure if we're going to read it today on the air. I've got this Hannah stuff we have to read, and I'm going to read all 3 documents. So we've got a fair amount of reading to do this morning, but it ends with some spiciness, quite a bit of spiciness. So that's going to be good. Allison, what is Brandy's channel? Brandy's channel is right over. Her name is Brandy Churchwell. And Amber's going to put it up on screen. She can do this. Any of the mods can link. There's the link right there to it. Brandy Churchwell. If you haven't followed her, she's amazing. I think she just passed the 18,000. She's about to pass 19,000 subscribers. And honestly, on this Karen Reed case, she's going to blow through 20. I kid you not. Easily blow through 20,000. So super excited. Super excited for her. She has a community that she calls the 13th Jurors, and they are an amazing community. They are fun. They're witty. They have a tiny bit more edge than we have here, but it is so fun. It is just a friendly community that's a blast. And Brandy is I don't know how to say this. She's authentic. She is who she is. And she says what she's feeling, how she feels, and sometimes it's wrong.
Now what Murdoch stole it.
Sometimes it's raw and it just comes out that way. But she has a heart of gold. She's amazing and she loves what she does. So Brandy's Vegas video got to
does everything.
40.
She does it all unapologetically.
Yeah. Rob from Lawn Lumber celebrating 200,000 subscribers. Woo, woo.
Is that correct?
Yeah, there's been lots of stuff happening.
It is great. It is great.
Speaking of Brandy, I'm going to go check on her mod team and make sure that they're good for today.
Awesome. Thank you, Amber. I know you wear many hats, also with Discord and everything else. So appreciate your help, and
of course,
we'll have some fun here today. Thanks for the documents. We'll see you.
Absolutely.
Bye. All right. Brandy doesn't go live for about 85 minutes. That's because court doesn't start for a little while. Let's see. Hey, chat. We were just talking about Rob. Rob, welcome. Rob's another one of the great ones. Actual member of LawTube. I would say he's a pillar in the LawTube community. Good to have you here, Rob. We are about to do. We're going back because the Arizona trial, which is what we covered. If a lot of people who are coming and talking about Peter Tragos. Peter Tragos did a breakdown of the video I posted of the spicy bits in the Arizona versus George Allen Kelly trial. That's the rancher that shot at someone on his property. It's a sad case. It's politically charged. It has lots of elements that are, that have undertones of tension, especially in the community.
I'm not a camel.
It also has some issues. Okay, it's not a clean investigation, even though I think it could have been. There's data just changed. So anyway, there's lots of issues in the courtroom. It got spicy. It got spicy between the lawyers and the judge, and it ended with the judge literally walking out as the lawyer was addressing him. Okay, for a proffer, literally walking out. Now I think it's not terrible, and Peter Tragos said that part's not terrible. Other parts that came before were really bad in his opinion. But he did a breakdown of that. That court does not hold court on Mondays. And we are following the feed that the court uploads because they have limited bandwidth all the way down on the south edge of the U.S. by the border. They can't upload the video live, and so they upload the following day or halfway through the day. So they'll break the live stream into 2 portions, and we're going to pick it up. That's why we're behind. So yes, they are meeting this morning. They're going to start in an hour or two, and they're going to be holding court. But we're going to follow it sort of delayed because the video doesn't become available on the court's channel until later on. Okay, what else? I don't know why I was explaining that. His bail money was raised by crowdsourcing. I have new docs for the second suppressed motions, an interview from Richard Allen. Have you seen this? It's ridiculous. Kayla, I haven't. Richard Allen, he's in Indiana as well, right? He's another one of those trials that apparently, if you don't have FCC granted call letters next to your name, you're not news in Indiana, and you're not media in Indiana, and they won't allow you in the court. We will be following the Chad Daybell case. We're live streaming that without commentary on the Top Mark Media channel. So as soon as that goes live, we'll start pushing that to Top Mark Media. So if you need that or need a copy other than the one the judge has, which promptly gets deleted after the day is over, we're going to have it there. And then, of course, we also have, as always, we've got the judgment clock for the J. Hatch Kowalski mediation, which is going on this week. It started yesterday and is continuing through tomorrow. I'm not sure if we're going to know exactly what the total or the settlement number is if they reach a settlement, which they might not. But currently, they're looking just shy of $213 million, including the $4.5 million of interest that's accrued since the judgment was entered. So that's where we are on all that. So today we have a couple things. The treehouse, the hearing of the treehouse murder. Obviously, we're going to try to keep our ear to the ground, see if we can bring you that. We're going to do the document read through in just a minute. I know I've been putting it off. We're going to do that in just a second. That document read through is for the Hannah Gutierrez jail phone calls. A lot of you heard Ian cover this a little bit. A couple other people have covered them. We watched the sentencing and they talked about it, and so it said, hey, let's go back and read those. Amber was nice enough to find a couple documents. I'm going to read all 3 documents that led up to it, and it's a bit of reading. So, whoa. KRH, mediation is over. Before noon necessary. Yesterday, no agreement. Wow. I thought, I heard him say that, but I heard him, it was played in the background. I thought he meant it was over for the day. Because Nick reached out to me and talked to me briefly about something and told me that it would also be happening tomorrow. So I'll have to get some clarification on that. Ended yesterday before noon. And we've started an unofficial petition on Twitter for you to review something from this one. Is that how it works? Twitter, what's it called? When you gather signatures. Petition. You said it in the text. Joe spoke about mediation last night. It's over. J. Hatch wouldn't do anything. Okay, so even without Hunter there, they slammed the door on it. How did I miss that? I joined in. I was trying to do my bathroom and listen at the same time, and I missed that. It's per Dr. Joe. All right. Completely over. Did J. Hatch just give the bird? Honestly, they walk in and they say, unless you're accepting 0 as the mediation amount, we have nothing to discuss here, and walk out. They realize they're in a position of weakness, right? J. Hatch is not. They're not coming in with the upper hand. They're not holding the royal flush as they walk up to this table. They don't even have a pair of aces. Man, that's a train wreck. I don't see how that ends. Okay, first of all, the judge ordered mediation and they went. I wonder if this if they took a look at that and said, we're out. We'll never know as it's confidential. Yeah. Greg and Nick were pretty upset. Dr. Joe attempted to give a platform to talk to, and they declined, said it was too soon. Wow. Something smells. They're trying for an appeal. Man. Well, that just means that there are going to be some more court dates in that case. So now Judge Carroll needs to do sanctions. That's what comes next. We have what are the dates on that? Do you guys remember? What's the date for? Is it the 30th, or do we go all the way to May before they do that? No details can be shared. Yeah, they're completely secret, which means because it's completely secret and nobody can talk about it, it must have been a firestorm in there. I mean, nobody's holding back. Everyone's just saying exactly how they feel because no one is allowed to out that information anywhere. Yeah. Good stuff. All right. Okay. Let's do this. We're getting set. I'm sorry. I'm stalling. I'm gonna stop stalling. We have 3 documents to review. The first is defendant's sentencing memorandum and a request for conditional discharge. This is what started this firestorm. Let me put on. I'm trying to send this to my computer. It's gonna be on camera 3. Get rid of the spiciness. There we go. Okay, MacBook Pro. It just arrived. Ohio Pom Mom, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Just going to pull this up on the screen. I will say that this first document is not spicy, but it lays the groundwork for the spiciness that will ensue, and it lets you know, just as far as perspective goes, where each side was coming from. And I guess they could not be as far. The only people that are farther apart than Attorney Bowles and the prosecution are probably Jay Hatch and the Kowalskis. That's they're pretty different. Let's see. You didn't sing Happy Birthday? I did sing Happy Birthday. Did you miss it? We did it this morning when we first started. Wow, crazy. All right, so here's what we have. Let me bring this up on the screen. Can you guys see this well? Let me make it a little bigger. It's time to do a little light reading. I'm going to get a beverage because I'm going to need that. All right, here we go. We are reading through these documents. We've got 3 documents, and if I can get them on the screen, there we go. This is the State of New Mexico versus Hannah Gutierrez. Defendant Hannah Gutierrez-Reed sentencing memorandum and a request for conditional discharge. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, by and through her counsel of record, Jason Bowles of Bowles Law Firm, and Monica L. Barraras of the Law Office of Monica L. Barraras, hereby submits her sentencing make A jury convicted Ms. Gutierrez-Reed of involuntary manslaughter and acquitted her of tampering with evidence. Need to make continuous scroll. There we go. And acquitted her of tampering with evidence. She faces up to 18 months incarceration. Thank you, bud. This court has discretion to fashion a sentence which combines punishment with rehabilitation, supervision, and monitoring. At the time of the sentence hearing, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed will have spent just over a month in custody. In addition to the incarceration time, however, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed has endured and will continue to endure collateral consequences far harsher than most defendants ever must face. This includes an almost unprecedented press response to a case in New Mexico where hardly a month has gone by in the past 2 years without some kind of reporting regarding the case. The jury voir dire was a prime example when virtually every person in the jury room raised their hand about having heard something about the case. This conviction and press deluge will forever impact her life going forward, including with job prospects and simply trying to lead a normal life again someday. Because of the reporting and having her personal data and information leaked to the press, she has also received numerous threats, including death threats. Predictably, all of this has caused her great anxiety, fear, and depression. I went with water. She has sought and attended counseling to address these issues at Mojave Mental Health Clinic. Days after this tragedy occurred, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed wanted to express her deep sadness regarding this tragedy and death of Helena to the Hutchins family. Okay. This part, she had the opportunity, and she didn't in her statement. She could have said, "I'm sorry for what I did." She said, "I'm sorry for your loss," which is something that maybe I could say as well if I were to meet the family and say, "I'm sorry for your loss." But being one involved is different. There's a different apology that was available, and the judge wanted to hear and didn't yesterday. So, legal proceedings and the looming investigation, however, made that impossible. Though she exercised her constitutional right to a jury trial, It did not mean that she didn't and doesn't feel incredibly saddened and heartbroken by what happened on that tragic day on the Rust set. The tragic series of events that unfolded that day destroyed and altered many people's lives, including Miss Gutierrez-Reed's. This court has incredible responsibility of weighing that a death did occur that day with all the other evidence, relevant sentencing factors, including Mrs. Gutierrez-Reed's history and personal characteristics, her work, her mental health history, substance abuse, and trauma she's endured in her young life. Many of the attached letters detail these additional factors and provide the court a more holistic picture of the kind of person Ms. Gutierrez-Reed is. Following the jury verdict, counsel have received numerous unsolicited emails and calls from around the country and world from people expressing their support for Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. We have been informed that people have mailed letters on their own to this court, and we ask the court to consider all sentiments expressed in these letters, as well as computing a reasonable sentence that balances punishment with rehabilitation and the need for deterrence with the notion of fairness, including that Sarah Zachary received complete immunity and David Halls received 6 months unsupervised probation on a misdemeanor. While Miss Morrissey wasn't the one who reached the plea deal with Mr. Halls, it was still entered into by the state and prior prosecutors. And by the way, I have to give a shout out. This is from Amber. As the gavel drops, you can see the watermark on the back. That Discord page has all these documents if you want to see them yourself. Ms. Gutierrez-Reed has been gainfully employed for the past 10 years. She was a social media marketing assistant for companies from 2022 to 2024. Within the movie industry before that, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was an armorer and props assistant in various films, including Rust in October 2021. As an armorer on The Old Way from August to September of 2021. As armorer on Murder at Yellowstone City in March of 2021. A vacation rental cleaner from 2020. That's a jump. I cleaned vacation houses, and then I went to be an armorer for Hollywood. Vacation rental cleaner from 2019 to 2020, and an armorer on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood in 2017. She was also on the set of Magnificent Seven in 2015 and Rue 21 from 2014 to 2015. She has also helped her dad, who was diagnosed with leukemia, and has helped care for him when he needs help with various things. Several of the letters provide examples of her character, personal traits, and work ethic. Sean Cridenbaugh Jr. is Miss Gutierrez's boyfriend and has known her since she was little. Mr. Criddlebaugh, that name's going to trip me up, states she is always helping people and going out of her way to make sure people are okay. I think he means a part, not apart. She's a part of her community and always working and taking care of her dad. Miss Gutierrez's aunt states that she is kind and smart and the last person that should be in jail. She also states that Miss Gutierrez helps her mom at work and that her and her dad have a close relationship. John Harper Felsh has been a friend of Miss Gutierrez since 2016, and they have also lived together with other roommates. Mr. Felsh states in his letter to the court that Hannah would often be the first to welcome him into uncomfortable social situations and highlight my character to make me feel more welcome. She has fed me when I was hungry, when I had no money to purchase food for myself. Ronnie Hutchinson, another friend of Ms. Gutierrez, states that throughout our relationship, Hannah is a source of unwavering support and encouragement during some of my darkest moments. Whether I was grappling with relationship challenges or battling depression, Hannah is always there to offer a listening ear, sage advice, and comforting presence while living over 20 hours away now. Joey Merrigan, Ms. Gutierrez's employer, states that Hannah demonstrated remarkable dedication, professionalism, and talent. She consistently produced high-quality work and displayed a strong commitment to her responsibilities. Her creativity, attention to detail, and ability to effectively engage with our audience were invaluable assets to our team. Outside her professional skills, I also had the opportunity to observe Hannah's personal qualities. She conducted herself with integrity, honesty, and reliability, earning the respect and trust of her colleagues and supervisors. Colleen Hart, who has known Miss Gutierrez for 8 years, states that Miss Gutierrez has volunteered to help clean, sand, and repaint her neighbor's deck. She volunteered and helped raise money for a local veterans council that is a not-for-profit. In my experience, she is a thoughtful and kind human. Kelsey Hill, another friend of Miss Gutierrez, states that Hannah is a person of utmost integrity and moral character. She has always strived to uphold the principles of honesty, compassion, and responsibility in all aspects of her life. The letters in totality paint a picture of Hannah being a kind, helpful, hardworking, and wonderful friend and daughter. Hopefully, these letters will provide the court with a fuller picture of her overall character from people who know her well. Sentencing law and request. If we can pause for just a minute while I do this, I've got to make sure StreamYard is set up for Top Mark Media today for the Daybell case. Are we on day 4 there, by the way? Okay. Yes, day 4. Okay, thank you, Ashley. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the work you do over there to help that feed run. Stop the camera, stop the mic. Okay, still waiting for a live feed. Ashley, if you can just give me a heads up, or maybe have one of the mods do the buffer sound if the live feed shows up. I'll link it. And then I'll go live. All right, here we go. New Mexico law states that, case law states that among the factors that may be considered when deciding a sentence are 1, unusual aspects of the defendant's character, 2, past conduct, age, health, any events surrounding the crime, 3, pattern of conduct indicating whether he or she is a serious threat to society, and 4, the possibility of rehabilitation. However, a trial court is not limited to these factors. I'm going to skip the case law citations, but they are there on the screen if you want them. The specifics of the crime and the characteristics of the defendant are relevant to the sentencing court's exercise of its discretion to sentence the defendant. The sentencing judge must make a careful, independent evaluation of defendant's rehabilitative potential, suggesting the legislature required the court to consider, when determining the sentence within the presumptive range, not only the nature and elements of the offense and the character and record of the offender, but also aggravating and mitigating circumstances surrounding the offense and the offender. Although the basic sentence is up to 18 months imprisonment, the court has discretion to grant a conditional discharge and to provide Ms. Gutierrrez-Reed an incentive to rehabilitate and comply with all requirements the court may impose on probation. A sentence of conditional discharge may be imposed under that law, which provides that. Before we read the law, he's saying, yes, you can lock her up for 18 months, okay? But you can also give her a conditional discharge, or well, I think he doesn't suggest it here. He said, or you could do a mix. She could do some time and then get out on probation. What happens on probation is you say, okay, we're going to let you out, but you still have to follow these rules, okay? If she just serves her 18 months, she is done. She doesn't get out on probation after that. She just walks free. There's no stipulations or anything else. Just the only impact that would have on her life going forward is any legal restrictions that someone with her criminal record may have, and that will face that. She'll face that. But the law states that when a person who has not been previously convicted of a felony offense is found guilty of a crime for which the deferred or suspended sentence is authorized, the court may, without entering an adjudication of guilt, enter a conditional discharge order and place the person on probation on terms and conditions. A conditional discharge order may be made available once with respect to any person. So you get one get out of jail free card. If the person violates any of the conditions of the probation, the court may enter an adjudication of guilt and proceed as otherwise provided by law. So he's literally offering something that says you can let her go on good behavior, give her an ankle monitor, make her check into daily armor or training classes, whatever the judge orders, okay? You can do that. And then when she's done, if she follows all the orders correctly, then she doesn't even have the felony on her record. Judge did not like that idea. The legislature enacted the conditional discharge statute as an alternative to a suspended or deferred sentence. A conditional discharge order may only be made available once with respect to any person. It may be given for an array of first-time felony offenses, even those who are found guilty of a violent offense. Conditional discharge given for battery against a household member and 2 felony counts for intimidation of a witness and false statement is an example of one. Another one, there was an order of a conditional discharge entered after the jury found him guilty of possession of meth. Another case law, conditional discharge given for a crime of negligent child abuse resulting in great bodily harm. A plea of guilty to criminal sexual penetration given a conditional discharge. Wow. A conditional discharge given for crimes of distribution, of imitation, controlled substance, and possession of controlled substance. So lots of examples of people who have got a pass, a very light sentence. The video says transcript's not available. Vicky, thanks. Maybe if Cash App can see that. I'm not sure what that's pointing to. Mrs. Gutierrez-Reed is eligible for conditional discharge because this is her first felony conviction. She has a complete lack of prior criminal history. It is proper to consider her employment record of prior good works, and positive things she has done when considering the sentencing option. The facts support a conditional discharge based on her lack of criminal history, her personal character traits as expressed in the outpouring of letters from the community, and her relative youth and the devastating effect a felony will have on her life going forward. A conditional discharge will require Ms. Gutierrez-Reed to abide by all set conditions during any term of probationary period and to undergo all counseling and rehabilitative efforts this court requires. Considering all the circumstances and the sentencing factors, including the history and characteristics of Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, as further set forth in the series of letters presented to this court, the proposed conditional discharge is warranted. A sentence with some period of incarceration, followed by a term of probation, is adequate to punish the offense, but not more serious than necessary to serve the underlying sentencing goals. The punishment also furthers the basic purposes of criminal punishment: deterrence, incapacitation, just punishment, and rehabilitation. Signed, Jason Bowles. And then he's got the attachments of, I believe, the letters that we took excerpts from. And it's character letter from Sean Criddleball, her boyfriend. We've got another one that is very difficult to read, to whom this may concern, from Michelle Jeunesse. We have John Harper Felsch, who was, I believe, a former roommate, the one who said that she, bought food for him when he didn't have any money. We've got another one from Ronnie Hutchinson, who's the Lone Star Lodge manager in Marina, and I think that's where she cleaned the rental facilities, possibly. Here's one that was typed in Notepad. Your Honor, I'm ready to provide a character reference for Hannah. This is Joey Merrigan. As the social media manager for Mike and My Furniture Store, Mattress Land and Furniture. She was a social media manager for Mattress Land and Furniture. So I cannot speak to the specifics of Hannah's current situation. I can attest to her positive character traits and her potential for rehabilitation and contribution to society. Got more from Colleen Hart. Occupation as HR manager for Cabinet Company in Kingman, Arizona. Known Hannah for 8 years. Hannah is remorseful and understands the gravity of the fateful day in Mexico. Her spunky attitude and excitement for the future have been dimmed. This one is from Kelsey Hill. Apologize. Some people are... I need to skip these because some are including personal information on the bottom, and we can't show those. Anyway, lots of things going on. Let's see. Let's go back to... So this is the first one. That's the filing, obviously, from the defense. The state gets to respond, right? And they do this in epic fashion. Okay. Get the view all set up. Okay, can you read this? Are we good? Looks good? Okay. So this is the state's response to defendant's sentencing memorandum and request for conditional discharge. Comes now the state of New Mexico by and through Special Prosecutors Carrie T. Morrissey and Jason J. Lewis, who submit the following in response to the defendant's sentencing memorandum and conditional discharge. So this is directly in response to the first letter. Amber, you're all good. You're all good. Letters to the court are public record. So they are what they are. Is my audio a little low? Let me check it. Testing 1, 2, check 1, 2. It is a tiny bit low. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Oh, that's hot. Oh, so hot. Test 1, 2, check 1, 2. Is that a little better? I think that's still a tiny bit hot. We'll go with that for now, right now. Let me know if it's better. I boosted my audio 7. All right. Comes now State of Mexico through the prosecutors who submit the following in response to the defendant's special memorandum and conditional discharge. The state opposes the defendant's request for a conditional discharge. While it is true that Ms. Gutierrez is eligible for conditional discharge, the state asserts that Ms. Gutierrez should not be granted a conditional discharge because, upon her arrival in Mexico, she swiftly committed a host of felonies and has another felony charge pending before Judge Ellington for intentionally hiding a firearm from security at a local bar to get the firearm into the bar. Upon successfully circumventing the security at the bar, she went into the restroom and made a selfie video stating, "They checked my purse, but they didn't check my butt cheeks. Wah, wah, wah." At the same time she was speaking, she picked up a nickel-plated semi-automatic pistol in front of the camera. There is additional evidence that has been previously presented to the court that Ms. Gutierrez was in possession of cocaine while in New Mexico and while working as the firearms expert on the set of Rust. Yet another felony. 2. The state opposes a conditional discharge due to Ms. Gutierrez's complete and total failure to accept responsibility for her actions, as demonstrated by the summaries below of some of her calls since her incarceration on March 6, 2024. Ms. Gutierrez continues to deny responsibility and blame others. She goes so far as to blame the set medic, the paramedics who attempted to save Ms. Hutchins, and even blames the child actor on set for picking up a gun. Moreover, there are references to Ms. Gutierrez being in possession of alcohol during the time that the trial was taking place and continuing to consume alcohol contrary to her conditions of release while on pretrial release with her boyfriend. Stunningly, Ms. Gutierrez requested during jail calls that her legal team request that Ms. Hutchins' husband and son be contacted and asked to speak on her behalf at her sentencing. She continued to complain in her jail cells about the negative. She wanted Helena's husband and son to speak on her behalf at sentencing. Wow. She continued to complain in her jail calls about the negative effects of this incident has had on her life and her modeling career, while never expressing genuine remorse at any time. She expressed her willingness to violate future court orders should she be subpoenaed for the Baldwin trial. She referred to the jurors as I'm sorry, guys. She referred to the jurors in derogatory language. Whoa. And suggested that her mother could confront undersigned counsel in the restroom because counsel uses the same restroom as the public. Her mom, finally she requested that her employment history be misrepresented to undersigned counsel and the court so it would appear as though she was working full-time prior to the trial. Surprisingly, Ms. Gutierrez doesn't seem to mind being in jail and at times appears to genuinely enjoy it. The state further requests that this court designate Ms. Gutierrez's offense a serious violent offense pursuant to the law. The amount of deductions a prisoner may earn depends on whether the crime for which the prisoner is serving his or her sentence is a serious violent offense or a nonviolent offense. A prisoner serving a sentence for serious violent offense may only receive up to 4 days per month of deductions, whereas a prisoner serving a sentence for nonviolent offense may receive up to 30 days per month of deductions. 17 crimes enumerated in 14 statutory provisions are by nature serious violent offenses. We refer to these crimes as per se serious violent offenses. Another 20 crimes enumerated in 15 statutory provisions are serious violent offenses if the district court finds the nature of the offense and the resulting harm of the crime under a given set of facts warrant the designation. Okay, this answers the question I had yesterday. Let me explain really quickly. When I heard the judge designate this crime as a serious violent offense, I'm like, a what? Her neglecting to check something, how did that become seriously violent? And under the law, it allows them to consider not just the nature of the offense, but also the resulting harm. You have to consider the nature of the offense with the resulting harm. And the judge followed that. So that makes sense now. I appreciate that explanation. Let's see. This section explaining that the district court must find that the crime was committed in a physically violent manner, either with an intent to do serious harm or with recklessness in the face of knowledge that one's acts are reasonably likely to result in serious harm. Intentional quotes. Internal quotation marks and citation omitted, emphasis added. We refer to these crimes as discretionary serious violent offenses. All remaining crimes, those not designated serious violent offenses, are by definition nonviolent. So the state is requesting the violent one designation, and they got it. The state is requesting a serious violent offense designation due to the extreme recklessness with which Ms. Gutierrez behaved while working as the armorer on the set of Rust. It is clear from the digital evidence presented at Ms. Gutierrez's trial that she brought live rounds on set by failing to properly inspect the dummy rounds she provided to the set. Moreover, she failed to check the dummy rounds after providing them to the set, and as a result, loaded one into the gun holster being worn by Alec Baldwin and the gun being worn by Jensen Ackles. She did all this before she loaded a live round into a prop gun, told the first assistant director that the gun was cold, and permitted it to be handed off to an actor to manipulate for a scene. Every time the gun was loaded with dummy rounds, it was a game of Russian roulette. There is ample evidence that Ms. Gutierrez was using alcohol, marijuana, and cocaine in the evenings during the filming of Rust, and may have reported to work while under the influence of these substances. It should be noted, on September 3rd, 2021, Mr. Gutierrez's stepfather, Thel Reed, texted her, "Did you find .45 Colt ammo?" And then again texted, "Keep looking." This text from Ms. Gutierrez's stepfather was not used during the trial because neither Ms. Gutierrez nor her stepfather testified. This message is a clear indication that Ms. Gutierrez was attempting to obtain .45 caliber or 45 caliber ammunition in the weeks leading up to her work on the set of Rust. Did you find the ammo? Wow. Ms. Gutierrez was aware that the guns being used by the actors on the set were real guns, and also knew that dummy rounds look exactly like live rounds. She certainly understood that she was responsible for checking the dummy rounds to ensure that they were inert, and understood that people could be killed if a live round was placed into a prop gun. The state requests that Ms. Gutierrez be sentenced to 18 months in the Department of Corrections with the designation of serious violent offender due to her recklessness in the face of knowledge that her acts were reasonably likely to result in serious harm, the standard set forth under New Mexico law. Should the court determine that a suspended or deferred sentence is appropriate, the state requests that the court exercise its full probationary discretion and sentence Ms. Gutierrez to 5 years of probation as condition of any suspended or deferred sentence. So if you cut the sentence short, give her 5 years of probation. Then we have the summary of the jail calls. If we thought it was spicy before, buckle up. It's going to go off the rails here. I don't understand the timestamp on these. It looks like a alphanumeric code. Well, sort of. It's got L's in there. Oh, that's a 1. It's like hexadecimal. I don't know. But this code is basically a timestamp for a call, probably the login system. I'm sure there's a date encoded in there somewhere of where that happened. I just can't see it readily. Ashley, thank you for letting me know the court's up. Let me pull this up. Got to get Daybell ready here. Just 1 second, and we'll be back. Share screen. Daybell, include audio. There we go. All right, we should be good. If I can just get a heads up from you, Ashley, just a thumbs up on the chat if the audio is working once that comes in. That would be great. Okay, continuing with the letter. Here we go with jail calls. Hannah says that the other girls in jail are saying that, I can't believe they threw your pretty little white asset in here for nothing. Hannah says, like, yeah, girl, for real. She says that so far she is built for jail and likes tap water. She likes hard beds. The cat food isn't too bad every day. The male says that when Hannah was taken away, that mom said, this is some BS. Hannah laughs loudly. He tells her what mom did, and Hannah says that she was glad her mom stood up and said something. Hannah laughs about all of this. The male says he has been to jail before. She says she didn't think she would like it, but now she does. Next call. Hannah says she says that she can't believe that the judge put her in jail. Hannah talks about the jury and how they only took 2 freaking hours and how she got the book thrown at her. She says that everyone lied on the stand except for 2 or 3 experts. She talks about the witnesses and how they all lied. She says that she didn't need to be shaking the dummies all the time. She complains about what happened on set and says that people are still going to die on set. She complains about Gabby Pickles. She complains about the jury and how people who got immunity and had pending lawsuits. Next call. She says she wishes TMZ would shut up and that literally she is fine. She complains about the Washington Post and how if they talked to any worker in there, they would all say she is happy and bubbly. She talks about being a felon and how it's going to work with all of his guns and how she isn't sure how it will work. This sounds like it's with her dad, her father-in-law. She says that he can put them in a safe and he can tell them that she doesn't know the combo. That sounds like a conversation with Reed. Next call. She talks about how she was wrongly incarcerated. After Hannah was taken into custody, Ayden, the other party to the call, goes to her hotel room to clean up, and Sean says, where did this bottle of Crown Royale come from? Ayden claims says Sean wasn't thrilled. Hannah talks about playing games with the other inmates. Hannah says she's fine in there. Hannah talks about suing various media outlets. Hannah goes back to TMZ and how she was built for jail. Hannah says that if she's subpoenaed to Baldwin's trial, she will not show up. Mom says that if she was held in jail for 3 weeks for contempt, Hannah complains that she shouldn't be subpoenaed if Baldwin didn't show up for her. The judge giving her no time for no reason. The judge isn't fair, and they're going to the Supreme Court. Hannah doesn't understand why the judge locked her up and when she was on terms of release. Hannah says she was trying to get Carmela, Jason Bowles' paralegal, to talk to the family of Helena about coming to sentencing to speak on her behalf. Hannah talks about the friends she's making and how she's having fun. She says she doesn't want to go to prison for 13 months, but it is what it is. Hannah is saying she's having more fun in jail than he, the other party to the call, did. Her mom was held in contempt for 3 weeks. Let me back up. Mom says that she was held in jail for 3 weeks for contempt. Hannah complains, her mom was held in jail for 3 weeks for contempt. I read right through that and missed it. Okay, she's having fun in jail. More fun than her boyfriend did when he was there, apparently, if I'm understanding this right. I'm not sure if that's boyfriend or someone else, a roommate. Hannah says jail isn't like summer camp, but it's kind of like summer camp. Hannah says that everything is going to get reviewed and that she feels like people were paid off to look the other way. Hannah goes into some sort of conspiracy theory about how she was used as a pawn, and Hannah says it's not too bad in jail. Hannah complains about what was allowed at trial, what wasn't allowed. Hannah says that the judge is terrible, and Carrie got together with the judge, and they are against her. Hannah complains about how fast the jury deliberated. Hannah says that everyone who testified was given immunity, had a lawsuit pending, or was part of the problem. She calls the jury a bad name, and when they says a jury of your peers, they mean blanking. Okay, I don't have all the words for all this. It's getting spicy. I think all we can do is we'll try this. Hannah calls Carrie and she is she's doing it out of spite. Hannah thinks the judge is getting paid off and thinks she deserves credit for being respectful. She is mad because she isn't going to get bail. She says there's a lot of nice things about jail and that is a forced break from her life. She says she paid a guy named Roger $3,000 to be her PR person. She says that Jason Bowles needs to talk to Roger to get everything out. Hannah and her mother joke about her mom getting thrown out of court and that judge is a menace. Hannah thanks her mom for the outburst. Hannah was thinking that mom was going to be behind her getting booked into jail. Hannah says the judge was on a power trip. Mom wants to picket the court. Hannah wants to pull the governor and up. It's hard to know who or what she's referring to as the. She seems happy and is talking about cutting her friend's hair. Hannah is wishing they had hula hoops in jail. Mom recommends writing a book about this whole thing before somebody else does. Hannah says she's already being punished for this. Carmela, Bull's paralegal, says that she knows Hannah is sorry. Carmela says Carrie is lying about everything. They blame the child on the set for being dangerous on set. Hannah talks about the kid getting the gun that was just laying on the ground. Carmela tells Hannah, I don't trust Carrie to not be recording these calls. I don't trust that. Hannah says that if she has to stay in jail longer, that she is down for prison. Hannah says there's more to do in prison and talks about going to Springer, where she can ride horses. They talk about using her father's leukemia to keep her out of prison. They want to say that her and her mom are the only people who can help her dad. Hannah talks about her publicist and how it is time to make some statement from him. They talk about how it might work if Hannah says that she is the sole caretaker of her father. Hannah says jail isn't too bad and that some of the parts of it are just fine. They talk about how Hannah can do that time standing on her head. Hannah talks about her statement to the judge. Mom talks about the saying something to the judge, and Carmela apparently told her that she can say whatever she wants at sentencing, and the worst that can happen is spending a couple days in jail. Hannah asks Carmela to reach out to Helena's husband and son to support her at sentencing. Hannah says that jail is a forced vacation and she's doing fine, and she has to spend if she has to spend more time in jail, it will be okay. That's it. I'm sending her a hula hoop and a Bible, says Kayla. I'm not sure if a hula hoop would be permitted, but wow. Wow. Okay, we're not done. We've got more. Hannah says the jury didn't look at the evidence and are holes. Hannah says the people that testified against her just wanted to talk and she got railroaded. Carrie lied in her closing statement. Hannah wants to go after people for libel. Hannah is mad the whole thing got pinned on her. Hannah says that jail is good character development. Yeah, add it to your resume. Hannah wants them to put Alec Baldwin in jail also. Hannah wants mom to tell the judge about Thel's leukemia diagnosis and how she takes care of him when mom isn't there. Hannah tells mom what to say about how she takes care of Thel. Hannah says the jury was so stupid they couldn't tell what was happening. She calls the jury idiots. Hannah says that she doesn't feel like she deserves to be there, and jail guards agree with her. Hannah thinks the judge got paid off. They talk about the call being recorded and how they need to talk about people by their names instead of. They complain about the time the jury took to deliberate and how they didn't look at the evidence. They talk about how she shouldn't be a felon and maybe they can get it knocked down to a misdemeanor. Hannah wants to bother the governor for the rest of her life so she can be pardoned. Heads up, if you're running for governor in Arizona, this is what you have to look forward to. Daily letters. Hannah doesn't feel like she should be a felon because she has never been arrested. Hannah says the judge wanted to lock her up. Hannah and her mother talk about how the system failed her. She's having a movie night in jail, watching Frozen. Hannah's boyfriend says that he is trying to quit smoking weed. Hannah says she won't have anyone to smoke weed with and that she's going to smoke weed when she gets out. Hannah's mother says that Hannah should fight the biggest girl of the bunch that is causing problems. Mom says that she can't promise she'll be calm and cool at sentencing. Mom says she's going to go in disguise if they don't let her in. Mom says it's lucky that all she did at the verdict was yell. Does the apple not fall too far from the tree? Is that what we're seeing here? Hannah says that she got moved to 300 and it's lit in here now. Hannah complains about the jail guards. Hannah was accused of passing notes to some male inmate and sparked some sort of investigation. Hannah says she has Regina as a roommate and it's fun as and not bad at all. Hannah says she has a good day and fun with another inmate. Hannah says it's crazy good vibes today and everyone is having fun because they got their commissary. Hannah talks about some new medication she got that made her loopy. She talks about working out. Hannah says she likes the new medication because it makes her feel high. Hannah complains about the jury instructions and Hannah doesn't understand why she is in there. Hannah says this whole thing has been a character attack on her. Hannah complains that she has all the fame and of a public figure, but none of the benefits. Hannah says this is all she's going to be known for. Mom asks whether or not Helena's friends and family are going to write letters for her. Hannah says she is nice and safe in jail. Hannah says they, referring to law enforcement and the prosecution, don't even have all their supplies, so how could they pin it on her? and that is reasonable doubt enough. They talk about how much Hannah's life they could take up, and this is messing up her modeling career. Hannah thinks the producers should be in jail. They complain about Dave Halls and how Hannah to save his own. Sorry, I had to read that very carefully because I wasn't sure how literal things were. Hannah is dismissive of the judge, talking about someone dying as a result of her actions. Hannah talks about how she's in good spirits. Hannah says she really is fine in jail, and some days she really likes it in there. Hannah says the prosecution bored the jury for 9 days, and when defense put their case, the jury was bored. They think the jury must have been tampered with. They feel let down by the FBI. Hannah says if the whole thing wasn't so comical, she would be upset. Mom yells that Hannah didn't cause Helena's death, and Hannah agrees. Hannah and her boyfriend talk about Hannah drinking and how she's mean when she drinks. Based on the timeline of their relationship, she had to have violated her conditions because there's another call where they talk about it being their 6-month anniversary. Oh, no. Oh. Thank you. Ashley, I appreciate that. Let me make sure everything is looking good. I got the buffer sound. Okay, we're live. It's live. Hasn't started yet. We're all good. We're all good. Okay, beeper is ready. So, yeah, the dates aren't adding up. Hannah says she deserves a new trial and that this is... We're not done. Hannah talks about her job at Mattress World and how she doesn't want her job back, but maybe does because she will need a job. Hannah wants to get on unemployment, and she thinks that losing her job due to incarceration is the best way to get on unemployment. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's the best way. Hannah says she should have signed the plea and then just gone on the news and denied it. Hannah says she's looking at 13 months, which is ridiculous over what happened. Hannah thinks the paramedic should be in jail for intubating her wrong, talking about Helena. Hannah says Mom can also give Carrie 2 or 3 of her pay stubs to shut that up. Hannah tells Mom to get the ones where she has 38 or 40 hours so it shows she has a full-time job and not the ones that show less. Hannah can't believe how many people are trying to ruin her. Hannah says everyone thinks it's crazy she got locked up with her history. Hannah says she shouldn't be in jail because she has no priors. Hannah complains that they literally put her in there with murderers. Hannah says that people have accidents and people die. It's an unfortunate part of life, but it doesn't mean she should be in jail. She says the medic on the set of Rust is a dumb and should have been prepared. They talk about the paramedics taking too long, and she would still be here today if they had done it right and not intubated her right. She calls the paramedics idiots. Mom says, how is that on you? Mom wonders if Carrie is going to be at sentencing. Mom says, she don't want to see me. Mom says, don't need that here. Hannah tells her that they all use the same bathroom as the public and chuckles. That's a threat. Mom wants to know if Carrie is going to be at sentencing. She doesn't want, and she says Carrie doesn't want to see Hannah's mom. Hannah says they all use the same bathroom as the public. Ha 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 ha. Wow. Okay, so jail calls are spicy. Let's do one more here. Oh, Amber's calling in. Hang on one second. Hey, Amber, what's happening?
I just have to say the bleep button was chef's kiss. It's perfect.
Well, I hope you could see my mouth was not moving. I both bleeped. My mouth did not read the words, and then the bleep was put in place so you knew there was something that I was skipping. So.
Yeah, it was perfect. But for anybody that was wondering, because I had a lot of people asking why her mom was not at sentencing, and said that nobody could find her mom in the gallery when the court panned, for the camera view. And this is why. So if anybody remembers, her mother had a loud outburst when the verdict was read.
Yes.
And she stormed out of the courtroom. She did 3 weeks in jail on contempt.
Okay, 3 weeks. That's on a contempt charge. That's pretty much like the maximum. Okay, unless unless the judge is just like, I'm going to destroy your life. I'm going to hold you here until you change your mind.
Right. Well, Mom also has priors too, so that also factors in.
Oh man, could the judge have sentenced her more than 18 months? No. It has guidelines, and it would have to have a reason to go beyond, and they just couldn't. So,
but anyway, yeah, that's why I wanted to draw your attention back to the 3-week stint, because she did get charged and did time for that outburst.
Yeah.
And she wasn't allowed in sentencing.
Yeah.
I repeat, she was not allowed at sentencing. Not that she didn't go because she didn't want to. She was not allowed at sentencing because she was threatening opposing counsel.
So yesterday somebody said in chat, 2 things I've learned from this channel from watching true crime is don't talk to the police and don't discuss your case on the jail calls. And Vicky, I'm going to see if I can get a quieter sound. It's actually preset. It's like built. It's a feature of the Rodecaster to have a cursey button. It's one of the settings. It's not a recording that I'm playing. So I'll have to figure out how it works. We have one more document.
All right, that's all I wanted to. Yeah, that's all I wanted to go through was just to clarify the whole mom situation.
Okay.
But yeah, you're doing great.
Hopefully this next document is a little easier and fewer beeps, because the beeps are loud. I understand. We're hopefully not having many of those.
I can't wait for Phil Boss's Twitter video he does.
Phil put on one just the other day. It was pretty good. So, all right, let's.
Okay, bye.
Okay, thanks, Amber. We'll see you. Bye. We hang up faster than anyone you've ever heard. It's like, okay, bye, click. Okay, continue to scroll. This is now we have the defendant's reply. So it starts with the defendant's motion. The state just replied, and they provided receipts with all the jail call summaries. Okay, if they have the summaries, I'm just saying, can we get the actual calls? Because those will be good. And now defense gets to reply to the state's response. So we have that here, and it's shorter. It's not very long. So here we go. And cut. There we go. All right. Defendants replied to state's response to defendant's sentencing memorandum and a request for conditional discharge. Tracy, and don't Google dumb stuff. Let's add that. Number 3 on the list. Don't Google dumb stuff. Don't talk to police. Don't talk on jail calls. Wait till we have Corey Richens. Sorry, I'm getting my people mixed up. Corey Richens' trial is going to add some more to that list as well. Don't write letters about, threatening witnesses. Here's the defendant's reply. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, by and through her counsel of record, Jason Bowles and Monica Barreras, hereby replies to the state's response to defendant's sentencing memorandum and a request for conditional discharge, and replies as follows. The state asked Ms. Gutierrez-Reed to be sentenced to 18 months with a designation of serious violent offender due to her extreme recklessness while working as an armor on rust set. Yet the state has recently made other statements exculpatory to Mrs. Gutierrez-Reed and the notion that she was extremely reckless in the case against Alec Baldwin. They can't have it both ways, consistent with the prosecutor's duty to do justice and seek truth. In the Baldwin case, in a response to Baldwin's motion to dismiss, the special prosecutors contend that Baldwin had absolutely no control of his own emotions while on the set. The filing further states that during the filming, Baldwin demanded a faster and faster pace from the crew and armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, which resulted in a relentless rushing of the crew and a routine compromise of safety measures. The response states that Baldwin frequently shouted and cursed at crew members, either directed at individuals or at no one in particular, demonstrating a lack of concern for the impact of his conduct on those around him. The response noted that numerous crew members observed Gutierrez-Reed's lack of experience, and Baldwin, the film's producer, failed to address these concerns. The response concluded that Gutierrez-Reed's negligence and inexperience, coupled with Baldwin's alleged lack of regard for safety, resulted in Hutchins' death. If the state believes all this, which it must because it wrote these things in a pleading, and no doubt will assert them at Baldwin's trial, then Miss Gutierrez-Reed did the best she could under poor circumstances and made a mistake, or at worst, was negligent under terribly rushed circumstances and a poor safety environment caused by production. This is precisely what OSHA found and that Miss Gutierrez-Reed stated in defense at her trial. The state cannot have it both ways, consistent with their obligation to the truth. Indeed, that is our entire system's obligation to find the truth. Ms. Gutierrez-Reed has felt real sadness. Miss Gutierrez-Reed has felt real sadness and remorse over the tragic events. She has experienced this largely in private and has sought counseling to deal with her emotions and mental breakdowns. The prosecutor's highlighting of Miss Gutierrez-Reed's jail calls, evidence and frustration at the system, does not detract from Mrs. Reed's heartbreak and extreme sadness over what occurred on the rest set. No doubt, some of the things said in those jail calls were not accurate, including regarding this court. We live in a country, however, where people are accorded some latitude in stating even unpopular opinions and statements which are wrong and lamentable. This system still has an obligation to move forward in an unbiased manner with respect to all aspects, including sentencing. The special prosecutors have reacted at times in pleadings with an evident bias and a retaliatory attitude toward Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. Yet what really matters is the conduct that is being punished. Here, by the prosecutor's own words, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was plagued with inexperience in working on a rush set caused by production and Baldwin, and her negligence in that atmosphere should be considered in totality in the sentence that this court fashions. Indeed, in yet another very problematic occurrence in this case, last week the special prosecutor disclosed to counsel for the first time in a prior interview of Seth Kennedy with District Attorney's Office investigators that lasted 2.5 hours. That statement isn't dated, but it was represented as happening before trial, and it's also unclear who the investigators are from the Attorney General's office. The bottom line is the statement had to be turned over consistent with Bradley and Giglow and their progeny and would have been used effectively in cross-examination of Ms. Kennedy, but to rebut points being made in the state's case. It's conceivable that the District Attorney's Office wouldn't have remembered this statement and to disclose it to the new special prosecutor. The special prosecutor denied knowledge of this interview, which contains abundant Brady and Giglio material. But that would have been used in cross-examination and to rebut aspects of the state's case. That includes the following statements in summary that Mr. Kenny made and that was never disclosed to the defense prior to trial. He praises Hannah's work at times in the interview. He says there's a standard that the prop master is the boss. He says Sarah's the boss, and if something goes missing or stolen, she has to report it. She's managing things, which allows the armor to focus on guns, and Sarah is everything else. She mentions that Hannah grew up on the set of movies and has a lot of immersion in the set industry. He says she has more experience with Westerns than he did up until 1883. He says prop masters who handle guns won't call out armor to test bullets, and he mentions that sheriffs confuse replica guns with real guns. Sarah told him Hannah was doing great with the guns, and the director was happy. This is all stuff that they wish they got, right? There's like this letter. They're like, if we'd only known about this, it would have changed everything. Maybe this is, this will get the new case on appeal. It's not going to happen. First of all, let me tell you why. Even if this case is like ripe for an appeal, if there's like a screaming low-hanging fruit that's labeled appeal and all you need to do is pick it, it's not going to happen because it takes so long to get transcripts from the case and to make the filings and make the motion and work through the court system. By the time this is agreed to be heard and is then heard, thank you, Ashley, appreciate that. By the time it's filed and heard, assuming it does, most of them don't. If it is heard, guess what will happen? Hannah will already be out of prison. She'll be out already. And the appellate court's going to take this up and say, oh, we have this motion for a new trial from a defendant who was convicted and fully served their time. You want us to go back and say, wait, strike that, put you in jeopardy again because you've already served you've been sentenced and you've already served your time, and then possibly find you guilty again? And what? They're going to say this is moot. It's moot. It has any action we take here won't affect. It can't change what already happened. It's a done deal. Anyway, that's my take on that one. They can ask for release pending appeal. They asked for release pending sentencing. Didn't get that. I don't think they'll get release pending appeal. He mentions the anonymous hotline. If there was something wrong, why didn't they call? Sabotage could be anyone on the set. Nick Cage said she almost blew my eardrums out. And then Seth says, why did she get an invite to the next Nick Cage movie if that was true? He mentions a little girl on the set of that movie that Hannah taught to shoot. The girl gave her a tribute painting. Things went well there. Hannah taught a little girl to shoot. Nothing bad happened. Maybe she got beat down by AD and Alec. It's a boys' club. Alec trusts AD because he's a man. If she said she got pushed around, no one would disagree. She's got the experience. If she ever came up with that kind of defense, then I'd think, well, finally you're going to be real about this thing. If the camera crew didn't feel safe, well, then call the hotline. Kind of suspicious to me. If they got their hotels, would they have said they didn't feel safe? Talking about the camera crew. They didn't get their hotels. That was the problem. He talks about Sarah's accidental discharge. Sarah was super responsible and apologized to everyone. Hannah was trying to punch down on Sarah for accidental discharge. Accidental discharges happen. He mentions Tim McGraw, Daniel Craig, Denzel having them. He told Hannah to let it go about Sarah's accidental discharge. He says about the AD and Alec, how are you not making sure a 24-year-old armor has every ounce of support? She's got the experience and history. She had more time on set in Westerns than I did before 1883. Maybe it stopped being fun for her. Was she swimming from the bottom? Hannah came out strong. She was pushed around by Alec and AD. Props department needs every ounce of support. Any work coming up? Interviewer asks at the end. Seth, well, with all the heat, they said, maybe it's best you don't come back on the set of 1883. They don't know what to believe. My attorney's got things cleared up with the LA Times, but the collateral damage is there, just trying to hit the reset button and get back to work in March. These statements individually and collectively are exculpatory and clear Brady and Giglio disclosures that were not made to the defense. They should be considered by this court, as well as sentencing if it will be the subject, and it will be the subject of another motion. So this is what they call a Brady violation. Okay, this is something that is exculpatory, that should have been provided, that the prosecution had in their possession, that was not provided to the defense. And the defense is saying it has information here that could have helped my client because of that, because they failed to turn it over. That is a, if they rule that this is exculpatory, that could be a reason to have a new trial. Accordingly, Ms. Gutierrrez-Reed requests this court to consider the totality of the circumstances and information provided and to fashion a reasonable sentence, including probation, with supervision and monitoring. And that one's done. So those are our three documents that led up to the fun events of yesterday with the sentencing. I didn't hear anything that was material. No, I don't think there was much in there. So the next thing up, did we lose the live screen? Did we lose the live amount screen for Maya on top mark? You shouldn't have. Let's see. If mediation is over, I'm not sure. I'll have to see if everybody wants the channel to keep the counter up. Let me check on the phone. It's the easiest thing to do. It shows the counter's still up. It's up. Counter's still there. Thank you, Ashley. The counter's up. It's up over 4.5 million. I'll reach out. One of the reasons I was keeping it up was for counsel, for Anderson and Nick. But I'll see if they need it further. Eventually, we're going to use this the system that's running that as a standalone router for some other purposes, particularly in replay. Yes, keep it up because they have interest to pay. I may run it a different way then. I may put it on like a smaller, like a Raspberry Pi device or something instead of the system it's on, because I need to the processing power that system that's running that one is the strongest of all my systems. and it will be able to run and make highlight reels in like real time. That's one of the plans we have. So, all right, where do we go from here? We covered the Hannah things. Sorry for all the beeps. Your ears are probably still ringing. Welcome to my world. Tinnitus for the win. We're going to let's see. Let me pop in just briefly on Chad Daybell to see what's going on over there.
And what did it expand to include?
Into the deaths of Charles Vallow, J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Tammy Daybell, and shooting attempts of Brandon Boudreaux and Tammy Daybell.
Yeah, so they don't have much to talk about during that trial, do they? Okay, that's live over on the Top Mark Media channel. We'll keep that going throughout today. We were going to do some court hopping today, so I wanted to check in with some of our favorites. We'll see. I'm thinking Judge Wolf. We might see if Judge Simpson is up. Stephanie Boyd. Who else? Who else would be on that list? Looks like Judge Boyd is up. We're going to see if we can jump to that one here.
And we have undercover set up in the parking lot.
Is she in trial?
To observe the control by, and another set at the house. Another one to set up to conduct rolling surveillance to follow.
And so rolling surveillance, can you describe that briefly to us?
Yeah, you're working covertly, trying to keep eye on the vehicle that's rolling or moving.
And so in this case, who were y'all surveilling besides the house? Was there a person you were surveilling?
Yes, I believe it's Reyes is the last name.
Mm-hmm. And so did you have rolling surveillance on Ms. Reyes?
Yes.
So was there somebody, did you or somebody in your team have eyes on her the entire time when she left the house?
Yes.
And what date was that on?
I don't remember what date it was.
You have to look at those reports, that's okay.
Okay.
Witnesses testifying in front of the Alamo. That's the picture behind him. Love it. This courtroom is quite classy. The judge, Judge Stephanie Boyd, has a new purse pretty much every day, and also has fresh flowers on display on her desk.
Yeah, I don't remember what date it was.
So that was before you started the search warrant, right?
Yes, that was before.
So did y'all get a warrant as part of this case?
Yes.
Were you the affiant in the warrant?
No, Deputy Perez was.
So the warrant, do you remember the date the warrant was served, or is that in your report?
I believe it was November 1st.
And so typically, do you get the warrant the same day you serve the warrant? Do you do that before, a couple days before, the day before?
At least the day before, a couple days before, yeah.
And what's the purpose of that?
The information that's gathered and utilizing the control by as probable cause, you have a certain amount of time to get that presented to the magistrate.
Do you sometimes leave a gap in time to protect the identity of the confidential informant?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And were you part of the team that served the search warrant on the house?
Yes.
Did you search the house as part of your duties?
I did not.
What were your duties when the search warrant was served?
Just to take down names of the persons that were there, and also try to interview some of the people that were there that were willing to cooperate.
Okay, and so you're wearing your uniform today and you've got your body cam on.
Mm-hmm.
When you're working in your day-to-day capacity, do you wear the uniform?
No.
Are you wearing the body cam?
No.
And what's the purpose of that?
We work covertly, so we're trying to wear the least amount of identifying markings.
And are you in a marked police vehicle?
No.
So it's and when you're watching the controlled buy,
Thank
Are
you.
On recovery or in plainclothes?
I must not have an updated list of your
Yes.
of your classes.
One moment, Your Honor.
I read in your report that you're being.
Okay, sorry about that. We're I'm trying to pull up another feed, and we've got a parole hearing going on in Louisiana. We haven't been there for a little while, and since I don't know what this case is about, we might jump over to parole hearings really quickly, just to see the other side of the spectrum, as oftentimes we see people entering the system and not exiting. So let's jump from this officer testifying until we can find some more details to the parole hearing instead.
Trying to get reacclimated with a prosthesis.
All right. So you have a residence plan. It looks like. Who would you be living with if you happen to make parole today?
My daughter.
And how many times has your daughter visited you there at Dixon?
I really didn't want anybody to come see me while I was incarcerated, because I didn't want my family to see me in a predicament like this, because at the time I didn't think that I'd ever be re-released.
So you really haven't had much of a relationship with your daughter?
Yes, I have. I had a relationship with her. I talked to her on the phone, but I have grandkids that I didn't want to be visiting, seeing me in prison.
I see. Okay. All right. At this point, I'd like to ask if either of my colleagues have any questions they would like to have.
Questions. I got questions.
Okay. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Smith, I see where in 22 you had to write up a contraband. What was the contraband?
It was a hand sharpened metal object.
A shiv?
Ice pick, knife.
What you was doing with that? Somebody was messing with you?
It was just a foolish mistake that I had a weapon that felt that I thought that I needed protection, which I didn't, which turned into kind of a blessing in disguise that I did catch a write-up for, because at that time, after being incarcerated, put in a block, it changed my life forever.
Lucky for me, I had a shiv and got caught. Is that what you just said?
Why should I think about letting you loose? It's obvious you have a bad drug problem and you couldn't shake it in prison. What's gonna make you think that you're gonna shake it outside of prison?
I'm putting the tools that I've gotten in prison into play with my regular everyday life. I've been taking NA and AA classes, learning the 12-step program, and I do have a family support, and there's no such thing as I'm having a victimless crime. Since I had a drug offense, my family has been part of the victims that I have affected with me being gone. And I really, really, really have the desire to change and not be the person that I once was.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Prater?
Yes, sir. Did you commit all the crimes that you've committed because life has been so hard on you?
I was just trying to drown it all out, not remember. Instead of facing everything head on, I tried to just find an escape. And I realized that now that I didn't find an escape because those problems were still there, I've learned to cope with it and find other solutions other than getting high. But yes, at that point in time, yes, I did.
Okay, another question. Laws are just a way to keep poor people down. Is that an accurate statement?
No. Laws are put in place because there are people who break rules.
Okay. I was reading some of your questions and some of the strange answers, because you according to your scores and all, you have an antisocial personality and or some traits to it, antisocial thinking. And so I was just trying to get some of those straight in my mind. All right, that's all the questions.
Mathis, can you reach out to Amber on Discord?
We will call on Mr. Tyrone Smith, who is with the First 72 program, who would like to speak in support of you. Mr. Smith, there you are. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for allowing me to speak on behalf of Mr. Jabari. I'm one of the co-founders of the organization of First 72 Plus, where we help guys to try to make a better transition into society once they're released. And I believe Mr. Jabari would be a great fit for our program. Like yourself, I was addicted to drugs, and I've been clean almost 30 years now. And so even with our program that we have, one of the programs that we have is called a 9 Step to Staying Free. In this program here, we have almost like 20 to 30 men every Wednesday come here trying to maintain their sobriety and staying clean and sober. And they're not even court ordered to come here. And so with Mr. Jabari, when he come here, he'll be teaching some of the same classes that they have in the prison, like thinking for change, decision making, responding versus reacting, who moved my cheese, framing possibilities, and building the bridge as you walk it. Some of these classes that we'll be introducing to him if he is granted his parole. And another program, Hater, where he'll be going for, because he reaching out for help for his addiction. And this program here will definitely help him with the help on the 72 plus. And when he get out, we have his back from the start to the finish. From the time he get out to the staying out, we'll hook him up. We'll have him introduce him to a coach as a former incarcerated person. Will lead and guide him. So when he having those rough times and trying to make decisions, he'll have somebody that he can call on at any given time to help him out. So we're just asking that you just give him another chance, because I see he have a lot of conviction, but they didn't have programs in place when he was all those other times that he had those convictions. But now we have a program that's going to go be with him hand in hand every step of the way if you all grant him his parole. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. We also have some members of your family today at Dixon that would like to speak in support. First of all, we'll ask that your daughter wants to speak, Ms. Bridges.
Ms. Bridges.
You have about 3 minutes, if you could keep it to about 3 minutes. Okay, introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning. I'm Gutierrrez-Reed Bridges. I'm the daughter of Jabari-Smith, and I want to speak on behalf of, although those convictions that you guys see on paper, to be the daughter of Jabari-Smith, I see past those convictions. I see past those mistakes. And although he has made mistakes in the past, he still has raised a wonderful daughter, which is myself, who's never been in trouble, has never been in any type of trouble at all. College graduate, 2 kids. So even though he has made, mistakes in the past, he's always been, someone for me. Someone who I do need desperately, someone who's always been there for me. And although, he's been here, our relationship never changed. The things that he may have done or, been convicted of, those things never changed our relationship. And I am asking that you guys give him another chance. And because now I am an adult, I take responsibility of some of the actions and things that he will be doing as a free man.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bridges. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Smith, Myrna Smith, the other.
Thank you. Good morning. You can hear me? Okay. Yes, I am the mother of Jabari Smith. And maybe through life, when I thought I was doing everything right, because I was a single mother, but I did the best that I can. Jabari is all that I have. We all have children. We all have different feelings for our children. But the one and only child was a lonely child. And I asked, I'm not contradicting nobody's religion, but I asked in Jesus' name that you could give my child another chance at life. My health has failed me over the years since he's been gone. I don't have that much longer left, and I know this. I'm on oxygen 24/7. And I must say one more time, Jesus' name, and I plead, let my baby go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith. I also want to make note for the record that you have several other people in support today. You have your cousin Raquel Green, Dewan Green cousin, Lexi Lopez friend, Ashley Williams friend, and James Watson, your stepfather. So thank you. Part of the hearing. At this time, I'm going to ask Warden Bickham, do you have any comments about this offender?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, board again. Thank you for y'all's time. Jabari, and y'all have kind of gone through it pretty good. Just to touch back on his last write-up was in, I think 22, if I'm looking at here. Yeah, 22. But he does seem to be on a better trajectory since then. I am proud of what he's done since that write-up. So he has been doing better. He's done some good programming stuff. I think he's on the right track at the moment. I don't know if he's made it there yet, but he's definitely on the right track, heading the right direction. I want to acknowledge that for him, but that's all.
Thank you very much. Jabari, at this point, I want you to speak for yourself and talk to the board and tell why you think we should parole you today.
I believe that I would thrive with a second chance at life. I'm not that person that I once was. I own up and take responsibility for the actions that I have and that I have. I had a drug addiction in the past that I am working on. I'll probably be an addict for the rest of my life, but now I understand that if I want to live a free life, I have to put that behind me. I'm not the person that I once was. And I'd asked the board to just give me the opportunity to prove that I can be a productive citizen.
I have some questions that I need some information I need to clarify with the staff. I'd like to go into executive session. Would you make a motion? And Mr. Prater seconds. So we have Paul, Steve Prater?
Yes.
Steve Prater?
Yes.
Gerald? Yeah. We'll be back in just a moment. I have some information to clarify. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mute it, Mr. Cavalier.
Mute it. Okay. A lot of times when they go into executive session, they are basically saying, hey, how does everyone feel about this? So I think they have had a new board put in. These are new people. They seem a little unsure of themselves about how to do this. It seems like they're brand new. A new Louisiana Board of Pardon and Parole. Couple updates for you regarding the Franklin Tucker case. It's not going to be live streamed, but we're working on getting a copy of that once it happens. Amber, thank you for making connections there and for putting those pieces in place. So we're hopefully going to be able to have access to that very shortly after it's done, but it will not be done live, and that's the hearing today. So we'll have an as live, which is basically the same way we're getting the Arizona court. I'm also not seeing anyone live with a live feed out of court for the Arizona court. Well, you know, they're in session. They're starting today. The state still has not rested. So yeah, it's going to be lots of things happening, lots of moving pieces, and thanks to the many of you who are helping behind the scenes to line those things up for me as we try to get that set for you. It's just not available. I mean, there's some, like in the Arizona case, they've had a couple problems. I know that some of the news stations, because we've called some of them, are saying we have a tough time getting a signal out of there, and it's a very difficult environment to audio wise to get the good sound. So they're struggling with that. The best way is sort of like the recorded Zoom, but only the court's allowed to record it, and then they can share it. And so we can't use it until the court shares it, and they don't upload it until the day's over or it's lunch break or something when the system doesn't have a heavy load on. So we're dealing with it as we can, as we continue with that case. We might get later in the day, we might get the morning of today, so we might be able to pick up the Arizona the morning, be like half a day behind on that one to watch that. So I'll keep you in the loop on that one. Let's see, what else do we have? As far as coming up today, let me check my schedule. Somebody said Judge Wolf had a July 14th, 15th has a pro se defendant. It's just simple possession, but it might be a very interesting case to follow. Let's see. Arizona starts in 30 minutes. It might be up. We'll watch and see. I'm checking all the usual suspects. The funny thing is the outlet that was awarded the pool media position for this case doesn't want it. Like they signed up and like, now it's too much work. You know, we didn't know what we were signing up for. So it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I think they're just hiring anyone they can to try to fill that spot, and it's not working well. Okay, looking at the upcoming cases schedule while they're still in executive session. I'll put Judge Wolf on here for pro se. That might be interesting. Let's see, for 7:15.
Thank you so much for allowing us to take that break. There's been a lot of changes in some programming, and I wanted to ask a few questions about some programming. So we have questioned you, and you've given us your input, and we've heard from your supporters. It's time to vote, and I'm going to start our voting. Mr. Smith, I think you're making great progress. And I apologize for not knowing how to read your educational class information. I understand that better now. So I do acknowledge you've had some good programming. Mr. Smith, I really believe that you need a little bit more intensive training on narcotics in your addiction. I cannot, I'm going to deny your parole today, but what I'm going to do, my vote is to deny, is to ask Gordon to send you to the Steve Hoyle program to get some very intensive narcotic training. And that's up to the facility there. Mr. Ryder, your vote?
My vote's to deny for a number of reasons. And I just don't think that he's learned the rules for everybody. And I really would like to see, I'd like to see him follow the rules that everybody else has to follow. I noticed at 2 different times that, you know, he's been charged with firearms. One time with aggravated battery, he was shooting somebody or hitting somebody with a gun. And those things are frankly forbidden. He's been tried for parole or probation twice, and he got revoked. So he's got a history of antisocial behavior that he doesn't follow the rules. And until that can be proven that he can follow the rules, I think the deal will be denied.
All right. And Mr. Freeman?
Okay, I agree with my colleagues, and I also recommend to Steve Hall, which we will put in that recommendation from up here forward, because we can get them in easier. You go there, you sit there on the first row, you learn, you stay right up free for the next, I think what he can reapply in 2 years or a year and a half.
Something like that.
And, if you do all of that, I think you'll have a chance next time, but you got to prove to us that you can stay in jail and not get written up. Okay?
No more shivs.
Yes, sir.
So today, your parole has been denied, Mr. Smith. We thank your family and facility there. This closes out our hearings there at Dixon, and we appreciate all of your support there. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank y'all. Y'all have a great day. Have a blessed one.
Ooh, he's on crutches. He said he was getting a prosthetic, I think. See if they have another one here before we jump around. We're keeping an eye to see if maybe there might be a feed out of Arizona today. Pool feed, I think they don't start for another half hour because they're later in the day. But if you guys see one, let me know. See, what's the date today? April 16th. Oh, Scott Peterson has a hearing today. There's a motion to seal the hearing. I'm not sure if it's going to be televised. Usually a motion to seal means there's not televised, but Scott Peterson and the Lacey Peterson murder. It's an appeal that they're working on. And so let's see, motion about DNA is going to be on the 29th and July 15th. So this is just the motion to seal the hearing. It's not going to be super spicy. It's basically saying, can we get the cameras out of the courtroom so we can talk? Can you get rid of the heart at the bottom of the chat for top mark? Yes. I wish I didn't have to turn this off every time. Maybe someone could teach me how to fix this. YouTube Studio. Live reactions off. Okay. Okay, I've turned it off for Daybell. Let me make sure it's turned off for the Kowalski counter as well. It's turned off there as well. Okay. Fixed. Thanks for asking. Have they done the jury selection for Reed yet? Karen Reed, that started today, Evie. We're gonna catch up probably in the evening or first thing in the morning. We might do a recap of what happened the day before. I have a question. I'm not saying I believe this. It's just a question. But is there proof that Lacey Peterson was murdered? I would say yes on that one. Lindsay says, oh, shoot, it's past 10. It's been a lovely morning with you all. Can't believe I heard RA say butt cheeks at the ripe time of 9 a.m. I'll be over watching Karen Reed Business at Brandy's. That's awesome. Ashley, sorry I missed that earlier. Thank you. I got it. How often can you apply for parole, and when can you do it again? This particular gentleman, he's going to be back up again in a year, 1 to 3 years, basically. But man, his last write-up was for having a shiv and an ice pick, which he's like, it's actually a blessing in my life because it turned me around. Like, I don't know. That's a pretty big violation. That's the step before finding a dead body in your cell, and it's not you. That's a tough call. They're doing jury selection one by one and will take forever. One at a time. They're not bringing a pool in and then, I mean, I know, that's, let's see what happened. Chad Daybell. There was a portion of jury selection that was one at a time, but usually it's, they would do a panel first and get through, some of the generic stuff, and then they'd bring them in individually to talk about things. But wow. I want to watch his full trial, but I can't find it anywhere. All I've seen is documentaries. Allie B, which one are you talking about? Might be able to help you out. Which trial are you looking for? Okay. This happened in his jail cell. Oh, you're talking about Scott Peterson? I don't know. Coverage back then wasn't as good as it is now. Yes, I believe there was some evidence recovered, for sure. I don't know if it's out there. If it is, it might be a television station that might have it. Heidi, it is going to be covered today of one way or another. We're watching right now for it. I don't see a live stream yet. Yeah, I'm trying to check for it. I'm not seeing anybody with a feed. I'll tell you where it might end up. The most likely places to find this, if you're looking for it, would be on the websites for either KGUN or KVOA. So if you want to keep an ear to the ground, I think KVOA is probably your best bet, even though KGUN is the pool photographer. They are sending people there to film. They've had somebody there every day, but they're not necessarily live streaming it from court. Fox 10 Phoenix has been carrying it in the past, if it's available, if it's live streamed from court. See, ABC 15 Arizona has also been streaming that one. Yeah, but News 4 Tucson, KVOA is probably your best bet, or KGUN. Oh, WFAA had it as well. Not a live stream, though. Scrolling through who's done this. Quick question for you. For those that were watching over on Brandy's channel, the other day she was following a situation in Las Vegas where there happened to be a SWAT standoff. Okay, and I followed it a little bit. It went for a long, long time. But at the end of the standoff, basically, they brought in an excavator and just started demolishing the house to get the guy out. They just, like a traco, big, like a big construction vehicle, and just started chewing away at the front of the house so they could see into the rooms. Bit dramatic. I'm curious, though, the individual on the ground who was reporting it, who ran a live stream, posted a little video where it appears that he either was or was threatened with arrest, and they shut down his live stream. Is there any update? Was it LVL or something? They won't say that what happened. They said he was found dead. Was there? But I'm curious about the gentleman who was live streaming. He wasn't arrested, but they shut it down, and I'm trying to figure out why. First of all, I think that the cops were out of line, but he was threatened with jail. Watch till 1 a.m. He was threatened with arrest, and that was the end of the stream. His name is Doug. He's a colleague of the guy I was watching do the police chase. Vicky, I'd love to talk to Doug a little bit. SWAT threatened him. I know that the city, like Henderson Police, they even came over and talked to him, like, "Hey, what's up?" type of thing early on. But when the big boys came to town, when the SWAT teams came in, they had issues. But did they not know he was live streaming? I mean, when the other department came, that's when they told him to leave. Based on what? Based on what? Check the burner. I'll check the burner. Okay. Man, Amber's teasing me. Okay, Amber is teasing me because the case up in Indiana with the sheriff that is allegedly stole $5 million is the juiciest case ever. Okay, ever. It's the former sheriff, Jamie Noel, his wife, Misty, who turned herself in, and daughter, Casey, with all the charges related to the same thing. It's super spicy. The judge sent former sheriff to jail for contempt of court. The wife of the judge presiding on this case was arrested for DUI about 2 months ago with a BAC of nearly 0.21. Wow. Okay. So check the burner. I'm just not seeing it here. There it is. Stephanie Bond, sentencing phase, Texas via John Stephen Meyer. Okay, it's just sentencing. Ag assault. Sorry, the burner phone's blowing up right now. Like I'm getting a million messages all at the same time. There's Dr. Joe. I can understand why the police would want it shut down. Less chance of the person inside knowing what is happening on the outside. SF in Texas, I hear that, but the police don't always get their way. They have to follow the law. Fried dill pickle dip. Good stuff. Okay. Jerry Elders started yesterday on Fox 4. Only 40 viewers, so not the best cameraman. 40 viewers and a bad cameraman. Las Vegas Live News. I think I might reach out to him. I love what they do. I think that stuff's really useful. Let's see, we've got one more parole board
Going to
hearing.
continue our hearings. We've changed locations. We are now hearing at the State Police Barracks. Today on the panels, I'm Jerry Ledoux. Chairing to my left is Steve Prater. To my right is Pete Freeman. Who do we have there at Barracks? Could you introduce yourself?
My name is Bobby Williams.
Let's go with staff first.
Go ahead.
Lisa Praisall with classification.
Captain Pat Washington.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
What we're going to do is I'm going to ask you some questions and you're going to verify the information, Mr. Williams, and then we're going to ask you some questions. After that, we will allow your supporters to make some statements, and then we'll allow you to make a final statement to the board prior to hearing. So please state your name and your DOC number.
Bobby Williams, 422-427.
Okay, Mr. Williams, I see that you are a third-class offender. You're currently serving a 50-year sentence. You were convicted of attempted second-degree murder and accessory with for possession of cocaine. Your parole eligibility date is September 22nd, 2024. You have a good time date today of June 2nd, 2040, and a full term date of October 26th, 2053. Is that information correct according to your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So at this time, we're going to ask Mr. Freeman is going to take the lead in asking you some questions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Williams, good morning.
How you doing, Mr. Freeman?
First off, Mr. Williams, how old are you?
47.
What is your educational level?
1 year of college.
Okay, did you get your GED in prison or before you got there?
I got a high school diploma.
Okay, where did you get that from?
Peabody Magnet High School.
Okay, and how long have you been in prison on this charge?
20 years, sir.
Okay, had you ever served time before that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how long you served before that and what was the charge?
18 months, possession of hydrocodone.
Okay, did you ever leave parish jail or did you go to a state institution?
I stayed in the parish jail as a trustee.
All right. Tell me a little bit about what went on. I mean, I read the arrest report. I mean, did this start out as a drug deal or was this a robbery from the get-go?
First, I'd like to say I take full responsibility of what happened that night. And it started out as a drug deal, sir. And then me and Mr. Green had got into an argument. And I had shot him.
So you admit that you did do the shooting. That's good.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how much money did you get out the deal? Do you remember?
I had made $500 because that was my cocaine that they were selling.
Right. Right. So you a drug dealer or a drug user?
Both, Mr. Freeman.
Okay. And have you ever got any treatment for your drug problem, addiction?
One time on the street, Mr. Freeman.
Okay. How long was that program?
I did an outpatient at Red River for 28 days.
Okay, I see you had a probation out of Texas.
Yes, sir.
And you completed that one?
No, sir. That's why they ran it in with
this time.
No, with the other charge, and I did it then.
Oh, okay. So how many times you been on supervision?
Twice. Once on probation and once on parole.
Okay. So looking at law enforcement, let's see what law enforcement had to say. You got no comment from the judge. The DA is opposed. The sheriff is opposed. The offender's family is unopposed. That's unusual.
Hey, Vicky, try this new link.
No, that's your family. That's unopposed. Your stepfather, Alfred Rochelle. And I think he's here today, Mr. Rochelle. Okay. And classes. When was the last class you took?
I'm currently taking one now, but I had just finished anger management again. I had took it twice because I knew I had to work on my anger because that was the cause of the root of the incident that night for
First
Mr.
one
Green.
didn't stick. Didn't take the first time through.
What did lead to the drug deal going bad? What happened?
But me and Mr. Green had started arguing. He had come out the house, and me and him and I believe I had startled him, sir. And we started arguing and passing words. And due to my anger and not understanding, we blew everything out of proportion. And then we started fighting and tussling. And I had pulled my gun out and shot him.
That escalated
Was there
quickly.
some discussion as to the product wasn't good?
No, sir. It was because I believe I had startled him when he come to the side of the house. I was on the side of the house using the restroom. I had got out because we was in a little country town, and I just got out to use the restroom.
We do have some victim impact statements.
Hang on just one second, Vicky.
And one of them, they wanted it to remain confidential, but they are against. But they said if you did get out, they want you to have no contact with the family if you did get out, but that they are against it. Okay. That looks like just only comment. All right. And your write-up to disciplinary history. I saw in 2015, you had 2 intoxications. What were you intoxicated on?
Really, Mojo, sir.
Okay.
Mojo.
And, what was your rule violation 28? What was that?
That was we was in the cell block, and it was a work offense. We had went to the work the day before. And we came in and the showers were broken. So we had to go to work the next day. And I had refused to go to work until I had showered. I wound up going the second half though, after I showered.
Is that worth it? Or you wish you'd have took that?
I really wish I would have just went on to work, sir. I could have took a bath and
yeah. How'd you got to think of what's best? Okay. Where you could reside at?
In Alexandria, Louisiana, with my sister and my stepfather.
Okay. And where will you be working at?
I have a few people that have promised me a job at Plywood Supply in Chopin, Louisiana. And I currently have, if I am released, I'll be working on getting my TWIC card because I have 2 cousins that work offshore and they're willing to get me hired on with them. And I have a friend working on the railroad, sir.
We're going to see if we can hear this one out. Vicky, I've got Vicky on Google Meets right now. I'm not sure if you can hear me, Vicky. But
I have no further questions.
Okay. As soon as this one's
Mr.
done,
Prater,
we'll
do
take
you
your
have any
calls. All right?
questions?
Can
No.
you wait that long?
Yeah, no worries.
Go ahead.
Okay.
What is your sobriety plan when you get out? How are you going to remain sober?
I already took the resources to go to rehab. I had already talked to a guy. He's one of my letter of support. He runs a mobile crisis team in Alexandria, Louisiana, and I had already taken the opportunity to go on and apply. If I am granted, he will help me work on my mental health, my anger management, and my substance abuse. And I've been working on it because I'm an AA, NA, and I'm a facilitator there. Because I knew I had to work within myself.
Okay.
Interesting as a facilitator.
Okay.
Chairman.
We'd like to now go by Zoom to Carrie Myers, who's with the Louisiana Parole Project. Mr. Myers, would you like to make a statement to the board?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Carrie Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We've been working with Mr. Williams for the past several months. We've been impressed by several things. One, his job. He works at the airport for state police. That's a highly trusted position, maybe one of the most highly trusted positions you can have there at the state police barracks. He is an AANA facilitator. He has continually worked on his sobriety. He has completed living in balance and anger management, as you heard twice. He's got a plan, a transition plan. One of the things that will happen, though,
double
first,
major in anger management.
he will get an evaluation from our social worker, and we'll coordinate with his providers in Alexandria with any recommendations that come from that. We're prepared to offer him the full complement of transitional services, from technology to social norms, to goal setting, to financial management and planning. We understand, again, fully that 20 years is a long time, and the ability to have a solid transition with the mentorship and the coaching that Parole Project can provide. We know that the success that we've had in our program is based in part on who comes into our program. And we in screening Mr. Williams, we feel like he's an excellent candidate. So we asked this board to consider all this in their decision today.
Thank you, Mr. Myers. Today we have here at headquarters,
We're going to jump in time just a
four
tiny bit.
members, father and sister would like to speak. You can approach the podium, and whichever wants to go first, you can go, Mr. Rochelle. And you have 3 minutes to address us. Okay. Just introduce yourself and address her.
My name is Gutierrrez-Reed, and I'm Bobby Williams' sister. I'm speaking on behalf of my mom, who's deceased. She passed away last year. I'm speaking on Bobby's behalf because we are deeply regretted for the pain that resulted in this unfortunate incident. We also understand that this tragedy has touched not only our family, but it has become the other family. We ask that you would, at the utmost respect and sincerity, would accept our apology for what has transpired. Bobby has showed us that he has the proactive plan for positive change and contribution in what our family has going. He has committed to stay involved in our group sessions and also to be active in my mentor program. He has shown our family dedication to his healing and his growth. Within our church, Bobby has showed all types of ways that he will participate in the outreach programs that we're offering, and the support through our ministry, as well as our spiritual community activities that we have in our area. In the wider part of the community, Bobby plans to attend, what we call Stop the Violence, to help reduce the community violence in Alexandria. He also will be a part of Caring Choices that he already talked about with the substance abuse, mental health, to ensure his well-being. As I close, I want to let you know that Bobby has shown me, as his sister, from his daughter, his niece, his nephew, the change that he has progressed from the time this has happened to now, this present moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rochelle.
My name is Alfred Rashiel. Bobby's been in my life since he's 5. I started with T-ball, baseball, football, but the list goes on and on, being a father figure. And now I have his daughter in my possession, and he's been with me since she was 1 year, since birth. And now I have access to having his granddaughter, which is my great-granddaughter, which is 2 years old, which is my heart. And speaking on behalf of Bobby and the family, He's been a beacon light, missing in a sense because I have a grandson and a granddaughter who's also of age, who don't call him Uncle Pappy, they call him Mike. And I keep telling them, that's your uncle. That's my vouch. So I want to say to the board, he is a person that is believed to will be willing to help individuals, both boys and girls in the community. And he's been a beacon light to me because I served in several roles in my community. And my job right now is to stay busy because I miss that young man. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Babs, thoughts and prayers for you.
So
thanks for the kind words. Excited.
It would be appropriate,
thinking
Mr.
you're making
Williams,
some
for you
progress.
have an
We'll keep praying for you.
opportunity to address the board and speak on your own behalf, which you want us to know before a decision would be made.
First, I'd like to thank the board for giving me this opportunity to apologize to Patrick Green's family for the hurt and harm and the pain that I've caused them. And I want to apologize also for the hurt and harm that I've caused my family and the state of Louisiana. I deeply regret that I had hurt Patrick Green's family. I always remember that day at sentencing, his daughter was there. And she should be 20, she's turned 21 this year. And I always thought about it every day since I've been incarcerated this whole 20 years, because she's the same age as my daughter. She'll never have her father for her graduation or when she get married or on her birthdays. And I just want to apologize to him for that hurt that I have caused her and that pain. And I have taken the proper classes over my 20 years to get myself straight, because I had to get myself within, I had to get myself straight. And the classes that I have taken, they are really working on me. And if I am granted today, I would ask you that I work on my welding trade that I received incarcerated, that I'll be able to pursue it and work out, go to work release and work offshore. And I thank you for allowing me this time to take responsibility for what I have done and to apologize to Patrick Green's family. Thank you.
I'd like to move for executive session.
I have a motion to go into executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Could you please call roll?
Steve Carter?
Here, I mean, yes.
Here, I mean, yes.
Yes.
Here.
Before we go to executive session, Captain, do you have anything you want to say about him, about the inmate?
You can't interrupt roll
sir.
call.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board. Thank y'all. And I'll be good stewards of your time. Bobby's been here 2 years, and usually with our program, when somebody comes in, they get a job, and we put him on the grass crew at headquarters. The entire time Bobby was there, never got a single complaint about it. In fact, they bragged about his work ethic and how they had never seen anybody who could efficiently operate 2 weed eaters at one time. I asked Bobby on several occasions after getting these
dual wielding
remarks
weed eaters
if he wanted a job change. And he said, no, sir, I'm good where I'm at. If something comes along and I'm interested in it, I'll let you know, but I'm good. And he cut grass every day without a single complaint. When the airport job came open, and he asked me for it, and I made sure he got it. And they love him. 2 years, and I've never had anybody say anything negative about Bobby. And I know you can't tell it now because he's as nervous as all get out, but every day he's got a smile on his face. And every day you can count on several things. Bobby's going to get up and he's going to be ready for work before work is ready for him. And when he gets off that bus, he's going straight to that weight pile and he's going to work out. And he's going to let you know if you ain't doing it right. So I appreciate y'all having this board and listening to him, his family. And I completely support him getting this opportunity to transition to the next phase. Thank you, guys.
At this time, with 3 members voting to go into executive session, we'll do so for confidential matters. Okay, thank you.
Interesting. Dual wield weed eaters. That's kung fu level. That is crazy. I can barely use one. Weed eater samurai. Okay, I'm sorry. I've got Vicky on hold. Vicky's been sitting here forever, and maybe I have more people. I don't know. Vicky, are you there?
I'm here.
All right. Vicky, we connected using Google Meet, which was not painful. I might add, it's not painful. It worked. How are you doing? Thanks for being so patient.
It's all right. It's all right. At least there isn't a delay with Google Meet in comparison to when I called normally. There was like a 4 or 5 second delay.
Yeah. Okay, you can see me now. You can see me. Nobody else can. But, what's on
I
your
was
mind?
actually going to ask if it's going to be video on or video off because I didn't want to give away any
Video
like
off.
location
Video
supports.
off. Video off.
Okay, so basically I rabbit holed on the whole barricade situation. And what happened was earlier in the day, they said over the scanners, which the journalist was listening to on Broadcastify, that someone is sending out the scanner info on their live stream. So he said then he's out of a delay. The guy can't hear it. He has no internet. He has no electricity. He has no water, etc.
Yeah.
But that seemed to kind of be the start of them not loving him being there. And then there was a change of shift. And when the SWAT guys came in the second change, their scanners are encrypted. So he wasn't broadcasting that anymore. And they just basically came over and said, like, you either need to leave or you're going to be arrested. And so he left, and he had gotten in there with a code, and essentially it's like a gated community. So he wasn't supposed to be there necessarily, but I mean, like, you know how journalists find their way around things.
Yeah.
And
You
then
get on
he
someone's
took the
private
next
property.
day off. Yeah. He took the next day off, and I watched the live stream of his colleague. It's onscene.tv is the company. And there's actually a Netflix documentary about the guy who started it, who I think his name is also Scott. He is the one who was doing the live chase, and they all work together. And the guy said that they had a lot of lawyers reaching out to draft a legal argument for being kicked out because it goes against First Amendment rights and all of that.
Yep.
And
Especially if
Doug was going to take some time.
If they try to kick him out from an area where he doesn't have to be removed for his safety, okay? Because the area the police are allowed to cordon off is limited to safety, and so they don't have interference. But if they're kicking people off beyond that, just because we don't like you doing what you're doing,
that's the thing as well. He had the colleague that spoke on, I think his name is Jason, that spoke the next day, said he is an ex-firefighter, and from the distance that the journo was, there's no ways he would have been affected. And what made him even more upset is that there were kids running around closer than he was to the scene.
Oftentimes people would go in front of his camera and block the view. Just regular
that's
spectators.
But that's exactly it. But there's actually a documentary on Netflix about the main guy. I think it's also called Chasing Reality, but how they got into it and how it's all they listen to the scanners and they head there and they are literally on the spot reporting. But they are actually journalists. They know what they're doing. They don't cross the tape. Sometimes it's a little questionable in terms of their safety, but it's nothing that the rest of us haven't done. I mean, you go into the job because you run towards the danger, not away from it.
I had a KLR 650 motorcycle, which is an on-road, off-road dirt bike. It can get me anywhere I wanted to go. And I would take my camera, and it was a big, heavy shoulder-mounted camera. I'd strap it over my shoulder, put on my helmet with an earbud to the police scanner in with a radio on my hip, and I'd go Friday night. That was, you know, after date night and Mrs. RA's gone to bed, I'd head out and just chase police calls. And so I used to do the same thing, but I wasn't live streaming at the time. I was just recording for myself and for news channels and stuff. But so that intrigues me. I'm interested in what they're doing and how the setup was. So maybe I'll reach out to them and see if they'll if I can talk to them. I'd love to see what they're doing. Thank you, by the way, for Vicky for doing the deep dive.
Yeah, no worries. I had to know the end to the barricade, and it really there wasn't much of an end. Yes. But the only thing I would say is that they license a lot of their footage to big stations. I think he mentioned Fox, CNN, all of those. So I don't know if they would be that open to collaboration with other YouTubers.
I'm not looking to collaborate so much as maybe exchange tips and tricks and best practices. So
yeah, 100%. I mean, that's how I got my in. I also chased the lights and followed the action, and it's good journo 101. You got to see it to understand, and you've got to have that in you. So I think that they did everything right. He was there for 15 hours in total. He hadn't crossed the line in those 15 hours, and I'd actually be keen to watch if it does go to court, because it was wrong.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that. So, Vicky, thanks for doing the deep dive. Thanks for suggesting Google Meets. It sounded great. It's a little bit of a hassle to get it set up. I'm not sure how it works exactly, how many people can connect at once. I mean, could other people just jump in on our conversation? I don't know.
I think it depends if they have the link. You have to admit them, but I'm not sure.
All right, I'm going to let you go. They're back from deliberations on this, so we're going to jump back over to the Louisiana.
Each of the members are
Thank you, Vicky.
Awesome.
Appreciate it. We'll see you.
See you
We're
in
going to
chat.
allow Mr. Freeman to vote first since he took the lead. Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Williams, it's very, very obvious you have a ton of family support, which is great. You have the Parole project, which is another great thing. You've done good things since you've been in prison. My only hang up whatsoever with you is that you've only done 20 years on a 50-year sentence and a life was taken in this offense. But I do want to encourage you, because you get to reapply in 2 years, and that'll put you about half your time. And I'll relook at it then and take a more closer look. But my vote today is to deny.
Mr. Prater.
I concur. I just want to give you hope. I want to tell you how much I appreciate that all the work that you've done. Take everything seriously what you've done. I know it's been a lot of work, and I know your family is ready to see you. But at some point, we have to decide what a person's life is worth. And we have victim opposition. Got the mom, saying, how hurt she is, and you got to think about that too. So I'd like to see you again in 2 years. I concur with the denial.
This
Mr.
is a
Williams,
tough board. Very tough board.
Not going to count, but my vote today is to grant parole.
Ooh. Got some hope.
I'm charged with evaluating whether your release on parole is going to be a detriment to the state of Louisiana and the safety of the citizens in the place you live. At this point, based on your conduct and programming and your after release plan, I feel like you would be a contributor to our society. I want you to definitely make sure you request a hearing in 2 years. But my vote today was going to be grant, but based on a 2-1 split vote, your parole's been denied. But I don't want you to give up because you've got everything going your way, okay? So today you have been denied.
I'd say not everything's going his way.
That concludes our hearing. Thank you, sir, for being with us, officer. That concludes our hearing at the State Barracks, and it also concludes our hearings today. The time is now 10:51, and we're signing off. Thank you.
over and out. New Louisiana Parole Board, a little bit of sticklers. I wonder if they're hesitant to release anyone, because the last board, we've heard people on the old board that basically had done worse things to more people and done less progress on themselves and time in jail and got out. But this new board is a little bit sticklier. I'll tell you that we're watching for a feed on the Arizona trial today. If it does not come out, and they do have trouble getting the feed out often, if it doesn't come out, we're going to have to watch it on the delay when the court uploads the morning, which basically we have to wait for the morning to be done, and then they'll upload it over to the Santa Cruz Superior Court YouTube page. We'll take it up there if we have to. So that's where we're watching right now. Let's see. Who else do we have? Is Judge Wolf live yet? I haven't seen him yet this morning. Judge David Wolf. So he might not be up today. He might get a rare day off as being the only judge for like 7 counties. He's a busy guy. We hope that Louisiana board is just as strict as we hope. Utah will be, because we don't want Frankie and Hildebrand out, says Lita Lee. Yes. They're very strict right now, and it's a new board. You can tell they're a little bit hesitant in what they're doing, not really sure of themselves. It's all good. They'll get their feet under them, but bummer for the people who got drew the short straw, so to speak. Hang on. Do we have something? Give me just a second. Let me see what we can find here. Okay, we might have some audio.
Detective Ayden says, with any witness who appears and has a kind of a examination that's of longer duration, if you need a break, you let the court know. Thank you.
I think we have a good feed. It's Arizona court, by the way. This is Arizona versus George Kelly. You see Detective Ainza on the stand, which is right for the timing. Just trying to confirm that this is, in fact, live Tuesday morning in Arizona video. If it is, we will bring up the spice meter.
Please rise.
Audio's not the best, but it's not terrible yet. Oh no. Spice meter does not play here.
Everyone, please be seated. Good morning to all the jurors. Hope everyone had a nice weekend. Finally beautiful. The weather was terrific this weekend. We're ready to proceed. The witnesses on the stand. The record will show the presence of all the jurors.
Can't do spice meters.
Counsel and the defendant. And Ms. Lowthorpe, whenever you are ready, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, ma'am.
Let's back up a little bit and tell the jurors your function as a detective. How are you different from patrol?
So our function for patrol is we have more resources, more experience. So basically when patrol takes an investigation and they run out of resources and they need us to come in, we don't take over, we assist with the investigation. It's more in-depth training than a patrol officer.
Okay, so that's the qualifications. Let's talk more about the job duties. So you have patrol, they go to a scene of a crime, they're called out for whatever reason, or they observe something, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And then they take the initial reports. They, first of all, safety and all those things happen first, right?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. Assuming we're past that, everyone's safe. They collect statements, correct?
That's correct.
Any evidence at a scene, they protect the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, it's a very important role when there's been a shooting, is to protect the crime scene, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
A robbery, it would be important to do the same thing, right?
That's correct, ma'am.
All right, because we want to preserve evidence, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And so it's important to separate witnesses so they don't have a chance to converse together and have their independent thinking, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
All right. And a lot of times detectives are not at a scene, but they could be called there, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And that's just case by case, availability by availability, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
But everyone that had a hand on it should put a report in along with the main officer that has the case, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
All right. Now you get to, as a detective, get all that information, correct?
I try to get almost everything.
Well, and as a lead detective, you have your hand in observing everything, seeing what everyone said, what witnesses are out there, and then it's your job to start any follow-up that might be needed, correct?
That's correct.
All right, but you can't do that unless you observe everything that's been documented up to that point. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and I would think by now, being in all the court hearings that you've been in this case, and being on this case from almost the very beginning, not at the scene initially, but at the beginning, you are familiar with this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I mean, you've heard it all about this case, and I'm sure you'll be glad when it's done, right? All right, you don't have to answer that. So, a case starts at a beginning. And the beginning in this case was a call on more than one occasion from, I'm going to call him Alan. You know him to be Alan too, all right?
Yes.
Okay. Alan called Border Patrol on numerous occasions, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And the calls, other than the recorded voicemail, was not recorded, but statements were made. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And where in the interview process, give me the order of who you interviewed as you started the beginning of working this case. Who's the first person you interviewed?
Well, I gathered information at the office from the sergeants on scene, both Sergeant Rodriguez and Sergeant Flores. Once I got to the scene, right before Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly were brought in, I made some other phone calls with Sergeant Flores, Sergeant Rodriguez, Agent Marcel.
And then who did you interview?
Both
first.
Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly.
In that order?
Yes.
Who else did you interview after that?
After that, the days follows, I interviewed Border Patrol Agent Marcel, Heredia. I was part of the interview with Mr. Wisdom and Mr. Wise, in that order.
Okay. And then I know State did interviews later too, and that they became duplicative in what you've already done, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we on Friday all heard the video recording of Alan's statement to you, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And you know from that interview, and you admitted on Friday, that there was really no admission to committing a crime of murder to anybody, correct? He did not admit or confess.
He admitted to shooting.
Okay. But shooting doesn't necessarily mean it's a crime, does it?
Well, we have a dead body, ma'am.
Yes. But a lot of things are potentially out there to justify why we have a dead body. Correct? But he didn't say, I killed him, did he?
No, he didn't.
Okay. Now,
Witness
matter of fact, we went through my whole dramatic thing that I did on there to show, and you admitted that it would make more sense to step out of the house and look to the threat, which was be to your right as you exit the house, and that would be where your focus would be, and that's where he claimed he shot above their heads, correct?
That's what he's telling me.
Yes. Okay. And we also know that if you believe, in your belief, you have no scientific evidence to support this, but it is your belief that that body died right there, right where it was found.
That's correct.
And that's where he got shot. That's your statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though the medical examiner and the two ballistics experts have other theories that could have taken place. So that contradicts that as a fact. But it's just your belief. We'll give it to you as your belief, okay? Is that good? That is your belief.
Well, ma'am, we have a dead body with an injury. The trajectory is consistent with Mr. Kelly's residence.
It's not consistent with the aim that he took over the 5 subjects that ran across his window, is it?
I never believed he shot up, ma'am. He shot at them.
Okay. But it is not consistent with his statement, right?
It's not, ma'am.
Okay. And your belief is something for everyone to consider, but there's other alternatives to your belief. And I've been throwing a few at you, correct?
Well, my investigation, ma'am, what I investigated, what I saw, there's no other shot involved in this. The victim sustained a serious injury from a high-power rifle, an AK-47 rifle, with the trajectory directly from Mr. Kelly's residence.
Okay, so that also contradicts the ballistic experts of the type of gun. So you came into this investigation very focused on wanting to make this about Mr. Kelly being found guilty, isn't it true?
That is not true, ma'am.
Well, let's take a look at this, how everything unfolded, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, because when we talk about alternatives, and there's not a piece of evidence that supports just your theory, because that's what it is, it's a theory, unless you have supporting evidence. Were you there at the scene?
No, I wasn't, ma'am.
Okay. So you're not an eyewitness to come up here and tell the jurors that your belief system is accurate, correct?
No, it isn't. But Mr. Kelly made several phone calls, and throughout those phone calls, his story kept changing. It kept changing.
Okay. Let's talk about changing stories. All the 3 witnesses that were out there, besides I'm not talking about the deceased, there are 3 other witnesses that, and the jurors have only heard from one. But in your investigation, let's look at it from your investigation. 3 witnesses had different versions. They were inconsistent statements, and I would love to know, what did you do to point the finger at them?
What witnesses, ma'am?
Well, you have DR, which names changed, but
Daniel.
That's how I got to know him by.
Daniel. Gabriel.
Okay.
Okay. I was not part of any of those interviews whatsoever. I was never part of those interviews. You have Daniel, that he is a individual in a foreign country with a 6th grade education, lost, doesn't know where he's at. 10, 15 minutes later, he's being shot at. He's being shot at with an AK-47, a high-power rifle, and he starts running for his life.
Has it occurred to you that when you're doing illegal activities, that things can happen? So what makes them so innocent in this case?
What illegal activities, ma'am?
Well, how many times has he said he illegally has come across this border and been caught every time?
I don't remember how many times, ma'am.
A good handful, 6, 7 times, whatever we could all recall the testimony.
These are 2 unarmed men, ma'am.
Okay.
Walking by a house, trying to get back home, doesn't give them the right to them to be shot that they were shot at.
what's not right is the first shot was done while the Kellys were in their house, both of them. And it was reported immediately to Border Patrol. Go ahead, take your time.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You good? It was reported to Border Patrol that a shot has been heard and men with guns are running across. So why are the Kellys automatically the liar in the case?
Man, there's a testimony where your client, Mr. Kelly, said that during that first phone call, he said he was informing Jeremy when he was being shot and he was inside his house. That is not possible. His first phone call to Mr. Marcel was outside the residence, and his direct words, "I'm being shot at, I'm shooting back." He cannot be shooting inside from his residence, man.
No, but his testimony was he went to the door while his wife got the card, called the number for him, and put Jeremy on the phone as he stood in the hall at the entrance or the exit of his doorway to the back patio, the east patio.
Yes, ma'am.
His testimony was he was standing there, passed the phone back, and that's when he went outside. It just works just fine. What's wrong with that?
That's not possible, man, because he's actually frantic on the phone call and stating I'm being shot at,
Yes.
I'm shooting back.
If you saw 5 people and you knew they had those kind of backpacks on, and you know from all the communications of living out there and talking to the Border Patrol liaisons and the people and the cases that are going on around with the neighbors and the text messages that he got leading up to this.
Ma'am, there's absolutely no evidence of 5 people at the property. Nothing was found, no bundles, no backpacks, no rifles.
Why would they drop it? Why would they drop a bundle?
Because that's what they do, man, to get away.
Not with the merchandise in it, they're not.
Everyone's different, man.
That's right. And what if it was stolen? What if a rip crew shot and one shot and one bullet made it to a person before my client steps out the door? We don't even account for that one shot. You don't even have the casing for that one shot. You don't even know what direction it was in. You don't know if they were at the back of the property, if they were in the arroyo that's right behind the property, which would account for the traveling bullet to go from lower to upper because of the elevation. You don't have anything to say that none of that happened. Isn't that correct?
So you're saying, man, that the rip crew was at the Kelly residence shooting at the victim? It's not possible, man.
Why is that, sir?
The trajectory of the bullet came from Miss Kelly. If your statement is true, ma'am, of rip crew being at the Kelly's house, both Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly wouldn't be here, ma'am. These people are dangerous.
When you're out there, they're dangerous.
Nor is there evidence. There is no evidence of these people ever being at the property. No one exists. There's no 5 boogeymen out there. There is no.
Okay, let me go
rifles.
on one of your theories here. There's
Okay, that's an open-ended question.
Let him keep going.
I'll let him keep going.
There is no bundles. There is no rifles. Nothing was found out there. Nothing. Nothing was found out there.
So isn't it a lot easier to take his big old tractor, dig a hole, and bury the body than call law enforcement all those times? Why would he do that?
Ask him that question yourself.
No, I'm asking you, sir.
I'm not gonna speculate or
Did you
guess.
see the big tractor out there on
Yes,
the
I did, man. But I'm not gonna speculate or guess on what your client might have done, or what he could have done, or what was he thinking.
Let's talk about the no bundles, no rifles, no evidence. Let's talk about that.
Yes, ma'am.
There are 3 other people that have fessed up to being there since the beginning of the investigation. Okay? Not only DRR, but Miguel and Ramon, 2 different other additional people that has not come to the courtroom. Okay? But they did go to law enforcement. And they gave you their stories.
Not me.
They gave your department their stories. You got a sheriff interviewing one, and your new detective was with him, and then you have one more. I mean, they're all part of your staff, and you're the lead detective. So when I say y'all or you or whatever, you act as a group, correct, in this investigation.
That's correct. We work as a team.
Where is the proof that all three of these, DRR, Miguel, and Ramon, where's the proof that they were there? When the only thing you had was their admission to your department that they were. Where's the proof?
I did not partake, ma'am, in any of those interviews.
Sir, I'm speaking to you as the head detective, okay? Who knows everything about this case, who has been in every single hearing on this case. So let's not talk about that. Let's talk about your hand on the case and your knowledge, okay? Do you have proof? Because you say you have no proof of the backpacks and stuff. Do you have proof of the people that you try to put forward, including DRR, who testified that they were there?
Daniel said they were there.
And so did Mr. Kelly say what happened. So why is the testimony of no proof to support his story any better than the proof that you don't have on the other three that were there?
Objection, argument, Your Honor. Sustained.
Quite argumentative.
Do you have proof that DRR was at the scene? Is there surveillance?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How do they escape the scene and not be under the camera?
I cannot testify as to how those cameras work, ma'am.
I didn't ask you to testify how they work.
Exactly. I don't know how they work.
So you have no proof to know, and with their inconsistent statements, their location of where the house was and which direction, and whether the horse died or didn't die, and which way he fell. The victim fell smack on his face is what we have, but he said he saw him fall backwards and watched his eyes roll back. How do you take these inconsistencies, and apply it to say, I'm going to disregard their inconsistencies, but I won't do it with Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Kelly, ma'am, again, changed his stories at least 5 times from the first phone call to the last phone call.
Let me tell you that DRR has also changed his stories every single time. There's been different facts added based on facts that's come out in hearings. Have you not noticed that? What are you looking at the state?
I'm not looking at the state.
Okay.
I'm trying to focus.
Okay, yes, sir.
Can you repeat it again, please?
Why is the changing of stories for DRR okay? He has added and changed some of his stories based on the way testimony has gone in different hearings.
I was here during DRR's testimony, ma'am.
And that was different from his very first time he testified.
We have to let the witness.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you. Apologize.
So I was here, ma'am, during DRR's testimony. Okay? I saw what he testified. If you want me to testify as to what's here up in court, ma'am, I will gladly do so, ma'am.
I just want you to say that you agree his story did change.
Objection, Your Honor.
What?
Improper impeachment of this witness with a different witness.
Okay.
That objection is overruled.
Oh.
Can you repeat it again, ma'am?
I'm just trying to get you to acknowledge that his story changed or grew since his very first time he gave a statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And so that's my point. Why is Mr. Kelly, why is Alan's statement any less or more reliable than DRR, who's changed it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
It's a good argument. It's for the jury to decide. We're welcome to argue that in closing argument. It's argument.
Good argument for the jury to decide.
You're putting your belief that Mr. Kelly is the guilty one because he changed his story, and I'm just asking you to look at your investigation. Is your investigation without fault elsewhere with the other witnesses?
Ma'am, my investigation and my interviews with Mr. Kelly, that's what I determined. His stories were inconsistent from the beginning.
Well, let's talk why they were inconsistent from the beginning.
Yes, ma'am.
So after everything happened and the contact is made with Border Patrol, Marcel, a statement was made to your call center because Marcel called his supervisors, maybe one or two, we'll learn more about it maybe. And then one of the supervisors called the call center, not Jeremy. And we got an inconsistent statement conveyed to the call center. The statement, if you recall, was saying that Allen admitted to shooting, and that wasn't it. That's not the statement, was it? Are we there? We've all heard about it already. But this is where it started.
Yes.
And do you have water? You have what you need?
I'm good. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Let's go on the headset. Could you bring that, Jose, can you bring that headset over to the witness?
Judge puts a headset on the witness as well. We're not able to hear this feed. We won't be able to hear what the judge is telling the witness until after the court uploads. Let's turn this down just for a second. The court is going to upload, and we'll hear the judge at a later point, and that's okay. We can do that. This is just so the jury does not hear. It's fine. The court provides the link that has the judge's audio on there. The judge is giving some instructions to the witness. I think the judge might be a little frustrated. This witness is hedgy. He very much does not want to say anything.
We're good to go. Thank you. Thank you. You can continue with your question.
Answer the question. That's all he said. There we go.
So, thank you. We were talking about the inaccurate.
We're going to rewatch this when the court
statement
before Cam comes out.
Mr. Kelly admitted to shooting someone when that's not what he said, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so everything starts from there. I'm sure you've read some of the officers in your department's statements, and some of them noted that they came into this call believing that Mr. Kelly already admitted to shooting him, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. I mean, for them to note it is confirmation that they heard dispatch, the call center somehow communicate to them that the suspect has admitted to shooting.
I think they also asked defense to dial it back a bit, ease up.
Now we got everyone in the mindset that the homeowner, the rancher, said that he had struck this person that is now laying dead in his property. That sure sets the tone for the investigation. Would you agree?
Are you reading off the dispatch logs, ma'am?
Not reading yet off of anything, just going on recall.
Okay, so can you repeat the question for me again?
Yes, sir. So the tone has been set.
Look at the frustration.
By dispatch
Co-counsel
conveying inaccurate information that she must, had received from a supervisor at the Border Patrol.
Yes.
Okay. That sets the tone to what everyone is doing and how they're handling it. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the real statement was something may have been struck earlier. Correct?
I believe so, yes.
And so it was not a confession. And it makes sense when you know about both earlier call and later call, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I mean, think about it. Giving him the benefit of doubt for a second. The police, law enforcement, sheriffs, Border Patrol had walked around a lot of their property and walked around the location of where the bodies later found. So there's a presumption. When was that body there? Was it there the whole time and law enforcement missed it? That could be one thought, right?
Yes, ma'am, but you gotta understand too, during this time, the first contact with Mr. Kelly, he omitted ever shooting his AK-47. He never mentioned to anyone about that AK-47, which is a very important fact in this case. Actually, he didn't even admit to me 30 minutes into our interview.
Okay, so I know that wasn't part of my question. That was non-responsive to my question, but
Objection,
I'm going to
non-responsive.
stop you there on your point, okay? Rather than trying to get you to not include that statement, I'm going to address your statement. Who is trained in interviewing?
All of us, man. We all get trained in
Law
interviewing.
enforcement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They spend
Can
a week
I
in
ask
Vegas
you-
to learn this.
Wasn't him calling and telling him a shot was heard and I'm going out to shoot, wasn't that an admission of what he might have to do to defend himself? Did he not tell someone?
Yes.
Okay. Now, going from there, every police officer that walks in the door is not giving a full sit down and tell me every single thing that happened. Because if they did, why didn't they do a walkthrough and say, show me?
I was not there, ma'am.
You weren't.
I did not partake. Whatever these officers did, ma'am, I can't control what they did. Trust, if I would have been there, I would have walked. I would
So
have stopped.
why was the hurry to arrest someone without any evidence? Why didn't you say, let's go back to the scene and I want you to show me what happened with you? Or the trained sergeant that was there, who is a supervisor to you, correct?
Yes.
Sergeants outrank a detective, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why didn't they bother to say, Mr. Kelly, show me what happened. Take me through it.
I can't answer that question, ma'am. I don't know why they didn't do that. I don't know.
That's a poor investigation that not only it didn't happen at the time, but it didn't happen once you took over.
His stories changed, ma'am, when I did his interview more than one time.
Well, it sure helps when someone gives you a visual and say, come, let me show you. I walked out this door. I already heard a shot. I was in the kitchen, just like everyone got to see the scene here. The jurors got to go out there. Started from the beginning, the kitchen, the view outside. Could someone see something more than that? Is it possible they saw 5 people? Is it possible that Wanda could have just saw 2 and heard her husband say there were 5?
Possible, man, but there's...
Okay, but the walkthrough would be helpful. What did you do when you stepped out? Where were you when you stepped out? How did you hold your rifle when you stepped out? At least give him a chance to explain his story since he was being so cooperative with you. Isn't that true? You could have done that.
I could have done that, man.
Okay.
Yes, I could. I agree with you.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, when it's clear that the way he stood later reflects the casings, maybe you all would have found the casings a lot sooner if you'd known where he was standing. True?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and if the position makes sense, then you could test that position. But your positioning of the casings is well, let's just say if they are accurately placed on the ground for your photos. And we know where a dead body is. That's a give me too. I mean, that's a defined location. But what we don't have is where Mr. Kelly was standing when he shot, and all you had to do was say, show me any one of your department to see if it makes sense with the evidence. He wouldn't have known better. You know, you let them talk until they, until they're done talking and see if it squares up or not. But no one did that, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And unfortunately for you and the rest of the department, and the what I call the telephone mishap, which means when you were young and you told a secret and told another person, it gets changed. The stories get changed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And unfortunately, we'll figure out later how that might have happened, but it did.
Thank you, Tawanda.
And so now, unfairly to your department, you all are out there with almost blinded to the fact that he confessed. So isn't it true? It could affect your investigation.
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's go on with how things don't get conveyed correctly. We were looking to the arrest booking form. I'm going to repost it. It's already been admitted. It states to, may I judge? It's kind of where we were on Friday. So, in a previous hearing, you denied doing this, but ultimately you realized you did do this narrative. You wrote that narrative, correct?
Yes, after Ms. Locker presented this during our original PH.
Look at how it ends on the last line.
I did tell her, but I was not lying about it. I completely forgot about me assisting our sergeants filling out the narratives during this portion of the booking form. Not only was I taking phone calls, typing up a search warrant, and multiple things, and I completely forgot that I did the narratives. There was no lie. I did not misinterpret this booking form at all. I took responsibility for not realizing that I did the narrative. It wasn't a lie. It was not done intentional, and I took responsibility for that to Ms. Larkin during her PH.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is you're admitting that you misrepresented writing this, but later changed it.
I did not misrepresent this booking form at all. I just completely forgot that I I requested assistance from the sergeants to book them in while I did everything else. I was finish up the interviews. I was preparing evidence to go out to the scene.
They're showing private information, so I need to move that.
Preparing the search warrant on the phone with a judge to get the search warrant granted. I did not lie or intentionally say that I didn't do this. I owned up to it, and I told Ms. Larkin that I owned up to it. I did not lie about it.
Well, let's just, even though that was under sworn testimony in a hearing.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, and you were under oath, and then ultimately you realized you did.
Yes, ma'am.
And now you're saying, you're admitting that you wrote this part.
The narrative part, ma'am, yes.
20 minutes into our interrogation,
Now,
you
my
admitted that you wrote
problem
that.
with this is that you've already interviewed Mr. Kelly at this time, correct?
Yes, this was after the interview.
Okay. So the first part I have a problem is that you said he was chasing undocumented foreign nationals. Okay, he never said he was chasing them. Okay, and you weren't there to see him chasing. And so even though you heard that he wasn't chasing them, he did head out towards his barn. He did observe that he had no signs of them through the Arroyo, believe that that's might have been their escape route. And he passed that location, because we know that was true because he was found up there by the water pump, which is just off of the barn.
That's good.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now you got men running around with guns in his version.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he has
He's getting kicked out
property.
of court again.
Yes, ma'am.
He has cows.
Yes, ma'am.
And they need to stay in his property. And so people on his property could very well have cut his fence line, correct?
That's what he's testified to, I mean, told me to.
Yeah, and that happens quite a bit. The Border Patrol comes back and tries to help them out and fix their fence lines and stuff with it, right?
When it's Border Patrol, it actually cuts the fence, yeah.
Well, I think they're very gracious. But he has a right to observe what's going on his property, correct?
Of course, man, it's property.
And he has a right to be armed in the great state of Arizona, correct?
That's 100% correct, man.
Okay. And, but there's nowhere that he told you he was chasing them. He didn't say that, correct? It's just a yes or no.
No, man.
No, he didn't, or no, he did?
No, he didn't tell me about chasing him.
Okay.
Being to Marcel, you said he
All
was
right.
walking towards them.
And then you said Mr. Kelly was interviewed and admitted to shooting at, I'll let you read the rest of the sentence, make sure I get your writing correct. Last line, was shooting at?
Shooting at video with male subjects.
Male subjects, okay. Well, yes, he did admit to raising his gun in the air to scare him away. He took a chance that he could have been killed, assuming that the person pointed a gun at him, and you admitted you wouldn't have done that. You would have shot him, right?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. And then what's the rest of the sentence say? The next sentence, last one.
A deceased male subject was discovered on his property.
Okay. So even though it's sort of true that he admitted to shooting his gun at over male subjects, you didn't write over male subjects, correct?
Yes.
You made this sound like an admission of guilt when he didn't give you that. And yet you started the storyline after it already being misrepresented by the Border Patrol, who conveyed it through the dispatch. But now, and you all heard that, but now had a chance to interview him, and he's never admitted and denied telling Jeremy that. Now, isn't that true so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Jeremy, you interviewed before or after you wrote this?
I interviewed him. Actually, I talked to him before, and before I did, then I interviewed him at a later date.
So you know his statement was different than what was conveyed, that something may have been struck earlier was the only statement that Jeremy actually noted and put in his police reports too, correct?
That's after the fact when I interviewed him, when he presented me those, but when the initial phone call, he told me he had shot and struck something.
No, come on. So now Agent Marcel is lying on the stand to these jurors?
No, ma'am, no.
Okay. I mean, he was very forthright.
Yes, ma'am.
He cooperated with you as a different agency.
Yes, ma'am.
He provided you his report at some point in time. You know, you have a means of correcting something and making a report to reflect the corrections. I've seen some coming from your department, correct? How do you make a correction to something?
Like on a report?
Yes.
Before, you want me to explain how we do the correction?
Yeah, if there's just a random correction that needs to be made.
So in CID, in their criminal detectives, we do everything on Word before it's submitted into Spillman. Once we correct it, we download it into Spillman, which is the actual reports you were provided with.
And what do you call those corrected reports?
Just corrections, man.
Okay, so it's like a supplement?
Well, there's the main reports, and then there's supplements. And in this case, I think I've done over 30 supplementary reports in this case myself.
And what about corrected reports?
We do supplemental reports. We document that on this supplement. I just noted this and I discovered it was wrong, so this is another supplement correcting this. We don't go back and correct it. We do another supplement.
Right. Okay, good. That's where I was leading to. You don't change what was, or even though there's a mistake on a report, you supplement and show the correction through that additional report, correct?
Yes, man. That's how we've been trained. And
did you ever do a supplemental report stating what Mr. Kelly really did say, something may have been struck earlier?
It's on the interview with Mr. Marcel.
No, but did you and your sheriff's department, because there's a lot of contradictory statements that he confessed. So all the officers heard it and made a note of it. A lot of them made a note of it in their report.
So you're asking me if I did another report regarding that? No,
Yes,
ma'am, I
sir.
didn't.
Okay. So we get this report. When you get a warrant, a search warrant, for example?
What's that?
When you get a search warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you go about getting it?
We get a probable cause statement.
Okay.
It's called an affidavit of probable cause statement.
And what is an affidavit?
It's a document that you document what you're looking for, the facts, everything you gather to submit it for the actual search warrant.
An affidavit is a sworn statement, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Do you literally raise your hand before someone and swear that this information you're providing is truthful?
Both in person or in telephone, we still raise our hand.
Okay. So if you went to Judge Fink and said, sir, I need a search warrant, which you guys have done on this case, correct?
Yeah, we've done plenty of search warrants.
Okay. And you raised your hand if you were in person or the other way, if you were doing it by some other telephonic means, you are swearing the information is truthful, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, with the actual warrant to be signed by the judge to allow you to do the search, usually the affidavit is accompanied by it so the judge can read your probable cause basis, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I'm going to show you some stuff for you to look over. I picked one of your search warrants, and I believe this is your AT&T search warrant, okay? And I'm going to just let you review it first. I haven't marked it. I'll go ahead and get it marked, okay? Ma'am.
I heard that sound effect. Burger King.
I'm going to show it to the state first.
This witness is getting beat up. The fact that he was looking to the state with pleading eyes means he knows he's getting whooped. This is the lead witness, and it's hard to accept what he's saying. He says, "I accept that our other witnesses changed their stories, but I don't accept that Mr. Kelly changed his story." He says he himself made mistakes, some under oath, some under the affidavit for arrest, some under oath in court. And then he remembered something else and changed his story later when confronted. He says that's fine, but it's, he's still mad that Mr. Kelly didn't volunteer the information that he shot, even though he said, I'm going to have to shoot, I'm going to defend myself. I'm stepping outside, they're shooting at me, I'm going to have to shoot back.
As you go through your affidavit,
And his first phone call.
obviously highlight a few things. I'll let you just review it and just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I don't like the lead detective saying, I didn't have anything to do with that. For key parts of the case, that is not a good look. Are you ready, sir?
Ms. Lortho, I remember this document.
Thank you, sir. Let me know if you need it back.
I probably will, man. I did a lot of supplements in this case.
You did a lot of search warrants and different things, and I know, but I'm going to bring your attention to your affidavit because That was your sworn statement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what does the word affiant mean?
Affiant. Me.
Huh?
Affiant. Me.
Okay, okay, go ahead. What does it mean?
It's me, the person
Being
sworn.
you. Thank you. Sorry to cut you off. Okay, so you told, in your affidavit, you said you then informed George, Mr. Kelly, of the statement he provided to USBP agents, where he informed USBP agents that he needed for them and the sheriff's office to respond due to him striking something. Okay, and you're portraying that statement in your sworn statement to go get a search warrant.
That's what I document.
You also above that said that you call it affiant. I'll call it the way you call it.
Affiant.
It's fine. So you, detective, learned from George that he heard what he believed to be a gunshot and began running after the male subjects. He didn't tell you that, did he?
It was Agent Marcel.
Well, you said you heard from George. You wrote to the judge in your statement to get this search warrant that you learned from George. You didn't say Agent Marcel.
I understand what you said, ma'am.
Okay.
That's true.
Thank you. And on another page, that in this paragraph, at the end of this paragraph, you then learned from Agent Marcel that he had made contact with George at about 17:35 hours and proceeded to tell him that he needed for him to respond along with the sheriff deputies because he had struck something. Okay? He never said he struck anything. He's shooting in the air. So, once again, even if that indirectly came from Marcel in your belief because of the mess up through the call center, you now know the truth that that's not what Marcel said. Correct?
That's correct.
And this affidavit, search warrant, was signed by the Honorable Cartwright on the 7th day of June of 2023 at 13:17 hours.
I saw that, yes.
Okay. You know the story by now, and yet the story keeps going on and getting misrepresented. Correct?
That's what I document.
Thank you. And we kind of heard a little bit more about the medical examiner getting information about the case, which the narrative for the medical examiner wasn't accurate. Correct?
That's
And you
correct.
didn't write it though.
You're talking about the OME report?
Yes. The narrative on the ME's report.
Yeah, I had nothing, I didn't partake on the OME filling out the form.
No. But when you are the lead investigator, detective on the case, and you see inaccurate information, you could supplement and stop that information. But you didn't, did you?
Because I wasn't there, ma'am. I never saw the OME form. I did not partake anything with the body until I attended the autopsy. I never saw that OME form.
I know.
Usually on all my cases, when not in prior ones, I take full responsibility of the OME because I know how important that form is. But I did not partake in this. I didn't see the OME form. I didn't see who wrote the OME form. I was not there.
So we get a medical examiner form, and I'm holding up AAA defense evidence And in it, there was a narrative
I did not partake.
that the medical examiner relied on and I'm going to refresh the location of this to you and show you this piece of evidence.
Sorry. This one?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and review it and tell me, is that completely the truth as to what we know now?
Like I said, ma'am, I was here, I heard it, I'm reading it right now. I didn't have nothing to do with this narrative.
Okay.
I didn't
But
write
you
it.
didn't fix it.
This already been submitted by the time I got to it, so whenever the coroner picks up the body, the OME goes with the body, so I didn't partake in none of that, so.
So this false narrative continues. And unfortunately, it could have been conveyed down to all the other experts. Isn't that possible?
Possible.
And when people go into a situation believing a certain thing has happened, that could affect them too on how they set up their expertise, whether it's ballistics or DNA or whatever, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in this narrative, we have once again the homeowner indicated that the group was running parallel at the property and had long rifles on their possession. That part fits Mr. Kelly's story, correct?
Yes.
He then allegedly pursued the group and engaged them. Well, I don't know about pursuing them, but let's give that a benefit of the doubt for a second. Firing one shot from his AK-47. That's not true. That's the one shot that he heard before he exited his house. So the information isn't accurate, right?
I did not write that, ma'am.
I understand. Your in-training detective gave this narrative, correct?
I don't know, I wasn't there when he gave it.
But Detective Barbos is responsible. His name is on here, that the form completed by Deputy Barba.
I can't remember what his testimony was regarding this, man, but I don't know. I don't know if he actually wrote it or if his name is on there. It's on there, then.
Well, it just says additional information was obtained by PCOME. What's that?
PCOME, Pima County Office of Medical.
Yeah. Preliminary death form completed by Deputy Barba.
Okay, so it must have been him then.
So there was something completed, some form that they use internally, maybe at the medical examiner's office, right? Sounds like it.
It sounds like it. We have our own form that we submit with the body.
Okay. Where's that form?
We have it, it's provided by the OME. We have it on our shared server in our computers. So whenever the regular OME form, when a body dies, it's an OME form. So that form is filled out by, anyone can fill the form in the law enforcement, whoever's there is on scene. It's just an OME, generic OME form provided by Pima County Office. It was provided, I've been filling that form out my 17 years. So it's in a shared server, hasn't changed. Some deputies like to write it in, some deputies like to type it in. As soon as the OME picks up, or the funeral home here in our county picks up the body, that form goes with them. Then it's faxed to the OME too, because they won't take the body without that form. So I don't know if you have that form. That form we could tell you exactly who filled out the OME form.
Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it, man. Like I said, I didn't partake in any of that. The only time I made contact with the body was at the autopsy. That's the first time I made contact with the body.
Well, if you have a detective that's still waiting to go to detective school and can't take
One
this
week in
case
Vegas.
on its own because he hasn't had all the proper training yet, that means he's under your wing, I would assume, for guidance on how to handle this case. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, but like I said, if you have that form, I can tell you exactly who filled out the OMA form.
I don't think I have it, so I don't.
So, like I said, it's an OME form, so if I see that form, because we put our initials on there, whoever filled out the form, so I don't know when or where the Detective Barba filled this form out. I need to see that form. I don't have it in front of me.
So, and I don't believe I have it. Maybe the state's looking for it, but that's up to them whether they are or not. But I don't have it. But this investigator narrative was in the middle of the medical examiner form or report, and this is their full report because it includes everything, all their findings, photos, and everything. And this paragraph is nestled right in the middle of their forms, in their report, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and they identified Deputy Barbara as supplying it. I guess my concern is, I mean, you can't be everywhere 24/7, but where does this stop with the story?
I don't know, man. Like I said, if you have that form, I can put some light into this issue regarding this narrative on the OME form too.
Well, maybe if you had sent out a supplemental narrative and said that part wasn't true, maybe others would get a copy of it and see it. I'm just saying, it's just the actions that are being taken by different parts of your department are still going on the presumption that he confessed and chased these people down. So here we have an investigation that's been slanted because of this false information from the beginning. Is that possible?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Let's look at all the evidence that you have worked on to show and support or not support your version of the case. Okay? We have you guys doing DNA, correct?
Yes.
And if I recall right from testimony, all of the evidence, all of Mr. Kelly's clothing that was selected, no DNA was found on it that would have been the victims, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And matter of fact, you didn't put him in the right clothing. He had I believe you said the outer layer was a blue shirt, but he had a sweatshirt on and a vest that was out over the blue shirt. So just so it doesn't confuse the jurors. Do you remember that clothing now?
I do remember the clothing, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember let's see here. The vest, I believe, was under his jacket.
It was a puffer vest.
Yes. And what color was that? Do you remember?
I don't remember, ma'am.
Your Honor, just for clarification, we're referring to the defendant?
Yes.
Witness is not having a good day. The state is not helping. They're sitting there looking at their paperwork and their notes.
Is GG admitted yet?
So GG was not admitted, but the court did order it to be in the court file. Oh, wait, GG? I was reading off of GGG, I apologize. That has not been in.
Thank you. I'll tender this defense GG to the state to review.
New evidence, GG, meaning good game. It's also something you say when it's over in the computer world of gaming. GG.
And I will be shown the witness.
Assuming no objection, Your Honor, if she moves to this vote.
Need a break?
No.
The judge, do you need a break?
Okay.
No. Assist defense. Nope.
Okay, hold on.
Let's check with the juror. The juror might need a break.
See it before.
There's a note from the juror being passed up to the judge right now. That means we're going to go on headsets in just a moment.
You can use this one, right?
The witness is like, you can use this one. I know this one isn't for me. Let's turn that off for a second. I'll watch the levels. We'll bring the audio back as soon as they're done. So I have to keep my eyes locked right there. Sorry. This witness is struggling. He's admitted some things. But he also seems to be defending himself personally, his reputation, by saying that he had no part in something that his department did, that he's overseen. He is the lead detective on the case. And when something goes wrong or something happens by an underling, he's like, "Oh, that wasn't me. I wasn't there. I didn't. That was not me. Yeah, they did it wrong. Not me." Sir, we're not attacking your job. The defense is not there trying to take away his job or throw him under the bus. They're defending their client. And the witness seems to think that it's just his credibility and his reputation that's on the stand. No, it's this man's life. So throwing his subordinates under the bus, bad look. It goes very poorly for morale. Okay, they're done. In the department, very poorly for morale. Judge does the sign. 1 minute. We'll get to it. To the juror. 1 minute.
I'll get it. I'll be in 3 minutes. Can you identify
Look at the pose.
these photos that has been marked as defense GG?
Yes, ma'am. Those are Mr. Kelly's wardrobe.
Okay, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe. 4 photos of this in this exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
And they all accurately depict his clothing upon arrest and taking his clothing.
Yes, can I see them again? Sure.
Can I commit these to memory, because I'm pretty sure you're going to ask me why my report says something different. The number of supplemental...
As far as I can remember, yes, ma'am.
Supplemental reports.
I'd like to enter into evidence defense GG.
No objection. GG is submitted.
Permission to publish.
There we go.
GG is submitted, yes.
So we get to see these pictures. This is what Mr. Kelly was wearing the day of, and then they're going to pull up the reports, I think. Because just time after time, the reports in this case don't match up the details. And the details are important. Sometimes there's just a little difference, but the details are important in a case like this. She's taking her time. She knows she's winning.
Start with the third photo. And it's
We can actually look at the screen if we tilt up. We don't have to view it directly on the Elmo. There we go.
okay, so this is Mr. Kelly's jeans, correct?
That's correct.
And his boots.
Yes, ma'am.
And this appears to be that blue shirt that you mentioned was the that you agreed with the state that it was the outer layer clothing, correct?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. But in reality, he had on both this sweatshirt and this vest on him also, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
And that did cover up the blue shirt, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to bring correction, just to publish the rest for everyone to see what's there. You can see undergarments, watch, the gloves. Was that found or carried in like his back pocket?
I can't remember when he came in where he had them on.
He wasn't wearing them, was he?
I don't believe so.
And this is, that last one was the first photo. This is the second photo. We saw call the third. I'm gonna go to the fourth.
It's a lot of clothes.
At this point in time, I'm assuming he's in jail clothes, correct?
I believe so.
Or buck naked. One of the two.
All right, sounds like you're moving into another area. We'll take our mid-morning recess. We started a little late this morning, so I'm going to keep the recess to 15 minutes. About 10 o'clock, we'll be back at 10:15. I'll excuse the jury. I'll stay for counsel.
Spicy judge. Spicy judge must have listened to Peter, lawyer you know, yesterday when he said, take shorter breaks. If you're that far behind, take shorter breaks. Doing a 15 minute. Let's see. See if the witness gets a consolatory pat on the back from the prosecution here. The witness may not be feeling well. We've heard he may actually be ill, and that just compounds everything. Not feeling well and getting your butt whooped on the same day.
Jury's absent. You can be seated. Counsel, when we were in chambers this morning, we met with the two jurors and discussed with them their issues concerning continuing to serve on this jury, and then we discussed, for time management purposes, how much time remained. I just want to make sure, just for time management purposes, counsel, do you still anticipate being with this witness consistent with the estimate you gave us this morning?
Yes, my estimate was the morning, and
Right.
I feel like we're not there yet. So.
No, we aren't. I'm just checking, just to make sure we're still on track. Just checking for time management purposes to make sure we're still on the estimation that we gave to the jurors.
I'm trying to be as considerate as possible, considering he had the issue that was brought to us. And so I am moving quickly through everything.
All right, you do what you need to do. I'm just trying to keep track of the time for my own purposes, right? Very well. We'll be in recess until 10:15.
Okay. So they go out on break. We're going to, who was already shushing? Did I shush you guys? I might have shushed you. I shush people. It's one of my bad habits. Shush, I'm trying to listen when I was the one talking. I'm sorry. That's on me. That was, as Miss Judge Boyd would say, that was my mistake. All right, the state will never end. Well, in the state's defense, some of these witnesses have been on longer on cross than they were on direct. But the judge has changed his tone somewhat from what we saw when he walked off the bench the other day. And he was like, I'm out of here. Make your record to the court clerk. I'm not listening. Talk to the hand. It was basically what he did. Or talk to the finger, depending on how you view it. But yeah, it's dialed back a little bit. So this is spicy. This is very spicy. This is the lead detective getting examined on facts of the case. And the detective over and over again is doing the self-preservation game, playing CYA and trying to defend his actions and separate, distinct, he's trying to, draw a line and say, I was over here in the case, and what happened over there was not me. When he is actually, if you look at the chain of command, he's at the top. It's a pyramid, and he sits at the top as the lead detective on this. And he's trying to say, nope, that was not me. I did not see that. I did not write that report. I didn't do it. But he took actions, and the case moved forward based on those actions, which he is over. I joke. I've said over and over again that they had a brand new detective waiting to go to detective school. They sent detectives to detective school in Las Vegas for 1 week. I kid you not. We got that on the stand in direct testimony or in cross-examination. The detective went to detective school. It was 1 week long. It was a trip to Las Vegas, and that was the training that they're basing on. This is a small town. This is a small town. This is a town that honestly, it struggles for personnel for key positions. Like they don't have their own medical examiner. They have to send it to the neighboring county to get bodies checked out. They struggle a little bit. They have trouble keeping wonderful employees that get snapped up by other agencies and by other companies. People start there a lot. People start their careers there, let's say like in law enforcement, and end up very soon after they're trained and certified at another agency. And so they're on the struggle bus when it comes to staffing. And because of that, I think we're seeing those the inconsistencies, the errors, those mistakes you might see early on in someone's career as they're still getting the on-the-job training, which in law enforcement is a real thing. I mean, there's nobody that comes out of police academy ready to go day one. Give me my car, give me my badge, give me my gun. I can do this. There's so much that you learn on the job and just with other officers as you're responding to incidents and learn about, you know, what to watch for and how to recognize, you know, somebody who is literally a threat or somebody who's just having some, you know, some mental illness who might be a threat, but the cause is different. And somebody having a medical situation as a respond to somebody who's just, you know, refuses to obey commands. There are things that you learn on the job that take time to gather up and you know add to your arsenal as a police officer or an investigator. You can't learn everything in Vegas in 1 week. It's like one night in Bangkok. Yes. A good leader would not throw their team under the bus like he has. Future resignations incoming, right? Think about detective training detective in Rudolph case. Remember her? I can't remember off the top of my head. Rudolph. Oh man, I can't even remember his case right now. Okay, let's see. Any work training I had in Vegas never ended well. This is scary. I've done a couple conventions in Vegas for my work back in the day. I used to cover Las Vegas as a sales territory when I was selling parts for metal buildings, of all things, and it was interesting. It was different. Vegas is a different area. I don't know why you would go to Vegas for detective school. Vegas is like a place you go for like look, I've got to do continuing education for my XYZ career, and there's a conference, and we can go there. Plus, we can catch a show. There's great entertainment. We can gamble, and it's like, well, we'll do the training in Vegas just to get people to go. I think that's what it is. It's not that Vegas has like the elite facilities to hold all these trainings at. Give the dirt. All right, I can't. That's all I've got. As far as dirt goes, there was none to be had. Like one time I took a group of people to, I don't know what the restaurant was, but it has a big golden cow outside, okay? And it serves like steak that is more expensive than any other cow should be. Like you pay more for your steak than you should pay for a cow. And I took a group of guys there, called my boss, said, hey, we've got this crew, this roofing crew. He brought like his 9 employees who I think they came straight off the roof. I mean, like they're wearing their work clothes, their work boots and everything. We walk into this ritzy restaurant, which is very dimly lit, I might add, very dimly lit. And I don't remember exactly what we ordered, but all of us ordered meat. Meat was on the menu, and it's ridiculous why it has so many zeros behind each meal. But there's me with my credit card, swiping it because I paid for it first, and then my company would pay me back. And I'm like, I had to call the boss. I'm like, just heads up, this one's going to be 4 digits. I need you to say you're going to cover this for me because it's going to max out my card. So we took them there, and then afterwards the dessert that they ordered. Oh my goodness, it was some, I don't know what it was, but they lit it on fire and it had ice cream in it. And I've never seen ice cream on fire before, but it was quite the show. Some of you probably go there all the time and tell me what it is. I know that I'm not a drinker, but the alcohol they drank was a small fortune that day. It was a small fortune. Baked Alaska, could have been Baked Alaska. I don't know. I have no clue. But it was not a casino. It was just a restaurant, and it was in Las Vegas proper. I'm not saying it's one of those outlying, in Wendover or some other in the neighboring county or something. It was a restaurant. Somebody can tell me what it is. It's the Golden Cow restaurant, the Golden Steer. That's the one. It's the Golden Steer. I feel like I spent somebody's retirement that one evening on dinner for the crew. Anyway, Las Vegas, that's where the detective went for his training for detective school. Roofers can drink. They sure can. Did he decide to go to the broadcasters convention? No, I decided not to go. I think that would be a waste of money. I could spend on equipment instead. But oh my goodness, the equipment that has come out. Let me see if I can show you this. Where would it be? All my computers are tied up. That's so. And the feed we're watching right now, I have to bring in from the same computer that does the spicy meter. So I cannot do spicy meter at the same time. So let's do a quick. We've got a few more minutes before they come back. Let me show you my latest toy. It's only 73 buttons, one knob and a lever to add to my desk. So let me show you. Oh my goodness, it works with everything else I'm doing here. I'm super excited. Getting there, hang on. It is. It's not cheap, but I will say that as far as this equipment goes and its functionality, it is much cheaper than expected. Okay, so here we go. Channel 3. Do you guys see this? We're looking at the Black Magic Design brochure, and this object right here in the middle is the one I'm looking at getting. It does replays. It does sound bites. It does. It posts things to social media for me, and it ties in with the other equipment that I already have: the switchers, the hyperdecks. It's designed for sports, for doing instant replay, for multi-camera sports, but it works perfectly for what I'm doing, and I'm stoked. I'm so excited about this. Anyway, this was announced at NAB, which I was not at, but yeah, it's showing. Just want a picture of it. There it is. There's a picture of it. Look at all these buttons, guys. Look at these buttons. I'll even take my face off for a minute. Does that not make you just happy looking at that? And some of the buttons have lights on them. That makes me happy. It really does. So we'll see. We'll be coming back to court here in just a minute. None of those buttons light up. They have little tiny LEDs in some of the buttons. Like, for instance, there's a button I can push on that box that says, mark this point to save for a replay. But you can also say, mark this point or mark 7 seconds before this point. So you can, as soon as something funny happens, you hit the button and it saves the lead up to it. It's like when police officers turn on their body cam and it saves like 30 seconds before they turn on their body cam. It does that. But, and even better, 0 cables. The entire thing is wireless. It runs off Bluetooth. Kid you not. Is that awesome? And it's just $495. So I'm saving my pennies. We're going to get it. We've lost RA Chat. He's geeking out. We're going to be back in a little bit. The court is on break right now in the Arizona Kelly trial. Detective is still on the stand in cross-examination. I don't know how much more direct, how much rehabilitation the state is going to try to do with this witness. It could be long, but apparently the counsel told the judge, because the jury has some concerns. We don't know specifically what they are, but at least 2 jurors have concerns about the length of time this case is taking and that their ability to stay on the case. They brought him to the judge, and the judge conveyed some information about the schedule. And part of that schedule was defense says they were going to take this morning with this witness. They're going to take this morning, and they think they're still on schedule. So hopefully before lunch, they should be done. What is it called? It's called a replay machine, but it's a. Let's see. Let me show you. It's the DaVinci Resolve Replay Editor. So technically, if we speak in technicalities, it's a remote control for an editing software. Which runs on a computer, which I have. And I have the software, and I have the recorder that plays into it. The best part about it is it lets me edit clips that are still being written to. So imagine normally when you've got a camcorder, you're filming a video. When you're all done, you can then take that file and you can copy it to your computer. Imagine being able to take highlights while you're still filming without stopping the record. That's what it does. So I'm super excited about that. I'm going to need a bigger boat, a bigger desk. Yes, I will. I'm thinking actually to get a little attachment that elevates some of my stuff, so I'll have like layers of things. Because I want to be able to still reach it. A bigger desk just means I have to stretch to get it. Why do you think you need so much equipment, Patricia? It's a disease. It's terminal. I've got it bad. That's all I'll say. It's a tech acquisition syndrome, known as TAS. Red Pen says, starting a new lit up button thingy fund, replay DaVinci clip editing machine thing. Red Pen, thank you. Super generous. Red Pen, you're amazing. We're saving up for it. Don't worry. We're going to save up for it and get it. It's I think it might be a month before they even ship it, because it was just announced last week. But for your new button machine, just to grill bacon. You guys are amazing. You guys are honestly amazing. I tell you, I have these dreams of what I want the channel to become and what we can do. And of course, it's definitely influenced and influenced by my experience in the tech world. And so I see technology, and in my head, instead of just seeing like a new piece of equipment, like Mrs. R.A. might view it, then instead I see what it can do to the channel and how it would look like. And in my head, I'm building the system. And here's something I can literally operate with one hand, and make something better. I'd literally be able to play replays instantly. But so we're working on that. Red Pen. Oh, we have those dreams too, R.A. Love you all. Thank you, Red Pen. D-Nick. I do have a Cash App. I know, I don't know who donated just a little bit ago, just yesterday. I think there's a link on my link tree to Cash App. Okay, here we go, guys. Come back to court. Whoa. Samantha Terry just gifted 20 memberships. Oh my goodness. Bug Dugger just gifted 10. Did I hear a gift train? Choo choo. Kim R gifted 20, joining the button thingamajiggy fund. Jamie Ergus, DaVinci fund. Thank you. And Roro also a huge super chat. You guys are incredible. Thank you. For more stuff that is way over my head, says Roro. I love it. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. You may soon be able to rebuild the bathroom and do this simultaneously. That's what we need. Court, thank you. This is the most amazing community. They're not just friendly, witty, smart, fun, amazingly generous. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much. Ohio Jin, get the new thingamajig. Get it. I feel like what's the meme where it's like, shut up and take my money every time Black Magic Design comes out with a new product, because they're designing products for my type of content creation, for what I'm doing. I don't know who on their staff is dreaming this up, but they're looking at situations where this device, this replay machine, to buy. I was shopping for one of these 2 weeks ago, and it runs $18,000. And they release something that uses the equipment I already have to do the same thing in a little different way, and they put it under $500. I'm like, how? This is perfect. What they're doing, it's absolutely perfect. Ohio Jin, thank you very much. Tamara Curran, thank you as well, and wonderful to top it off. We have a super sticker saying you are amazing from Joyful. Thank you. I think the jury's coming in right now. Bug Dugger gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Bug Dugger. Thanks for your generosity. Kelly Miller also says, I can't do much, but for the DaVinci Code thing, it's DaVinci Code. Corn Dog gifted a membership as well. Corn Dog, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Love the Yellow Courthouse by your name. It would not be the same here without you. Appreciate your generosity, and that lets other people skip the slow mode. You guys are amazing. It's very quiet in the courtroom right now. You can hear the ice in the prosecutor's cup. I told them they should sponsor me. They haven't replied. Angelique, thank you, my friend. Gifted a membership as well.
Please be seated. The record show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and defendant. Witnesses on the stand. Counsel, you can continue with the cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, I believe we need to turn my speaker. That we left off starting to talk about DNA. And we determined that there was no DNA, including the defendant's gloves. What else was tested? Do you recall off the top of your head?
I don't recall, ma'am. I'd look to see the report if possible, but I don't recall.
There was nothing supporting any DNA, like any blood or any DNA from the victim on the defendant.
Thank you, Josh and Mel.
On Alan.
Appreciate you both.
And then they checked the clothing on the Gabriel, the victim, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the backpack just seems to be excluded from all testing on the case. But we did have a patch from his jacket that was taken away from any blood on the jacket, and there appeared to be a possible second contributor, but couldn't determine who, correct? Did you hear that part?
Yes, ma'am, I remember.
Why didn't you collect some of the other DNA from and voluntarily ask if, DRR would have given some of his DNA since he put himself at the scene?
I have no answer for that, ma'am.
Well, if he fought you heavily, maybe he has a different role at the scene if he was there. I mean, what if he took the items and he's trying to point the finger at Alan so he's not in trouble with whoever supplied him with these items?
What items, ma'am?
Well, illegal things that would be leading to money.
Well, there's no evidence of anything like that found on the property, ma'am. No backpacks, no bundles.
Would you leave a gun behind? Or as a suspect, would you, if you're stealing, guns have value, correct? Guns get stolen, correct?
Yeah, they get stolen.
And they have value, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, I don't know if you know this or not, but it's a crime to bring guns from America into Mexico.
Is it illegal?
Yes.
To export firearms from the U.S. to Mexico?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So why would you show it? Why would you leave it if it has value, right? These are things you had to think about, correct?
It's a lot of circumstances to that, ma'am, if why it wasn't or left behind or taken.
Okay, now let's say in that fanny pack where half of it is empty is a lot of money for transporting someone over to America. Like $2,500 in 20s or hundreds or whatever. But that wad sits in the fanny pack. Do you think if you were stealing from someone that you would leave that behind?
You're asking me to guess on that, ma'am, so I don't know if there was money or not, but I'm not going to guess on that.
But you are a detective that can handle a robbery case too, aren't you?
A robbery case?
Yes.
I've taken robbery cases.
Okay. And these are questions that you would say or could have said are unanswered. Let me explore it in my investigation. Isn't that possible?
Yeah, ma'am, but there's no absolute evidence of a struggle or a robbery that ensued where that backpack and fanny pack were found.
Sir, you talked about no evidence of a struggle. We got a dead man, correct?
With a shot.
And SS admitted? Defense?
CBD, I'm going to learn how to do this. I'm going to fix it myself.
Permission to republish?
Yes.
To me. I don't want to know to you. does this picture not cry out some sort of foul play?
What foul play, ma'am? It's a dead body facing down.
Let's take a look at that backpack, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Backpacks, you could fall down 300 times and it'll stay on
Content
your
warning.
back. This backpack is pulled up over his head, it's unzipped, and a fanny pack lies on the side where it's not normally carried. Does that not cry out foul play, possible robbery?
No, ma'am.
What about the fact that the buckle was broken? So, since we've seen photos that Gabriel has been seen with a fanny pack across his chest. Do you remember that photo?
I vaguely remember it, yes.
It was about a week before.
Yes, ma'am.
Shortly before this incident.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You put your most valuables possibly in there. Possible, right?
Possible.
Okay. So money, drugs, things that might have value, ID, whatever it might be in that fanny pack, correct?
Possible.
Now, assuming for a second it's still there when this happens, assuming that someone pulled it from underneath him, like he's laying flat down like we found him, and the strap, sir, goes across the chest where the wound is, collecting some blood, which we saw the photo. The fanny pack on the strap had blood. Do you remember that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So if you pull it across the wound and you collected a little blood, unzipped it like it was and look inside of it, and half of the contents is gone, it appears. Isn't that a possible? And this is SS, isn't it, correct? Seems kind of weird that whatever this item is the only thing that's in this area.
Objection or argument.
Does it not seem a little strange to you that something could be missing from this pouch?
No strange at all, ma'am. We don't know what he had in there. All I found was food.
But sir, a good detective is going to look at these clothes and see where they might take you. And I want to know, did you allow this to take you anywhere to possibly investigate? Did you ask for DNA from DRR?
No, ma'am, I didn't ask any DNA from DR.
So DNA is not conclusive in any way to show Alan's guilt, correct? Are we in agreement with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's look at fingerprints, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Did fingerprints reveal anything that would show Alan's guilt in this case?
There's no fingerprints found.
Okay, so the answer is no, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about gunshot residue. Again, I made a point earlier with that testimony to show the biggest area on the back, and since this is the side and the back of the entrance, the biggest area was covered by a backpack and it wasn't tested, correct?
The backpack wasn't tested.
Right. Instead, we did the shirt, I believe, or the jacket, underneath the backpack, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, was there any evidence, one way or the other, of the gunshot residue? How long did it take you to run that test before you did?
I wasn't a part of that, ma'am.
But it was,
It wasn't
to
me.
initiate, to get an expert. When was that inquired? 6 months later? A few months later?
I would like to see the report. I didn't take part of that. That was Detective Barber that assisted me with the gunshot residue test kit, if you would call it. I don't remember.
Yeah, but you're the lead detective. I'm going to keep reminding you of that, correct?
I understand that
Okay.
clearly, ma'am.
And he was learning, and he probably was going through you with your approval on that, correct?
This was requested by the county attorney's office, ma'am, but like I said, he assisted me in a lot of things which I wasn't there with him. Detective Barba, his years on patrol, he's a real good cop, a real good detective. He's still learning, yes he is, but I didn't partake in that, so.
No, but your teachings is helping to make him hopefully a better detective, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how to handle a murder case. You've had one but at least before, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And he really hasn't been a detective on any case at this point in time because he was in training, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay, so your guidance on what to do in the case would come from you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're running with this investigation now.
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. You're correct.
You might have higher powers, but it's your baby. It's your case.
That's correct.
Okay. And the results of it will come through you. You will take the time to look at it because that you know everything about this case. You know what's happened on this case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the job of a lead detective, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's that let's see if I can find it real quick. That mystery tree. The tree that was located with a broken branch with animal hair below it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so initially, no one thought much of it. But we did hear a little testimony that maybe someone suggested you check on it. But we're half a year later, correct?
I believe so, yes.
All right, I've selected a few of the photos taken in relationship to the tree that was tested a half a year later.
Thank you, Amber. I didn't mean to miss you on purpose. I just scrolled past.
Sorry, no, they're marked. This would be the fence you used. But you've seen this.
Briefly, yes.
Okay. And so can you identify that as just trying to go back to the tree and get some photos and collect it, and then it was sent off for testing, correct?
That's what the pictures depicting, but like I said, I wasn't.
I understand. I'm going to ask you a question about it, but you've seen these photos, right?
Yes, briefly.
Okay. And this would show that event, them trying to get they got a search warrant, they went back to Mr. Kelly's ranch and took a piece off of the tree, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And this tree was tested, right?
I believe so, yes.
And no evidence was found on this tree, correct?
That's correct.
Permission to enter into evidence first, defense UU.
Well, since the witness, we can't lay proper foundation, but I think he already testified that they look accurate, no objection.
UU is admitted.
Permission to publish.
Right.
I understand you weren't there, but I would like to make a point about these photos, okay? Can you see the first one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Sorry. Yes.
These are all stapled together. And I'm going to go down to the second one. Is that upside down?
Thank you, Kells Bells. Ooh, that color doesn't show up against the paper there, but it says I want to contribute to the cool Da Vinci thingamajig too. Thank you. Ginger Burns, no, they never got the bullet. They never found the bullet. The bullet went clear through the victim, but they were never able to recover it from the scene. Wow, that guy's arm is like super sunburned.
And now the fourth photo.
Bob Wire made an appearance. That 5-minute rule, that was so last week. I think the judge wants to forget he said that. We're measuring grass?
Back to looking at the tree with the measuring. Now, the reason why I wanted to show you all this is because, do you see them properly measuring the locations of the evidence from not only for identification purposes, but later for distances also?
That's what the pictures are showing, yes.
Nowhere with the spent casings did anyone take the time, isn't it true, and measure where each casing was in location to fixed objects.
We did not measure, we just labeled with placards.
The proper way in any reconstruction of something, whether it's an accident or evidence, is to do exactly what was done on this tree to the other evidence. Correct?
Like
the
I said,
proper way.
Like I said, that day we just located them, photographed them, and
Wait, sorry.
No, it's okay. I understand your question of the label, the measuring. I understand.
And I get it's not your job initially. It was crime scene's job initially, correct? Correct?
CID?
CID, however
Yes.
you call it in your department.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. And the reasoning is because you had to put the casings back down on another time to help with the reconstruction. I mean, or any other reason you might need to go back and do it, and it's not even documented, correct?
I was not part of that, man.
Okay, but it is true.
I don't know, man. I was not part of that.
But you saw the photos.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't see one measured out like you did in this grouping here.
You're talking
But
about. Sorry, ma'am.
Let me refer it to you, defense you for the record.
I didn't see any casings on there. That's what you're asking me.
No tape measuring where the casings were in relationship to the different fixtures of the patio.
No, ma'am.
So to accurately relay down, it's somewhat of a guess, just a guess, by eyesight, an estimate, correct?
That's correct.
They picked up the evidence and then they went back and put it back and then took measurements.
So the tree didn't offer any help. Let's talk about the shooting pattern. We sent this out to an expert, and he took the gun, a rifle of Mr. Kelly's, and shot to say it was a working order, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which no one's denying the casings on the ground were the ones that were used to shoot over the head of the 5 subjects. That hasn't been an issue in this case, has it?
Just for clarification, she referred to an expert. We have 2 firearm experts in this case. So which one is she referring to?
Thank you, Deborah.
I haven't gotten into the question.
Very generous.
But we had a shooting pattern expert who shot and determined the pattern of the casings, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that assist in any way in proving the guilt of my client?
Just the ejection pattern, ma'am. That was what's done. The ejection pattern.
But we're measuring it up against something that didn't get measured, correct?
I wasn't there, ma'am.
No, it's just a yes or no. You know,
No,
is there a
no.
photo of it being measured?
No.
Okay. So it's a hypothetical that there could have been some other testing that was not ordered by your department or whoever had the authority to the angle of the fire testing wasn't done. Okay? And do you remember that part of the testimony?
I believe so, yes.
But yet we know in this case, the rifle was held up, and he even gave 100 yards up over their head is what he gave. And since we didn't do a walkthrough to have him show you how that gun was being held. Maybe enough of a guess could have been done, but it wasn't compared in this with this expert, right? They didn't do that.
I believe so. Like I said, I wasn't.
So the shooting pattern doesn't really show you anything that would go towards his guilt with it.
Ask me to guess, and I'm not going to guess.
But there's no evidence that you could use and say, but the shooting pattern shows he's guilty, right?
Objection or argumentative statement.
Nothing in that investigation that led you to go further, maybe in testing other things with that, right? Okay. Now the crime scene, there was never a bullet, so we don't have a gun that went through the victim in this case, correct?
That's correct. We didn't find the projectile.
And there's obviously still stuff on the property somewhere that didn't get discovered. Was that possible?
What are you referring to, ma'am?
More casings on the ground somewhere, maybe?
We didn't locate any, other than the one behind the porch.
Well, and how long did it take before y'all found that?
Those hours later.
And yet they were right there.
That's correct.
Right where he said he came outside and shot above the head. And your department couldn't find him right away, correct?
That's correct. It was too dark. No lighting.
Well, would it be fair to say then the best thing to do is make sure no one goes in and out of this property, protect the crime scene, and revisit it in the morning if you couldn't get proper lighting out there? There was no hurry, right? I mean, you could have evaluated it, waited for daybreak, and then go back out and keep looking, correct?
Well, we cleared and I applied for another search warrant. I correct, not the second day, but actually hours after we left. Same day.
And then you look to witnesses to determine your strength of your case and your investigation. And I mentioned earlier there was 3, the jurors are aware of 1. But there's also Mrs. Kelly, she's a witness, isn't she?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the defendant being cooperative, Alan was just chatting away, trying to help, saying that he wanted to cooperate, right?
If he was 100% cooperative, ma'am, he would have let me know right off the bat that he discharged his firearm. But he never did. Also, he had the opportunity to tell several officers on scene.
Well, let's look at that line of questioning. Because your questions was, if I remember, let me see if I can find some.
We lost the audio here. Hang on. There we go.
It was something to the effect, did you shoot at that gentleman? And you kept asking, did you shoot at somebody? Correct?
That's correct.
And he kept saying, no, I did not shoot at them, at him, the gentleman. Question, George, did you shoot this gentleman? That's the type of questionings you were asking of Alan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately he says, how would I know? But then he said, but I did not shoot at anybody, okay? Because he's over the head. And he's owned a lodge. He taught people how to hunt and took them out on their property to do that. So we would assume in your investigation that you could assume that he knows how to handle a weapon, correct?
We can assume that, yes.
So you never shot this gentleman. And he adamantly said, no, I didn't. Okay, so that goes on for quite some time until you finally changed your question. after he says another time and another time, I did not shoot at those gentlemen. Did you shoot? That's the first time you didn't add someone else to it, a pronoun of some sort referencing someone. And he said, yes, meaning he did shoot. But I shot over their heads. So it was your questions that he's responding to, and you want him to do your investigation and tell you all that, when he's relying on your questions and answering your questions.
Mac is, he shot. He's the one that shot.
Over their heads.
Doesn't matter over the heads or at me. He shot, and there's a dead body.
Why doesn't that matter, sir?
What's that?
Why doesn't it matter where he shot? Just that the fact that he shot.
There's no way he could have shot over their heads and strike the victim the way he was struck, ma'am.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's why we're here.
Boom.
Shooting that way, over the heads, to my right, as illustrated in the courtroom on Friday, and shooting at a victim that you believe didn't move and went down right there. There is no way he did it by your words, correct?
Ma'am, Friday you were asking me some very hypothetical questions that I don't even remember what you were asking me now, ma'am, that day. But the shot, and Mr. Kelly, since the beginning was very untruthful. Very untruthful. That shot came from him. There's evidence.
I'm trying to find the evidence. So we're going through, we had witnesses that had inconsistent statements that didn't pan out even against each other or to the scene itself. There was really not a confession here. So let's talk about another piece of evidence. A footprint. You remember that one?
I remember the picture, but I wasn't there.
Okay. So.
It wasn't me.
The footprint was a close-up footprint. And
dude, if you break that mic,
you
have to buy it.
Help us in guiding us which way that footprint went towards. In other words, you can tell a heel from a toe on a footprint, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if that was, and I don't know if an expert has testified to this yet, but I don't think it's going to happen. But if that was Gabriel's footprint, the victim's footprint, tracking his footprints might have showed which way he was coming from and which way maybe he was going. Did anyone do that?
I don't know, ma'am.
Do you know that Border Patrol, who was assisting you in this case, may have a lot of experts that could have offered help in tracking? Did you solicit their help at all?
No, ma'am. I know when the first initial call, they went out there.
That's different from asking them for anyone in their group of agents are able to assist with tracking because you found a footprint. So, and if it was the victims based on the boot design, wouldn't it have been helpful for us to hear today which direction was that foot aimed towards?
Like I said, ma'am, I wasn't there when that footprint was found.
I didn't ask that, sir. You're the head detective that could have had the power to explore this piece of evidence.
Yes, ma'am, but I was not there at that night.
But you admit the photo that we saw was one footprint close up that didn't give us any directionality, correct?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't know that footprint. I wasn't there. I didn't take it.
You saw it in court, sir.
I know I saw it.
Okay. Did that photo give you any hints to the direction it was aimed towards?
The way it was taken, no.
Okay, thank you. That wasn't a trick question. So it was close up, correct?
It was a close up, yes.
Okay. Had they zoomed out and gave us some environment around it to help us guide us with that, that would have been helpful, don't you think?
It could have helped.
Yes. Now we could determine, wait, does that go against the way the bullet entered into his body? Or is there another footprint out there in that direction or coming from the direction to give us more information that could have done that, correct?
I don't know, ma'am. I wasn't there. I didn't find any other footprints when I went out there the next day.
But we know there had to be footprints because there's all of the officers' footprints out there, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Kelly was fairly close to the body, correct, to check on him. The dog footprints would have been there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What about the 3 people that put themselves at the scene and one of them right behind them, which we heard testimony here? What about their footprint? Where's their footprints?
I don't know, ma'am.
Okay. But we didn't bother to get a tracker to tell us for sure, correct?
That's correct. We didn't request a tracker.
But it might have been offered since they were involved, the Border Patrol. Maybe they would have offered someone for free if you had just asked.
They're always willing to assist.
Yes. And then there's the dog. The dog is what
He's waving the
the
white
2
flag.
dogs, the
He's
Labrador.
done.
They're hunting dogs, right?
I don't know if they're hunted dogs, but I know they're Labradors.
Okay, and they are tracking dogs a lot for the breed. Assuming that they're the ones that also happen to find the body, correct?
Yes,
From the
ma'am.
story.
Yes.
Okay. So when Mr. Kelly went back out that evening, the dogs kind of took away from him and alerted to the location of the body, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So when Mr. Kelly went out the first time to check on his horse and make sure the horse wasn't shot, which would have been in that same area according to DRR or witnesses that are in the case, why did the dogs alert to the body then? Did you ever ponder that question?
I don't know why, ma'am. I can't answer that question.
Is it possible it wasn't there then?
You're asking me to guess, ma'am.
Is it possible that this backpack was dragged if it wasn't pulled to look into? Maybe it was a body being dragged. Have you thought of that?
There was no evidence, ma'am, of a body being dragged. The backpack being involved in the dragging or a struggle, ma'am.
Okay, so why does the medical examiner note abrasions on the body?
When he fell down, ma'am.
Sir, that might be a bruise. An abrasion is more of a scraping.
If he's running, ma'am, if he's running, he fell face forward with his momentum, his body weight, that can cause injury too, ma'am.
You didn't check the alternative, did you?
What alternative?
Well, the fact that his hand is holding on to grass may be because he's being dragged.
There's no evidence of that, ma'am. There's no evidence of a struggle.
I'm trying to show you evidence that there could have been evidence of a struggle. Are you saying that's impossible? That this deceased grabbed on the grass in that type of motion?
When he's falling down, ma'am, the grass is pretty high. So he's grabbing his chest at the same time, probably grabbing hair too. Grass, I mean, I apologize.
Well, maybe
Grabbing hair.
the reason the right hand was under the body and the left was out, correct? Sound right?
Yes.
Maybe he was trying to hold on to his fanny pack. Possible?
I don't know that cool answer, ma'am.
Okay. His hand is cupped.
Belief's watched, you've seen the pictures.
What about the fact that the abrasion matches up to one of the sleeves? The abrasion was located where one of the sleeves was apparently damaged or frayed also. Did you notice that?
No, ma'am, I didn't notice it.
And this would be the abrasion on the arm. What about the evidence?
This is better evidence where she's citing physical evidence to show a different scenario could have taken place.
That in the... Let's take a look at this.
back turned to her. She wouldn't even look. Look at that. Oh my goodness, the prosecutor's. She's got her back turned to the defense. The investigation from this investigator, it basically says we have a homeowner who has a rifle who admitted to shooting it and a dead body. It must be murder. Ignore the fact that the homeowner called the police before he said he went out to shoot and said, hey, I might have to shoot back. Ignore the fact that he called the police.
Do you remember when
And had,
all
was surprised when the body was there. When he found
trial?
the body, called them again. It was like, oh no, look what
evidence?
happened.
Were you present?
Yes, ma'am. I was there.
Do you remember that we also took photos and you observed us taking photos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did those photos look like the type of photos that we were taking? Specifically the ones on top were the pants?
Yes, ma'am. Recognize the pen and the toy Mr. Martinelli was using.
Yes. And is it common practice sometimes to put something down as a comparison for size and length?
Not for us, ma'am. We don't touch anything with another object and not cross contaminate.
We just use a banana for scale.
If you use a pen and you were upset about it, I will give you that. But if you use a pen to lift up, there's no DNA. It's a way of collecting evidence. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's awesome. Brandy's amazing.
These were by Mr. Martinelli, correct?
Yes. But you were right there observing.
Yes.
And you took your own photos of some of the same items that we were focused on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So these photos do accurately depict the photos from the evidence room not too long ago. That's been marked as defense TT.
That were taken by your...
Right, but you could identify these photos. I'd like to enter it into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
TT is admitted.
We're going from GG to TT.
Permission to publish.
Granted.
Now, there was a broken zipper pocket to the pants on this first photo. And so it's kind of potentially gaped open. The quarter was not there just for the juror's sake of information. It was to help determine size, okay?
Yes, sir.
But the pocket was from the deceased pants pocket that was wide open, but possibly with a broken zipper. And there's a lot of debris in this pocket, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We got some of the grass, particles, dirt. So if a body was dragged in the pants pocket, I'm going to turn to the next photo down. And there's a pen being reflected to some of this debris found in the pants pocket. Sorry. And again, the pen is not part of the evidence. It was used for measurement.
What does that pen say? Martin something and Associates. Is that her law firm pen? Did she just put her picture of her a little advertisement for a law firm
correct?
up on the chart?
Yes, those are the decedent's pens.
And we saw this hat in another evidence that I entered.
It's got a California license plate.
Again, the way it was flipped on the body and the dirt that lies on it was something I pointed out before. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And this reflects the broken buckle on the fanny pack, correct?
That's correct.
Again, if you jerked it off of someone or used it to grab onto them to pull, whichever, we won't know. It could have broken the buckle, correct?
I can't answer that, ma'am. I don't know what happened to the buckle.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know. You weren't there.
I guess this is the buckle. I'm turning the pages. And now there's the fanny pack with the pen inside to show the size of the inside of the fanny pack. Correct?
That's correct.
And again, I know this person was probably out there for a while, but the fact that there was also a lot of debris in the stitches of his shoelaces. Perhaps a little bit of ruffledness at the tips of the toes. That's what these two photos have. Can you see these two?
Yes, I can see it.
I don't know,
A little bit more of the pocket on
if
the
you
back
ask me,
pocket, I believe.
if you have a dead body wearing a backpack where all the backpack zippers are open and the pockets are open and the fanny pack is open and there's nothing inside, I think that might be evidence of a robbery. That might be evidence that something was taken. So I disagree with the investigator here.
So you say there's no evidence of dragging, but wouldn't it be more fair to say there was no evidence pursued for dragging this body?
I don't know what happened with those pants, man. That debris can be from anywhere. It doesn't prove that he was dragged.
Yeah, but along with the backpack being up over his head, the broken buckle in the fanny pack on the side, the abrasions that match the tears in the clothing, and, you know, the debris that you just mentioned, I mean, together, maybe that should have been explored. What do you think?
Like I said, man, there was no signs of a struggle or robbery, being dragged or anything like that.
Then there's with the medical examiner, we don't have the time of death because we have reasoning that you guys don't have your own medical examiner. But it is, you do understand the duty of law enforcement in the state to gather the evidence. It's your duty to present it to a jury if it goes that far, correct?
That's correct.
It's not the defense's duty. You understand that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So time of death is a guess based on the time that one of your officers noted his death. But it may not reflect, it could be a couple hours off, it could be 6 hours off, it could be 10 minutes off. You don't know, do you?
I'm not an expert in that, I don't know.
No, but we didn't get an investigator. And if your county chooses not to have a contract and you can't pay the bill, then that's the state's responsibility, isn't it?
You would have to ask them, ma'am. Like I said, we don't have a contract with the coroner other than doing our autopsies.
But what if the time of death was 30 minutes before Alan called, noting the body? Wouldn't that possibly have exonerated him, at least with those casing shells that were by the house?
Like I said, ma'am,
Argumentative.
like I said, ma'am, I don't know. I'm not an expert on that.
So time of death could have helped the case one way or the other. Would you agree with that?
I'm not gonna guess, ma'am, on that.
Time of death, he's not going to guess if that would help his
And
case.
the fact that the body was taken to a morgue right away instead of the medical examiner and placed in a fridge so that the body temperature couldn't be analyzed keeps also from this determination to be accurate, correct?
I'm not aware if the body was taken from straight to the funeral or to the OB. I don't have that information.
And we also have angle issues because we all know from the skeleton that I brought in with the rod that was placed and placed by the medical examiner into the body, it showed, and I'm holding my pen up, showing a form of an angle where the bullet goes in lower and comes up upward, right?
I remember your demonstration.
And the problem is there's so many possibilities to say what it could be from, why it's in that angle. What we know is it's not necessarily a straight shot in and straight shot out like we would expect someone to shoot, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I'm going to put a rifle in my hand, although Mr. Kelly's left-handed, but pretending that he's like me, and I'm holding my pretend rifle. And I'm a marksman. I mean, I've been a hunter. I know, I'm military. I've been a veteran, okay? I know how to shoot, okay? So I go to shoot, you said 9 shots, right? 9 casings.
9 casings.
Okay. So, am I gonna try to target something? Most likely, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Because we all been to the shooting range, right? You've been to the shooting range.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're trying to get that little hole in the silhouette, or however you guys do your shooting, but to show your marksmanship, correct?
That's correct.
So I'm going to shoot 9 times. Bang, 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 9 times.
Bang, bang, bang. Sound effects.
We got 1 bullet hole in a subject. Where is the other 8 damages? Why isn't there 1 bullet in DRR who's right behind him? Why isn't there one in his own horse, which I doubt he would want to do? But why isn't there some trees that show the damage? Or the pergola? All these things that I'm listing in my question are samples of things that could have been struck, but no evidence of, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This is all argumentative, Your Honor.
There was
Overruled, says the judge.
no damages found anywhere around the area.
So how does a marksman that knows how to hunt and shoot not show other 8 bullet pieces of evidence?
I have no answer for that, ma'am.
Is it possible that the 1 bullet and the 1 hole that happened possibly before he stepped out of the house matches better?
Ma'am, Mr. Kelly's first phone call was, I'm being shot, I'm shooting back.
Well, it was 1 shot, and that's enough to say I'm being shot at. When you don't know, it's close, but you don't know where that bullet's going because he's in the house and it's right outside his house.
Just a question.
So how does that square up to what you just said?
What do you mean?
Okay.
I
Being
think-
shot, I get the question.
Go ahead.
You said that his statement was he's being shot at. But isn't 1 bullet, 1 shot from a rifle or handgun enough to say I'm being shot at?
1 shot?
Is that enough to say I'm being shot at?
Well, going back to his statements, he said at first he was being shot at, then he changed that he believed he was being shot at or close proximity to him. He changes his story.
Well, he doesn't know which person did it because it could be out by the body or it could be with these 5 guys, but it was close enough for him to feel threatened. He saw rifles, according to his version, and Mrs. Kelly's version, correct?
Then they changed their stories again, man.
I think it's being fair to say, I don't know where they were shooting at, but I heard it. That's being honest, isn't it?
But when you're changing the story, man, from 2 to 5 to 10 to 15, now knowing if they had rifle was too far, if they had rifles, I don't know if the shot came from, I thought I heard a shot. His stories were inconsistent, man.
Do you know after he made his first call that, to Jeremy in the beginning, that after shooting in the air, that he believes he saw movement of possibly more people out there than 200, 250 yards out. Do you remember him telling you that?
But he didn't tell Agent Marcel that about the shoot. He just told him that he's being shot at and he's shooting back.
When you walk out the door and what you think is what you saw through the window and see them in this direction and you shoot your over the head, and then as you turn around thinking they're gone and you see movement out there of possibly more people and believing that this is a war between them, where do you think he got that from?
Agent Marcel?
He's hearing, you all are hearing parts of the story based on what time you took to question him. And if one person would have just sat there and did this walkthrough, maybe the whole story would have made sense.
But
Is that possible?
There's no evidence, ma'am, of 5 people being out there running with packs or rifles.
There's
None
no evidence
whatsoever.
of 2 people.
If you did the walkthrough and allowed him to show from the beginning to end and retell the whole story in order, maybe some of his bits and pieces would have made more sense, don't you think?
No, ma'am, because he was untruthful from the beginning, and his stories kept changing and changing and changing throughout my interview.
Some of them was just misrepresentation of facts from people.
Objection, Your
Correct.
argument is a state.
What about the phones? You did phones work. Now, I know we got text messages. We'll talk about that in a second. What about anything else where you were able to determine who was at the scene and different things like that? Did that show you any evidence that would lead you to believe in your investigation that he was guilty of this?
I did not partake in any of those search warrants or if you're referring to the geofencing, ma'am.
Yes.
I didn't. Detective Barba testified to that. He helped me with that. He assisted me with that.
But you oversee that and the results. Did it help at all in your investigation of making your case that George Allen Kelly did this?
But there was nothing, no other cell phone, no other data, no other pings found in the geofencing.
So the answer would be there's no evidence there.
There's no evidence there.
Thank you, sir. And now let's go to the text messages. There were a lot of text messages first, and in order of time, earlier, in January, proceeding in order to the date of this incident, okay? January 30th. There were quite a bit of text messages between Allen and the Border Patrol liaison, warning him of incidences. It was going back and forth at different times, in different days, but there was quite a few text messages intercepted in your phone dump, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. We're getting into areas that the court has ruled on.
This came in.
No, the text messages directly with his son and another individual came in.
Right, well, that question just calls for a yes or no answer, so.
Yes.
If you want to restate the question, it calls for a yes or no answer, and then we'll wait to see what the next question is.
I think Marcel's messages came in. We didn't object to those. So I don't know what the issue
Well,
is.
let's just do a question and answer.
Okay.
This question.
I'm asking you, wasn't it true there were quite a bit of text messages between the agent Border Patrol liaison, Jeremy, and Allen Kelly, of discussing what was going on around his property and what was on his property? These messages were going back and forth in the beginning of the text messages that were entered into evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what's being made a big deal about is his response on how he acts with 2 close people to him. One is a close, longtime friend. The other one was his son, correct?
I remember correct, yes.
Okay. Now, I know you brought this up, the way he acted when you first put him in your interrogation room on Friday. So he never said, "I am going to kill someone." That's not what was said, right?
That's what the text messages don't say. That's
No.
not.
But just as he was laughing off the initial sit down with you in the interrogation room, trying to joke it off, it could be that he is just also scared, and being a man's man doesn't like to admit that. Isn't it possible?
If he was a scared man, he wouldn't be out there patrolling, man.
Okay, being scared and going out on the front line in the military is 2 different things.
I've been in the military. I'm a vet also, man, so
Okay.
I understand.
So human factors come in even when you are forced to defend, correct?
But why would you be patrolling by yourself out there where he lives?
Because he has a wife that he's protecting. He has livestock he's protecting. Aren't those 2 good enough reasons?
That's what we're there for, man. Border Patrol and us.
How long does it always take to get help out there?
It depends, man.
Okay, so when he stepped out to see what these guys were doing on his property? He didn't have a right to defend his property?
There was no one else, ma'am. There was no shot taken from him. There's only one shot, ma'am.
And guys running by with at least a rifle or more, and backpacks running across their window view. Now, does he have a right to protect his property?
Counsel, the court's going to instruct the jury at the close of the case
Yes.
on the legal standards for use of self-defense. It'll be up to the jury to just apply that law to the facts that have been presented in evidence.
Yes, sir.
So this witness's legal opinion, this witness's opinion about whether something is legally or not legally justified, that's the court's province to instruct the jury on the law.
Yes, sir.
To decide the issue.
And if I may, to the court, to tell him I wasn't really trying to get him as a legal opinion, but as to his investigation and his comments that he should have stayed inside and waited for police.
All right, let's give the court's instruction here. You could ask another question.
Okay.
You can try to rephrase the question or ask another
Okay.
question.
You will admit that he was on his own property, correct?
Yes, he was on his property.
And the only other person in his home was his wife, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And whether it's brave or not, Mr. Kelly stepped out to see what was going on his property, correct?
That's what he stated, yes.
Yes. And that doesn't mean that he fears and have concerns for his safety and his wife's safety and his livestock safety, correct?
He's got concerns.
Okay. I mean, his horse was out there, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you really think he would have shot towards his horse? It was right next to him. It saved the life of DRR, didn't it?
Mr. Kelly went out there to check on the horse, to check if he himself has shot the horse, ma'am.
No, sir. He never said that.
I don't. Let's ask questions.
Do you really believe that a old horse that is more like a pet than anything else on that ranch, Mr. Kelly would have shot at it?
Well, you're going out there and shooting 9 rounds, ma'am.
With none of those rounds hitting anything, correct?
Well, he's running. Horse is running. And there's testimony to that, ma'am.
Can I have a minute?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
This investigator is, wow, didn't realize they're going to do that. This investigator is sweating bullets. Don't raise your arms, dude. You're going to see that green shirt does not hide sweat well. Okay, give a second. We're going to have audio back still on the noise machine. Still on the noise machine. Sorry, there we go.
You testified Friday there's a pine tree on his property. Where is this pine tree?
I said there's pine trees around the property, not on his property.
How far away, sir?
I don't know, ma'am. I will be guessing, but I don't know how far the Keno Springs area is to his house.
Well, you know how big his property is, correct?
I believe, yes.
And to get to different communities and say that that testimony is accurate to place them at Mr. Kelly's property would be a far stretch, wouldn't it?
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
The fact that someone else at some other location has a pine tree, when you're saying everything happens right here at this location, how does that support that statement of DRR?
Like I said, ma'am, this is an individual that's in a foreign country with a 6th grade education, doesn't know where he's at. 15 minutes later, after he sees Border Patrol, he's running, that's when he starts receiving the gunshots.
He's melted down.
Well, you're giving DRR a defense of being uneducated, but he's been in this area obviously, and should know where he's at, but yet he placed himself on the wrong side of town, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Sustained, but you can rephrase the question.
Did DRR say he was on the other side of town? Versus west versus east?
He just said he was in the area of Keno Springs.
Oh, he got it wrong.
What about the fact that we all got to see the wall, and he said he was about 2 football fields away? This property is way more than 2 football fields away from the border, correct?
That's correct.
And yet he ran to the border, right?
Yes.
He got away, apparently, according to his story, correct?
That's correct.
And whether he went around the wall where it ended or went over, however he got back to the other side of Mexico, he knows how far away he was, sir, don't you agree? Because he traveled it.
When you're being shot at, man, and you're running, you don't measure distance. He's running for his life.
And he also said he was 10 meters away from the house. Are you familiar with meters?
Somewhat.
If I was to stand and get you to tell me about, not exact, I'm going to walk. I want you to stop me when I'm about 10 meters from you, okay?
Tell me feet, man, but meters, I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm just going to guess here. Just give me your estimate of 10 meters. Just tell me to stop anytime.
Stop? Yes? I don't know. 10 meters?
Okay. Even an unintelligent, uneducated person
Such
at
as
10
yourself
meters could have seen the house. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
And he said he was 10 meters from the house. Correct?
I believe that's what he said.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
No.
He also said that there was a border patrol road that goes directly to the border right there by the house, and that's not true, huh?
There are some roads.
Well, we traveled probably the most concise road to get to the wall from Mr. Kelly's location, and you had to leave his property, go back out to the street, and go down a ways, and take a different road to get there. Isn't that true?
We took the safest road out there with the jurors. That's the safest road we could take. But there is more roads out there.
Is any of those on Alan's property?
Not directly on the property.
Is any of them near where the body was found?
No, ma'am.
Just checking my notes, Judge. I'm about done. I'll pass the witness.
Redirect examination.
Hey, we're finally done with cross. It's been a long morning. The state's going to try to have a mic drop moment to wrap this all up and recover.
Morning, sir.
The jury's just going to notice the change in the
We'll
attitude
start
and
off
behaviors.
with just the overall question. When officers respond, what is the response for when they respond the first time to the scene, to the Kelly location?
What is the response?
What's the purpose of the response? Do you know?
Preservation of life.
What's going on?
Active shooter.
Active shooter.
That's correct.
In your investigation, you sat here in trial, heard all the evidence.
Yes, sir.
How many shooters are there in this case?
One.
And who's that shooter?
Mr. Kelly himself.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to foundation. He wasn't there.
Well, it's his opinion, right?
Yes,
You're asking his opinion?
Correct, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Hang on. He's not an expert. He wouldn't speculate on anything else.
Both sides with this witness and others about what their opinion is, and based upon hypothetical facts and established facts. So he's previously given his opinion in cross-examination, so this is allowed.
This is in no particular order, just based upon my notes. I'm going to show you what I believe has been entered as Defense Exhibit JJJ. Can I have a, let me just take your copy over there. You have JJJ. Do you have
They
JJJ?
have all their
I'll move on as counsel looks for JJJ. Detective, you're the lead detective in this case?
Yes, I am, sir.
And as lead detective, you did the search warrants?
Yes, I did.
What's the standard of proof for the search warrants?
Probable cause.
You also assisted in the arrest of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
What's the standard of proof for the arrest of the defendant?
Probable cause.
This is.
And we're here in trial under a different standard of proof, right?
That's correct.
And who makes the decision, the final decision, if you know, on the charges being brought against the defendant?
County Attorney's Office.
Counsel, I'm also looking for the photos. Is it TT? So JJJ and TT.
3 J's or 2?
3, I think. 3 J's.
He wants all the J's. 3 J's, 2 T's.
Let's talk about the, like I said, this is no particular order, I'm just going to cover some stuff. Talk about the measurements of the casings found on scene. You remember the cross-examination questions pertaining to whether or not you measured between shell casing to shell casing?
That's correct.
Or shell casing to a fixed object?
That's correct.
And you are also cross-examined on forensic expert from the DPS labs, Brudenell.
That's correct, I was here.
And Brudenell is the one, to remind you, did the ejection patterns.
That's correct.
Using that same gun.
That's correct.
And you heard detective or forensic scientist Brudenell talk about if you were to shoot 10 rounds 50 times, would you have the same exact ejection pattern laid out on the ground?
That's correct.
You would have the exact same ejection pattern on the ground?
Yes.
No. The answer was
if you
no.
have a bouncy surface?
Oh, no, it depends on the surface. My correction. It depends on the surface. You won't have the exact same. Depends where it lands, depends on the surface. If that's what you're asking.
He doubled down and then he's like, wait.
What I basically want to ask is, Brudenell had his ejection pattern that the jury heard testimony about, right?
That's correct.
You were here.
That's correct.
We had the ejection pattern found at the scene.
That's correct.
Right? Is there any testimony that they're exactly the same?
No, ma'am. No, sir. No, sir.
Is there testimony that they're consistent?
No, ma'am.
No, sir.
They're not consistent?
They're well, the shots from this, yes.
Sorry. No, I'm looking for a TT.
Okay. Here's the problem. The questions are not leading.
Go back to.
And he's messing up because of it. He needs to be led or he can't get it right, especially rapid fire. The state is setting up for a big finish, waiting for that mic drop answer.
Remember the cross-examination questions
the answer wrong.
regarding the fanny pack and the backpack?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the examination questions pertaining to Show Defense Exhibit TT, which has been admitted? And I'm looking at image 1, 2, 3. Image on page 3. Permission to publish. That's the fanny pack, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's the one where defense counsel asked you about the buckle?
That's correct.
We see the buckle on that page, right?
That's correct.
Besides being possibly pulled and ripped, in your opinion, could a buckle have been broken when the victim fell to the ground after being shot?
Yes.
And also, too, there were some questions about looking at the photo, and the jury's got the actual fanny pack and evidence if they want to look at the actual item. But on that photo, do you see any blood on that?
No.
You seen the fanny pack buckle got shot? Or it broke when the victim fell to the ground?
And once again, in the backpack and the fanny pack, what was found? What items were found in those?
Items of clothing and food.
Also water?
It was water inside, yes, it was water inside.
And since we're still on this, I want to ask you, who was the first one to find the body? The first person to find this body?
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly, and we've heard testimony that Mr. Kelly has 2 labs, right?
That's correct.
So Mr. Kelly and his 2 labs find this body?
That's correct.
In your opinion, could Mr. Kelly and the 2 labs have contaminated this scene?
That's correct.
He's willing to accept that as an option, yet he has no proof that anyone else was anywhere near it. They have 1 shoe print.
There was some discussion on cross about the time of death. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall we want to do two different things here. Time of death versus pronouncement of death. You understand the difference between the two?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when the pronouncement of death occurred in this case?
I can refer, but it's an approximate 6 something certain. I need to see the report.
Would 6:24 be approximate?
It was somewhere around there, 6:24 p.m.
And that's the pronouncement of death, which means the time of death happened before that.
That's correct.
And you heard, talking about this, you heard testimony in this case. Was there rigor already setting in on the victim's body?
Yes.
You heard cross-examination question about the victim's position when found.
Yes, I remember.
Again, can you show the jury by physically standing up and showing us how the victim, when rolled over, how he was found?
It was right hand.
Where's his left hand?
What's that?
Show us both hands. Don't act you're under arrest. I just want to show where is his right hand and where is his left hand?
I can't remember exactly the picture, but I believe his left hand.
It's hanging up here. Sorry, guys. The feed's caught in limbo land. Oh my goodness. Okay, if it comes back, we'll jump back. We will have all this available to us here this afternoon in 4 boxes of beauty in a Zoom feed. Now he can't remember. He can't remember where. He's not sure if it's the right hand or left hand. I know, AZ. Why is it hanging up now? I don't know. I don't know why. But this is absolutely crazy. We know this. They're about to go to lunch. They're going to continue this afternoon. This case has gotten so spicy. The spicy meter broke. No, the spicy meter is being used by the same device that's doing this, and I can't have both on the screen at the same time, unfortunately. They need to be separate sources. But yeah, it's cameraman tripped over the cord. I would not be surprised, honestly. That is very, very likely. Give me, because the feed dropped right at the time the cameraman tried to zoom in. So, bad feed. Let's see. Kim R., you've got the internet today. We need you to fix it. Fix it. Run down there and fix it for us. All right. I think, and we're now in black. It's down for the count. Okay, here we go.
Correct. Okay. At any time in that conversation, do you recall, was there any statement by the defendant that he shot his weapon?
None whatsoever.
If there was a statement that defendant shot his weapon, would you have looked for casings if he had admitted that?
Yes.
This is the investigator that missed the AK-47 leaning in the corner of the room, even though he took a picture of it.
As far as the pine trees go,
Because the shirt was in the way.
do you recall when Daniel said when he saw the pine trees?
Yes.
When?
He said he was in the Keno Springs area right before they encountered or they saw Border Patrol. That's to avoid detection.
Then after that, they see Border Patrol and the event ensues from that, right?
Leading, objection.
Leading. Good job, Kim. You fixed it. Thank you so much.
I want to show you that we're going to go into the transcript real quick.
I've got more hours of training on my metal detector than he has to be an investigator. I don't think he knows how to use a metal detector or investigate. Gonna break it.
You recognize Government Exhibit 15?
Yes.
Is that leading?
No, it's used for demonstrative purposes. It's the interview transcript. I'm gonna have you turn to page 29 for me.
I'm there.
You're there? we're gonna look at line 12. You see line 12?
Yes, sir.
Your question was, this is about shooting his weapon, okay?
Yes.
And if I read something out of context, I want you to correct me, all right?
Okay.
Question. That's not, on line 11, I'm getting the question beforehand. That's not what you just told me. You shot at them. Answer, not at them, over their heads. Did I read that right?
Yes.
I want to walk us through, what does not at them, but over their heads mean to you?
No difference. That doesn't mean anything.
What?
I'm going to show you, turn to page 31 for me. And this is 30 minutes into the interview, right?
Yes, sir.
31, line 11. You asked a question, a follow-up question. On line 11, 150 yards away from you, question. Answer, 100 to 150. I didn't measure the distance. Did I read that right?
Yes.
So he's putting the victim, do you know how far the victim is found in this case?
Approximately 116 yards.
Do you know how many times in this interview, because the jury's got it, do you know how many times you recall that the defendant finally admits to shooting at the victim or, quote, over their heads?
7 times.
Let's talk about Daniel's, before I move on, I want to talk about Defense Exhibit JJJ. These are call detail reports. I think they've been admitted, JJJ.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that was
Just for ease of record, I think we're just going to refer to it by the Bates number on the bottom. So I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit JJJ, Bates number 56 on the bottom. Permission to publish?
JJJ has not been admitted. Those are the call sheets, correct?
They have not or have?
Have not.
They were used in demonstrative, permission to use in demonstrative purposes. I thought the defense attorney went laboriously over each of the call logs.
So you want to use it for demonstrative purposes?
We can use it for demolition of parole. I thought they were admitted.
The court admitted those. They are admitted.
They're admitted. I published the whole thing.
Yeah, they are admitted.
The court's messed up.
Well, we'll resolve that. In the meantime, you can publish. Do you have any objection to publishing? You think it's submitted, right?
No, sir.
Right. Thank you.
Wow. Court clerk says they're not admitted. Everyone else like, we used them already. They should be.
Look at the bottom of that screen. Call report. We're looking at 3:05 in the afternoon. Do you see that, Detective?
Yes, sir.
And it says called and advised. What's the 865? Remember what 865 is?
865 is the call sign we use for Nogales Border Patrol.
Border Patrol called and advised they contacted the spouse of Alan. And that's going to be who? Who's the spouse of Alan?
Ms. Wanda Kelly.
Just Wanda Kelly. And advised there were 5 on property. Caller advised Alan is trying to chase them south of the property.
That's correct.
Did I read that right?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, sorry. Do you have questions about this? I mean, the purpose of the redirect is
I do.
just for you to read things that are in the record, so.
I do.
Okay, let's get to that.
No, I'm objecting that this exceeds the scope. I didn't even talk to him about this in my cross-examination.
She highlighted the fact that no one's chasing them.
Well, there was cross-examination about misinterpretation of the calls, but let's ask you a question, and if you have another objection to the question, I'll rule on objection.
Detective, did you have information pertaining to that report before you interviewed the defendant?
Yes.
And again, let me ask you, in your investigation, did you find any evidence of RIP crew activity?
None whatsoever.
Did you find any evidence of backpacks with drugs?
None.
Did you find any evidence of guns?
None.
Did you find any evidence of a robbery or a struggle or dragging?
None.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
We might be actually done with this witness right here.
Let me look at my notes one more time, Judge. So the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jetty. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness from any members of the jury?
Listen to the paper.
I see at least one or two.
So we're going to have the
We'll go
headphones on.
Headsets.
Turn off the sound so you don't hear the terrible static. All right. So I have to watch the audio meter for the duration of this, so I can't read chat. But jury has some questions here, and these questions could be very, very telling. Okay, and we might. I think so far every juror's question has been read, but we might have a situation here where the judge declines to read a question or in some way modifies it. We won't know that until we go back and listen to the Zoom hearing, which should be posted in the next hour or two. Okay, so as they are discussing the questions, I've got my fingers crossed that these are very telling questions. Okay, still static, still static. Why am I ignoring you, Bug Dugger? I'm not ignoring you. I'm watching the screen. I'm watching the screen so I don't miss any audio. I could read your comments, but then you'd have to listen to this. Yeah, and that's nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to listen to that. All right. Hold tight. Still static, still discussion. I'm not sure. This might be more than 2 questions. There's enough time for a lot of questions here. Give me a minute longer to ignore Bug Dugger. Just one second. Still nothing. Quick, RA isn't reading post comments. I'm glancing back and forth when I can, but I hear Mrs. RA on the phone. The door's open, that's why. Okay, so I wanted to share something. I was going to write something up, but I didn't get the chance to do it. The defense came in and caught the lead investigator red-handed creeping around the DA's back door, and defense alleges that they're in bed together trying to pin this on the defendant's door. Well, how could Heinze have forgotten that defense would check them on every single report? All this time, they've been, standing there just waiting to cross him on all the things he said. It wasn't me. Some people might get that reference. Some people might not. It was weak. It was a weak attempt, but I tried. It was tried. Still on headsets here. No, but I basically reworded the words to the song. Something about Shorty came in and caught me red-handed. Yeah. Anyway. Still discussing the questions. There must be a lot of questions. Now you've got an earworm. I apologize. It's the Shaggy defense. I don't want to miss a moment, but I also don't want to make you listen to static. This is the trade-off. Mrs. R.A. is as animated on the phone as she is here on the live stream. Mrs. R.A. lives life with passion. She does. She's wonderful. Okay. Any predictions on the number of seconds from right now until when they're going to be done? I'm going to say 15. But who's counting? There's got to be some objections to these questions. And my guess was wrong. We're going to have lunch here if we take much longer. I'm not ahead of you. I see this as you do. I might be a little bit ahead of you, but my feed is live to me as it's live to you. Does that make sense? I didn't hear him say it wasn't me or I wasn't there once to the prosecution on direct or on redirect. Never happened. Jury questions galore could be. We might have a stack of them. I think there are like 3 jurors who've been asking multiple questions of each witness when they ask questions. Still staticky. A minute. I'm just going to turn the sound. Oh, here we go. Oh, that was me. Still quiet and staticky. Good grief. I can't wait for the Zoom on this to hear all the judge reading these questions just to make sure all the questions got read. At least we know we're ready. Yeah, I've got my finger on the button. It's ready to pull the trigger as soon as something happens. Is Laura still attending this trial? Yes. Laura should be there all week. We might hear from her. How do we get Runkle to view the judge walking out video? I bet he's probably seen it. I probably should recut that video just for LawTube, because the lawyers want to see different things than maybe the court watchers who are looking at spicy judges want to see. So ignore Bug Dugger train. Gaily May. That's funny. I don't know what I'm ignoring. I missed the comment, the first one that I'm supposedly ignoring, but I haven't seen any since then.
So a lot of really good questions. Instead of a lot of really good questions, I'm going to address the questions with the lawyers who've got some more to go. It's probably going to take a few minutes to get us right up to the lunch hour, so we're not going to get your questions answered before the lunch hour. So what I'm going to do right now is excuse you for the lunch hour. I'll stay here with the lawyers. We'll work through your questions and whether or not we should answer or not. And then when you come back after lunch, we'll ask the questions of the witness. All right? So we'll get you out a little early for lunch because we're not going to be able to get to these questions before noon anyway. Excuse the jury, and I'll stay here with counsel.
Okay, so here's what happened.
Be back at 1:30.
The jury wrote a book. They wrote a book of questions, which cannot be good. This cannot be good for the prosecution.
What's the Storm Tracker
Sorry.
14?
I don't know what it's for. It cannot be good for a court. Oh no, it cannot be good. It cannot be good for prosecutors. And we might not even get these questions either. Because prosecution just spent all this time with the witness getting on the stand, going over and over again their story, making them recount it. I mean, how many times did we hear the same questions from the prosecution of this witness? Over and over and over. Many, 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 many times. And after all that, after you tried to drill that into their heads, they have questions. Somebody doesn't get it. So maybe the jury doesn't get what you're stepping in. They don't smell what you're stepping in. And it's, all these questions, I think this is if I was prosecution, I would be nervous right now. Of course, they've heard some of these questions already. But, man. Watch camera dude not even come back after lunch. I think the camera dude's out. He's completely out of there. I'm watching ads for golf clubs right now, so I don't think we'll get the feedback. So now let me ask you this question. And Bug Dugger, I'm not ignoring you. If you've got a question, let me try to answer it. So I've asked you this question. Do we go back and watch, because there was so much spiciness that happened this morning? Do we go back and watch this same thing? I know it took a long time, but maybe on 1.25 speed, the Zoom feed as soon as it becomes available. So we can watch the judge, so we can watch the prosecution, so we can watch the state as all this went back and forth. I'm saying yes. I say we go back and watch, but that's just me. Yes, says Jamie. Yes, says Waldo. We're here for the spice. Here's what I can promise you. Oh, here we go. If we go back and watch it, we'll have the spicy meter. Now they're off the headsets. We'll get to hear some of these questions.
The jury is absent, and we'll continue with the questions. Does counsel want to do this at a bench conference or open court?
Open court.
Any preference?
No preference, Your Honor.
I'll defer to you, Judge.
It's easier like this.
As soon as a bench conference.
No.
It's usually done up here at a sidebar at a bench conference, out of the hearing of the public and the jury. So that's the way we'll do it here.
After all that, he says, guess what? You don't get to hear. Oh, artistic. We have jury questions. We have jury questions. These are the blank forms. The blank forms, it actually says on the top, jury question form. Jury question form. What a tease. I know. That was so bad. But Office Depot sponsors this segment of the program. You can see we have an Office Depot number 2 pencil there, and that's probably an Office Depot Bic. I think. Well, is it Bic or is it not? It's probably a Bic pen. Maybe it has an Office Depot logo on it. But soft focus there, a little artistic. Trying to get a steady shot. You got it. Maybe we could get some shots of the chairs as well. That would be good. Still staticky. Okay, so when we go back and listen to the Zoom, we will hear what the judge has to say about these questions as he reads them to Papermate pen, Papermate black pen. I think you're right. I can tell you that pen lid looks completely unchewed. Zero chewing has happened on that. Now we need to watch the Zoom. We'll watch the Zoom afterwards. Okay. Unless they have something else, to talk about after these questions are over, which might take just a few minutes, we're not going to see anything here. There's nothing to see right here. Look how much of the eraser is gone. It's been used. Pencil's still fairly sharp as well. That's great. Office Depot, not Home Depot. I have 2 Lowe's in my town and 0 Home Depots. I'm saying, what about the competition? Allie B says, watch what Zoom? Allie B, the court, after the fact, will upload the Zoom cameras, which have 4 views of this entire case. They upload it to the Santa Cruz Superior Court YouTube page. And the best part about that is the court provides audio, very quiet audio, but audio of the judge during these headset moments. So we get to hear some of what's going on. We get to hear the questions as they're read to the counsel. The jury can't hear. That's the purpose, to have the headsets. The jury doesn't get to hear. Anyway, so we're going to, once that becomes available, we're going to jump over there and do zoom, zoom, zoom. It's not up yet. They normally would want to live stream it, but because of the interest in this case, the number of people there and the other courts and everything that's going on, the bandwidth in the courthouse is just not there. They can't live stream it that way. So we have to watch it after the fact. So we've watched all morning, and then we're going to go back and watch all morning again as soon as the feed is up, which will probably be about halfway through the afternoon, honestly. This whole case blows my mind. What the heck is going on in this country? Detectives are not properly trained, biased, and have low intellect. This detective's struggling right now. The struggle is real. Take a quick look at the thumbnail while waiting. I tried to load it, and it just about crashed my computer. It's got so many pictures on it. Just one second. Let's see if we can pull up the picture. And I will, if I am able to load it and download it, I'll put it on this, at least on our after lunch. Let's do this. Let's take a lunch. Is that fair? As soon as they're done answering questions, they're going to break for lunch anyway, and we're going to sit here wishing that we had heard everything that happened. We're going to get to listen to this either way from the court's feed that they're going to be posting eventually. I'll see if I can post this image. Let's see. When are we going to break for lunch? Okay. The word you're looking for is amazing. It's big, Steve. Let me drag this picture over, see if that works.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
It's not even let me draw. Oh, okay. Let's get rid of this. We don't want that. We don't want that. There's a clean virtual screen we can use. Let's drag it over there. Okay, here's Canva. If we can get it to update, this computer is dying. Just wait. Canva's attempting to load. This is honestly, this is how long it takes to load.
Someone with more experience.
Oh, it's starting to load. Here we go. This is not the internet. This is my laptop. It's doing 50 bazillion things at the same time right now. I'm loading the live iteration, Red Pen. At least I'm trying to get there. Tell you what, we've teased it. We'll start the next stream with that instead. Pauline, I don't know if we're going to get a live this afternoon, the way things are going.
I'm not a camel.
We'll check and see. But I think we're going to start with the live, and then we'll go back and watch the delay. It's still trying to load. I'm trying. I would put it on the other machine, but it's doing.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible.
It's doing Chad
I
Daybells.
apologize.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Oh, I hit the music to go hit the outro, and it starts loading right now. See how it's still building the picture? Everything's coming together slowly. What you're seeing here is a thumbnail representation of many of the events that have happened in this Arizona v. George Allen Kelly trial. Every item on this screen has a direct tie-in to the court case and something that's happened here. Canva wasn't built in a day. Yes, the scene is crowded. The screen is crowded, but every single thing is pertinent to this case. So we'll go over that. I will download it as we're getting comments all over the side right now. I'll download it over lunch break. We're going to put it on the new thumbnail for when we come back after lunch, and we will talk about that briefly before we begin the new case this afternoon. As they're going to lunch, we're going to take a full hour break. It's 3 o'clock now, which means we'll start at 4. Hoping, fingers crossed, we have the Zoom feed then. If not, we'll see if we can find the live feed. Otherwise, we'll go over this and we'll just deal with it like the judge does when the question arises. All right, everyone, all 1,200 of you, please come back. It's going to be a lot of fun after lunch. Remember, if you want to win the internet, just be here first in chat. Be the first person to say anything, and the internet could be all yours. Kimar did a great job today. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again in approximately 1 hour at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. It's going to be a late night. And we've got a party tonight we have to attend live on YouTube. So we've got fun stuff coming up there too. All right, you guys, be good to each other. We'll see you after lunch break. Bye-bye. Bug Dugger, I'm not ignoring you. I promise.
Alex stole it as well.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know.